Alicia,
Yes, sir.
team, are we good to go?
We are. On countdown.
Sure.
In five, four, three, two, one.
And good morning. I'm Kenya McDuffie, Councilman for Ward 5 and Chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Monday, May 10th, 2021. And we're convening this hearing virtually via Zoom. The time is 9:11 a.m. and I'm calling to order this public hearing. Today, the committee will consider the following measures: PR 24-132, the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration Frederick P. Musali Confirmation Resolution of 2021, PR 24-190, the ABRA Technical Amendment Approval Resolution of 2021, PR 24-196, the License and Permit Categories Approval Resolution of 2021, and the fourth measure is Bill 24-44, the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021. PR 24-132, the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration Frederick P. Musali Confirmation Resolution of 2021, was introduced on March 18th, 2021 by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor and referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on April 6th of this year. The proposed resolution would reappoint Director Musali of the ABRA Board for another 4-year term. Mr. Musali has served as Director of ABRA since 2009 and has more than 20 years of experience in local and federal government. Prior to leading ABRA, Mr. Musali served for 7 years as General Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel, in the Office of Attorney General's ABRA Adjudication Division. During his tenure as ABRA Director, Mr. Musali focused his efforts on legislation to boost access to DC-made products, deliver outstanding customer service, solicit and incorporate community input, improve transparency, and protect the health and safety of the district's residents and visitors alike. His efforts have earned ABRA national accolades, including the National Liquor Law Enforcement Association's Agency of the Year in 2018, and the Innovative Alcohol Law Enforcement Program of the Year in 2017 and 2020. A Ward 3 resident, Mr. Musali received his law degree from the Catholic University in 1997 and his Bachelor of Science degree in Political Science and History from James Madison University in 1992. With that, you know what I'm going to do? I think I mentioned to staff, I think the way that I'm going to do this is to allow the public witnesses, and I see here, Director Musali, I know you're always on time and you stay throughout the entirety of public witnesses. I'm going to let the public witnesses testify first on all 4 of the measures, including your nomination. I'm going to also include in that testimony to allow for anybody else who wants to testify on your behalf in your nomination to also testify now. And then I'll have you respond to testify on behalf of yourself in your nomination and the other measures all at the same time, just to try to keep it a little bit more efficient and so that the public witnesses don't have to wait for you to testify on your nomination. So I think it'll go a little smoother that way. All right, and so I'm going to talk about the other measures right now, as a matter of fact, and then I'll turn to my colleague, Ward 2 Councilmember Brooke Pinto, who's a member of the committee who's joined us this morning. Good morning to you. So PR 24-190, the ABRA Technical Amendment Approval Resolution of 2021 was introduced on April 19, 2021 by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor and referred to the Committee on Business and Economic Development on April 20 of 2021. As introduced, this proposed resolution would approve proposed rules making technical amendments to Title 23 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations to conform with changes to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board made in the following 4 council bills, which took effect on February 21st, 2020. The first of those bills was the Alcoholic Beverage Enforcement Amendment Act of 2019, which is DC Law 23-50, the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board License Categories, Endorsements, and Hourly and Percentage Rate Amendment Act of 2019, which is DC Law 23-51, the Alcoholic Beverage Procedural and Technical Amendment Act of 2019, DC Law 23-52, and fourth is the Manufacturing Pub Permit Parity Amendment Act of 2019, DC Law 23-54. The proposed resolution also makes other administrative and technical amendments to Title 23 of the DC Municipal Regulations. PR 24-196, the license and permit categories approval resolution of 2021, was introduced on April 19, 2021 by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor and referred to the committee on April 20th, 2021. As introduced, the resolution would amend Chapter 2 of Title 23 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations in its entirety. Chapter 2 has not been comprehensively updated since it was promulgated in 2004. Since that time, the council has made numerous statutory amendments which relate to Chapter 2, including revisions to pub permits, storage facility requirements, and the length of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board or ABC Board manager's license, to name a few. The ABC Board's process and practices have changed since 2004, but many are not memorialized in the regulations. And lastly, the committee will consider Bill 24-44, the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021. This bill was introduced on January 26, 2021 by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor and referred to the committee on February 2nd, 2021. As introduced, the bill would make certain statutory changes that were enacted by the council on emergency basis in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the statutory changes include allowing licensed establishments to sell, serve, and deliver alcoholic beverages from another location, that is to say, like pop-up establishments, and allowing Class C or D on-premise retailer licenses, Class A or B manufacturer licenses, and convention center food and establishment businesses to sell, serve, or allow the consumption of alcoholic beverages on new or expanded ground or street level spaces. Most importantly, the bill would do the following. It would create a new third-party delivery license category. It would allow Class A grocery stores to use 25% of their floor space to sell beer, wine, and spirits in Ward 7 and 8, and allow grocery stores to sell miniature alcoholic drinks in Ward 7 and 8, and create a new commercial lifestyle center licensing category. While I know that a lot of these new provisions are designed to address many of the challenges that businesses, particularly those regulated by ABRA, have been facing over more than the last year, I think it's also important to make sure we get the public's input on these new provisions in particular. As we mentioned and continue to mention through the committee, we've been laser focused on ways to support our small businesses throughout this pandemic and the workers that they employ, many of whom are on unemployment right now and want to get back to work. They've contacted the committee, contacted my office and other members of the council I know to talk about their desire to get back to work, as are the businesses, both large and small, that employ them. I just recently sent a letter to the mayor outlining the concerns about how we reopen and really pushing the administration to reopen our hotels to a larger degree and supporting them financially, but also giving more capacity to our restaurants who've been decimated throughout this pandemic and really need to have their capacity increase beyond 25%, particularly given what's happening in the region around us, where they're opening it up to larger capacity. Restaurants are hiring back workers, and other cities around the country are similarly doing the same thing. So I wanted to make sure that we are thinking about that and have that context as we embark on this hearing this morning. Again, I want to thank everybody, both the public witnesses and government witnesses who have joined us here today. And I look forward to having a really important conversation on these measures that are before the committee. Before I jump into the panel of public witnesses, I'm going to turn to my Ward 2 colleague, Brooke Pinto. Good morning, Councilman Pinto, if you have an opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you very much. And thank you to Mayor Bowser for introducing these important pieces of legislation to update our alcohol licensing regulations. It goes without saying that this has been an incredibly challenging year for our restaurants and bars in DC. We have lost 375 brick and mortar businesses in the district, either through temporary or permanent closures, and many of those were here in Ward 2. Small business owners across DC have worked so hard to adapt to a situation that was completely out of their control. But one of the bright spots of this terrible year was that many of the restrictions made us rethink the ways that we have been providing services and business products in our city. 2 years ago, it was almost unimaginable to think that restaurants could seat people in street parking spots, but it turns out that providing more outdoor space enlivens commercial corridors and is a great dining experience for our residents. The pandemic also made us rethink outdated alcohol regulations that put unnecessary burdens on small business owners and did not always best serve our residents. I'm looking forward to hearing directly today from our business owners, many of whom are from Ward 2, about how we can best support them as we emerge from the pandemic, what changes that we've already made that should remain, and how we can think creatively to address our continuing challenges as we work to get reopened. I'm hopeful that we will see a loosening of restrictions soon and an expansion of some of we know what has worked. And I really want to thank Director Musali for your leadership and partnership throughout this year. I'm thrilled to support your confirmation today, and I'm really grateful for everything you've done for our city, and I know will continue to do. So thank you, and thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Looking forward to hearing from our public witnesses this morning.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. We're going to turn back to my page. We're going to turn first to Donovan Anderson as the first witness. So we're gonna hear from him first. I know he had signed up to testify as the chairperson of the ABC board on Director Musali's nomination. So we're gonna allow him to do so, and then we'll turn to our public witnesses who will have the opportunity to testify on all 4 of the measures that are before the committee. And then, as I mentioned earlier, after we've gone through our public witnesses, and we've got about 33 people who've signed up in advance to testify, we're going to turn back to Director Musali, who will then be permitted to testify both on his nomination as well as the other 3 measures that are before the committee. And again, thank you for your patience, Director Musali. Again, I appreciate how regularly we've been speaking, and I know you've been interacting with the committee over the course of the pandemic. We appreciate all that you've done and your team to support businesses and make sure that we're moving as quickly as possible to change some of these regulations and allow the sort of latitude that I think the businesses have been clamoring for to get through this pandemic. And so we're going to hear first from Donovan Anderson, again, who's chairperson of the board, and then we'll turn to the public witnesses. Is Mr. Anderson, if you can turn on your camera and unmute yourself, you can begin your testimony.
I believe my camera is on, and if it's not on.
Well, we don't see you, or I don't see you at least. I don't know if anybody else does, but I don't see you.
I know that I'm unmuted. I thought that my camera was on. I do this every week, so I shouldn't have a problem. I shouldn't have a problem with my camera. I saw myself earlier.
All the many people that I know, like myself, who still struggle even after a year of this. So please, if you want to take a minute to see if you can turn your camera on, because at this point it still isn't on.
All right, let me see. I have no idea. I saw myself earlier when I came online, and so I'm trying to see why is it that you are unable to see me. I see myself.
You're on Zoom, so you should see icons, 2 icons in the bottom left of your screen. Your Zoom screen, you should have a mute button and a stop video or start video icon. You want to hit this?
There's no video. I see the mute. I see, so therefore that's not on my screen, unfortunately. I do not see a video, and I've done several mute.
Have you maximize your screen? Is your screen maximized?
Yes, it is, sir.
And you don't see a stop video on the bottom left, or beside the mute, wherever the mute icon is, you should see a video icon nearby.
Unfortunately, the only icon that's at the bottom is a mute, is a microphone. There is no video. I do have a camera, when I did my test, I saw myself on camera, so I am not sure why is it that
We're
you're
gonna let you go ahead and get going with your audio only.
I apologize for that, sir. All right. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the committee, and council staff. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I'm the current chair of the District of Columbia's Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. I am honored to be here today to speak on behalf of the board and its support to reconfirm Frederick Musali as the director of the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, also known as ABRA. On February 24th, 2021, the board voted 6-0 to reappoint Mr. Musali to another 4-year term as director of the agency. The board believes that Mr. Musali's wealth of knowledge and experience garnered from serving as ABRA's general counsel for more than 7 years, in addition to almost 12 years as its director, will continue to benefit the agency and the district. Mr. Musali's integrity and leadership of ABRA has been instrumental in helping the agency and the board navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. Under Mr. Musali's direction and with the help of this committee and the mayor, ABRA was able to successfully implement innovative alcohol carryout and delivery, street-free, and pop-up location programs to assist struggling businesses. These programs and Mr. Musali's adoption of multi-pronged social distancing and public health emergency enforcement efforts during the pandemic resulted in ABRA being named the National Liquor Law Enforcement Association's Innovative Alcohol Law Enforcement Program of the Year for 2020. This marked the third time that ABRA has won this award during Mr. Musali's tenure as director. These innovative efforts have also resulted in the District of Columbia being recognized as a best practices jurisdiction with the district's alcohol carryout and delivery program serving as a national model for other states to utilize. It is worth noting that ABRA has continued to operate effectively during the pandemic under Mr. Musali's leadership. Of note, ABRA investigators continue to work 7 nights a week. Liquor license applications are still being processed, and the board continues to meet virtually, holding hearings that can be viewed by the public online. Notwithstanding the challenges faced by the pandemic, Mr. Musali has made sure that the agency and its staff were available to address the customer service needs of businesses and members of the public. Mr. Musali has also embraced the agency's new role of being responsible for the district's medical cannabis program. Of note, Mr. Musali has worked collaboratively with the board in making improvements to the medical cannabis program, including 1, expanding reciprocity to 5 additional states, including Virginia. 2, allowing employees to start work on a temporary basis while waiting for their background check to clear. And 3, expanding the availability of medical cannabis deliveries to qualifying patients and caregivers. Since ABRA took over the district's medical cannabis program, Mr. Musali successfully implemented the board's decision to increase the number of delivery vehicles that a dispensary can utilize from 1 vehicle to 5 vehicles, which has allowed medical cannabis deliveries to continue uninterrupted despite the challenges of the pandemic. Mr. Musali's ability to listen and implement stakeholder feedback will continue to benefit the agency in its efforts to implement a nationally recognized medical cannabis program. As we look ahead, challenges remain as a result of the pandemic. Mr. Musali has the skill set necessary to solve these challenges and successfully balance the needs of businesses hurt by the pandemic with quality of life concerns of district residents. Confirming Mr. Musali for another 4-year term will benefit the district as it continues the process of reopening and bringing back its pre-pandemic vibrant dining and nightlife scene. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you. I will try to figure out my video, but thank you. That's it.
Okay, I think I think it's fine at this point.
All right, thank you.
I only have a couple questions. Most of my questions are going to be reserved for Mr. Musali later on in the hearing when he testifies on his own behalf. But I appreciate you providing testimony as chair of ABRA. I do want to ask specifically, I know I've been, and my staff, the committee has been really engaged with Mr. Musali around the medical cannabis program. And, you know, if you've watched my oversight of ABRA, you know, as chair of this committee, then you'll frequently hear me talk about how hard I think Mr. Musali and his team work, and I think how well they work. And I understand that, you know, this is a challenge, and it was a challenge, I imagine, for you all prior to assuming the responsibilities of the medical cannabis program. But since that's been transferred to you all, how would you describe the way that Mr. Musali has handled the new responsibilities?
Mr. Musali has done an excellent job of assimilating cannabis into the daily operation of the agency. I comment him to say I am not sure how he's able to grasp all of this information and to move forward. He is an excellent leader. He's very knowledgeable on cannabis, and the agency has continued to hum along in regulating cannabis as the agency has regulated alcohol over the years. So he has been an excellent leader, and I've been very impressed with his knowledge of cannabis.
Yeah, he's gotten up to speed on it really quickly, and I appreciate that. How have you and other board members managed to get up to speed on cannabis?
Well, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, one of the things that I and the board had planned to do was to attend as many conferences as possible, but we have participated in several public meetings with the cannabis industry. I myself have, as an attorney, I have read every material that's available, and the board has been participating with the industry in that both locally and nationally in just learning more information about it. And I, as a person, as board chair, I have done all my best to read all the information that's available to me about what's going on here in DC and what's going on over the country. And the board has done that. One of the things I'll also say that the board has done, we have also visited all the dispensaries and all of the cultivation centers. So the board, although here through COVID-19, we have, of course, practiced social distancing. So, but we have personally inspected the dispensaries and all of the cultivation centers to get a better look and feel about what's going on the ground.
What about testing labs? Have you all been in any testing labs?
Unfortunately,
we don't have any in the district, but I'm curious.
No, we have not. We have not, and also, unfortunately, because of cannabis, the board itself has not had an opportunity to leave this district to go to another state to visit a testing lab. So no, we have not done that, and it is imperative that the district has third-party testing labs in the district.
Yeah, I was just curious. This is really, I don't want to go down this path too far, but I think it's important to consider. How many of the board members that you all have, how many of you all sort of came to the position with any sort of experience on cannabis? Because when you all were appointed originally, you weren't appointed with the thought that you would have any real experience in that area. I know, particularly in your case as an attorney, and I imagine some of them, the members already had some experience, but I'm curious how many of you all had experience in cannabis prior to assuming responsibility for the program?
I know for sure board member Rafi Crockett. She's very knowledgeable on cannabis. In conversations with Bobby Cato, his knowledge base is also very good. So I think that he has had some background in it, because just in the conversations that we have on the board and the information that he brought, and also Rima Wahabzada, she is also, based on the conversation the board has had, it has given me some indication that she has had some background, or she has had some work and knowledge of cannabis. So I believe that if we have a good number of the board members who are comfortable, we're all becoming better at it, but I believe that a good number of the board has some comfort level in their in cannabis.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Anything else you think the committee needs to know about Mr. Musali's nomination? I heard you speak to his integrity, his knowledge, his experience, which I think are all very important. I know he's been doing this for quite some time. Is there any other aspects of his nomination you think is important for the committee to consider on the record?
I've been board chair for 6 years, and I've worked with Mr. Musali. We speak almost every day on most issues that concerns the agency. He is a consensus builder. He is open to new ideas, and I've been very impressed with him as part of my testimony when we talked about the alcohol carryout, the carryout for to-go alcohol from restaurants, which has helped the industry here in DC a whole lot. And in reviewing the reading in Prince George's County and all over the country, a lot of these states have now adopted what DC has innovated in allowing restaurants to allow to-go alcohol, and that was Mr. Musali's idea. I think that
just to be clear, I think the wine was Mr. Musali's idea. The other parts were my idea in consultation with Mr. Musali.
I apologize, Councilmember McDuffie, but from my perspective, Mr. Musali brings ideas to me, and I think especially here during COVID-19, he's been very open to work with the business community. He's come to the board with innovative ideas of how we can help the industry. And that's one of the reasons why I thought that he is an excellent leader, because he is very open, and he will come with out of the box recommendations for us to try. And I'm open, and he's very open. And I think that I look forward to working with him. I hope that he's confirmed for another 4 years, and I look forward to at least working with him for the next 2 years, since I have 2 more years in my term. But I am without reservations. He's an excellent leader, and I have no reservations in supporting his.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you testifying, Mr. Anderson. And just to be clear, I think there were some operators who had talked to Mr. Musali about off-premises wine sales. And in my discussions with Mr. Musali, I said, why not, open it up to others as well, beer, spirits. And we work with the director and with the committee as a whole, Chairman Mendelson and his team to do that. And I, as you point out, I think he has been innovative. He's been especially nimble as an agency during this pandemic, which I think is necessary as we ask businesses and workers to pivot, adapt, and be nimble. Government agencies have to do the same, and I think ABRA is an example of one that's been able to do that. So I appreciate your testimony and your continued public service, Mr. Anderson. Thank you. Oh, you know what? Let me just turn to Councilmember Pinto. I know she doesn't have her camera on, but I do want to. I know she's been a part of the hearing. See if she has give her an opportunity if she wants to take a round for any questions of you.
That's okay, Chairman. I have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
I apologize. I wore my best suit today, sir. So I apologize that my camera was not on. But
I imagine you look very handsome, and we appreciate you getting all spiffy for us.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to turn now to public witnesses who signed up to testify. If they'd like to testify on any of the four measures that are before the committee today, PR 24-132, PR 24-190, PR 24-196, and also B 24-44. If we can start to move some, I see some folks are coming in. We should be able to do a good amount. Maybe we can try to at least do the first 5 at least. And I'll let my staff determine how many you're gonna let in, and I'll just call them as I see them. Okay, I see Andrew Klein. I see Mark Lee. If we can, Mr. Anderson probably can be transitioned off unless we're gonna keep him. I don't see Cameron Kilberg. I see Kathy Hollinger. Let's get started with these. And I'll staff, I know you all are working to bring folks over as participants. Let me see who this is. Oh, I do see Cameron Kilberg. My mistake, I see. All right, perfect. I see a number of people actually. I'm gonna try to expand my screen a bit. I'm gonna call you all as I see you on my screen. Okay, let's start with Cameron Kilberg, then followed by Kathy Hollinger, Andrew Klein, Mark Lee.
Okay.
Good morning to you each.
It's Cameron Kilberg here, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. Thank you for having me here today. For the record, my name is Cameron Kilberg. I'm the Government Affairs Principal for GoPuff. I'm here today in support of Bill B2444. With micro fulfillment centers in every market we serve, GoPuff is the go-to solution for consumers' everyday needs. We fulfill customer orders of cleaning and home products, over-the-counter medications, baby and pet products, food, drinks, and in some markets, alcohol in just minutes. Founded in 2013, GoPuff currently operates more than 250 micro-fulfillment centers and servicing over 650 US cities, including 3 current and 2 pending locations in Washington, DC. We have 2 micro-fulfillment centers in Ward 2, one in Ward 5, the one pending in Ward 4, and another pending in Ward 8. These 5 centers ensure we will be able to serve all of Washington's diverse neighborhoods. The bill at hand creates a third-party delivery license, which we support as it ensures appropriate oversight and accountability for alcohol delivery. However, there are some amendments we would propose to ensure a continuation of service for customers. The bill as it stands inadvertently limits cross-ownership of on-premise and off-premise licensees in a third-party delivery license. This likely stems from historic limits on license holders and a lengthy history with a 3-tier alcohol system. However, delivery is not a new tier and is simply a furtherance of a retailer sales license. Disallowing such cross-ownership between on-premise and off-premise licensees and a delivery licensee is not only at odds with national acceptance, but is at odds with economic policy as it forces retailers to use an independent company where they can face restrictive contracts and high fees, which can make delivery an economic burden on a retailer. In addition, from a compliance perspective, there's greater oversight when there's co-ownership and a better ability to ensure appropriate alcohol sales. Finally, to date, these cross-ownerships have been occurring in the district for many years with no issues or concerns. Also, we propose increasing the number of licenses allowed from 1 to 3 for the AI and BI classes, which only operate as an internet retailer. Limits on ownership have been in place since the Prohibition era, and we believe with a combination of increased DC residency, technology, and safety capabilities, the time is right to allow an increase in licenses. We thank you for your time and consideration on this matter, and I've submitted a red line version of the bill with our proposed amendments for review. If you have that document, all our red lines are on page 19, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Kathy Hollinger, President and CEO of Restaurant Association Metropolitan Washington. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Chairman McDuffie, council members and staff. My name is Kathy Hollinger. I'm the president and CEO of the Restaurant Association Metropolitan Washington. With over 1,300 members, we represent an industry that prior to the pandemic brought in over $4.4 billion in revenues, collected over $400 million in sales tax, and employed over 65,000 people. We do hope to return to and exceed those numbers once we have proceeded through reopening and recovery. I would like to thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for your leadership during our most difficult time to put forward some of the low-hanging fruit relief that was needed early on in the pandemic, but also to more recently being such a big advocate for us to take the necessary steps as a city to reopen our industry, to begin our very modest efforts towards recovery. First, on behalf of REMW and its members, I express our unwavering and enthusiastic support for the reappointment of ABRA Director Fred Musali. Director Musali excels as head of ABRA in the best of times, but over the course of the last year has really risen to the top of the agency leaders in advancing and implementing policies designed to support our industry. REMW also supports B2444 and applauds the mayor and ABRA for conceiving legislation that has so many provisions designed to expand the possibilities for restaurants and other hospitality establishments. Some think the industry will simply come roaring back once vaccination rates are optimized and restrictions are lifted. We know from our membership in our extended restaurant and food service community, however, that the last year has been crippling, not just locally, but globally. We already lost 134 restaurants here in DC that have permanently closed, and there will be many more once eviction restrictions, payment plan requirements, and other protective measures are discontinued. Many provisions contained in the bill before you represent lifelines that will create revenue opportunities to offset the losses that have been suffered by hospitality establishments. The ability of licensees to open and operate pop-up businesses at another location with minimal red tape requirements worked very well during the pandemic. It was greatly beneficial and had little or no impact on residents. We strongly support their continuance. Carry out and delivery of food with the addition of alcohol has been a game changer for establishments. Consumers have become acclimated to this business approach, and businesses have learned to navigate it. It is only expected that demand will continue. Third-party delivery companies such as Uber Eats and DoorDash, as well as some local companies, have been important partners in the growth of this business outlet. Licensing these companies assures that they will be responsible in the delivery of alcohol, assuring that it is not delivered to those underage or intoxicated. Licensing also allows these companies to accept payment for alcohol, which is not permitted under current licensing laws. Several REMW operators, however, expressed concern that they are restricted as an on-premise licensee from having any interest in third-party delivery service providers. We see no reason why our members should be precluded from owning or operating third-party delivery companies simply because they hold other ABC licenses. We ask that this restriction be eliminated. We support ABRA providing new licensing training, but question whether making it mandatory is the best approach, given there is already required alcohol awareness training in place offered by REMW and our national training partners. We would like to further understand the proposed requirement and necessities around the new licensing training. Montgomery County has had great success with its voluntary alert training program offered free to licensees and their employees. We support the elimination of the tavern license cap in Georgetown as it artificially suppresses access by new businesses in that neighborhood. We support the creation of the lifestyle license, but leave to others what should be the parameters of such a license.
Ms. Hollinger.
Yes, am I out of time?
We're giving everybody 3 minutes. We noticed for the hearing because we have several witnesses. And so I imagine you have some more, give me a position you'd like to testify to, and it's included in your written testimony. And if you can make sure that the committee has that. I know we got a bunch of folks testimony prior to the day, but I want to make sure we have your written testimony as well.
You definitely have everything, and it's all on the record. So we can use this time for any questions you may have.
Perfect. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me turn next to Andrew Klein.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and good morning, Councilmember Pinto and council staff. In addition to the points that have been made by Kathy Hollinger, REMW also supports the creation of an affirmative defense for sale to minors. We suggest, however, that the council go further and perhaps look at an additional defense for sale to minors. A sale to those underage involves three principal actors. One is the underage drinker, who they're the most culpable. They set out to intentionally break the law. They sometimes enhance their ability to purchase alcohol while not being of age by makeup and clothes and what have you. They're an intentional wrongdoer. Under current law, nothing happens to them. There's no punishment for them, even as over the years we've seen people languish in jail for cannabis violations. The underage drinker seems to be untouched. The next actor is the employee. Now, the employee is, in an underage drinking situation, typically negligent in that they fail to ascertain that it's a fake ID, even though it may be an obvious fake. They don't properly check the date. They don't properly check to make sure that the person tendering the ID is actually the person shown on the ID. And lastly, of course, we have the operator. Now, the operator, if they've properly trained their staff, they're the only actor in this violation that's punished. They face fines, penalties, suspensions in some cases. So we urge the council to rectify this imbalance among the actors by considering a defense, and it's actually developed based upon OSHA violations, which are also strict liability, Occupational Safety and Health Administration. And the defense under OSHA is called unpreventable employee misconduct. The defense would require to be sustained that, number one, the employer has a policy and procedures in place for the appropriate checking of IDs by employees. Number two, that the policy has been communicated to employees and acknowledged by those employees. Number three, that the employees undergo periodic training concerning those procedures. Number four, that the employees are monitored so that it can be determined that they're in compliance with the policies and procedures. That may involve, for example, an outside monitoring company or secret shop of employees to make sure that they're complying with their responsibilities. And lastly, that employees that don't comply with the policy are appropriately disciplined. Now, we don't mean discipline just when there's a violation, but we mean as part of the ongoing monitoring that they're disciplined if they don't comply. Now, in the beginning, few licensees are going to be able to meet this test, but what's important, and as I close, I see I'm out of time, but instead of something aspirational where you're just not supposed to serve anyone underage, we have concrete steps that can be taken by a licensee to insulate itself from liability. And Mr. Musali can tell you when he testifies, the failure rate on compliance checks is somewhere between 11 and 17%, which is between 1 and 2 out of 10.
Right. If you could just summarize, Mr. Klein,
I'm done. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. And again, we'll have some time on the question and answer. I'm sure Councilmember Pinto, as I do, have questions of you all. Let me turn next. Let me see who's on the list. Would be Mark Lee. Good morning. You can begin your testimony.
Chairperson McDuffie, Council Member Pinto, Council and Committee staff. Good morning. My name is Mark Lee, and I'm testifying on behalf of the DC Nightlife Council, a nonprofit trade association and business membership organization representing and advocating for local bar, restaurant, nightclub, and entertainment establishments. DCNC commends Mayor Bowser, the agency leadership team at ABRA, and the ABC board for developing and advancing the components contained within Bill 2444, the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021. The DC Nightlife Council strongly supports this multifaceted legislation, which includes providing for continued and expanded business development opportunities and enterprise activities designed to enable local nightlife hospitality establishments to survive and thrive in an economically sustainable manner through the pandemic period and beyond. These provisions notably include an extension of the streetery program and carryout and/or delivery options, as well as other recent and innovative new uses of outdoor and public space. In addition, this legislation provides for a critically important and long advocated reform of current regulatory protocols regarding our industry's nationally exemplary performance record for prohibiting alcoholic beverage sale to minors in the face of sophisticated fake IDs now common in the marketplace. While enthusiastically recommending that the committee support this bill, DCNC makes 5 specific recommendations for modifications and improvements to 5 specific provisions, some relatively minor and some more substantive, which we have provided to committee members and staff, as well as ABRA this morning for your collective consideration. Due to time limitations today and the extensive nature of this legislation, I will not detail those recommendations in my oral testimony, but refer you to our filed statement for your review and consideration. I am, of course, available at your convenience should you have any questions or wish to discuss our recommendations in greater detail. I also take this opportunity to indicate our wholehearted support for PR 24-132 and our highest recommendation that the committee and council approve the reappointment of Fred Musali as ABRA director for an additional 4-year term. In closing, I must note, as we always do whenever and wherever we have the chance, our growing disappointment and frustration that the district remains the outlier throughout the region and across the nation for current operating restrictions that threaten the economic survivability of our community businesses. We thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, as well as Councilmember Pinto, for your advocacy that DC move forward in reopening and with a clear roadmap for doing so. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next to Greg Engert. And I think that's going to wrap for this panel, I believe. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready, and good morning to you.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and members of the DC Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Greg Engert. I'm the beverage director and a managing partner for Neighborhood Restaurant Group, which operates a number of businesses in Washington, DC, including Blue Jacket, our brew pub, and many others. First off, I just wanted to say that we wholeheartedly support B2444 to reopen DC Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021. Having faced an incredibly difficult 2020, things like streeteries, off-premise abilities for on-premise licenses and delivery were extremely helpful in getting us through the pandemic. And today I'd like to speak specifically to the amendment to Title 25 to allow brew pubs like Blue Jacket the ability to self-distribute in the district. By allowing Blue Jacket the ability to self-distribute in all of our brew pubs in the district, we'd be getting a new revenue stream that's especially important as we come out of the pandemic. Gaining new sales, we can hire more people in brewing, packaging, driving, and sales roles, and commit to capital expenditures that help with self-distribution. Self-distribution would also offers retailers more choices, gives them more ability to draw guests, build more experiences around craft beer, and showcase the full spectrum of beer offerings from DC brewing scene rather than just the manufacturers distribute now. It makes local beer more impactful and engaging. By showcasing brew pub beer through other retailers, we're able to offer to promote the brew pub and facilitate more visits to the brew pub as well, bringing additional business back to the brew pub. Small breweries like Blue Jacket and Red Bear and Right Proper Brew Pub produce dozens of new one-off beers per month in small batches. Distributors, wholesalers often have difficulty promoting and selling all of these brands due to the number of other beers they have in their portfolio and may have to limit the numbers of brands a brewery can distribute through their network. With only a small number of distributors available to distribute an ever-increasing amount of breweries and beers, self-distribution is very important for small brewers like brew pubs. This allows us the opportunity to fully engage with the retailer to fully promote and ensure that all small batch beers can get to market. By allowing brew pubs to self-distribute, we'd be giving them the same opportunity to sell directly to consumers, retailers, and wholesalers in the same way that manufacturing brewers can in DC currently. This possibility of choice means that each brew pub can best decide what best allows them to succeed and grow revenue. I just want to close with saying that 36 states allow for self-distribution. We allow it for manufacturers in the city. It's been proven to be extremely beneficial nationwide. And it's something that will be extremely impactful for us as we emerge from the pandemic.
Perfect timing on your testimony. I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you to each of the witnesses. Let's do 7-minute rounds and we'll see how far we can get in 7 minutes. Councilman Pinto. And so let me start. I know some of you testified about Director Musali in support of his renomination specifically. I didn't hear anybody not speak in support of his nomination, and so I want to just note that. And I want to give anyone who cares to just an opportunity to talk specifically about how Director Musali has performed in his duties during the pandemic. Obviously, he's been around for quite some time. He predates me, and I imagine some of you perhaps in your positions currently. But talk specifically about how he's performed during the pandemic, given how challenging it has been for the industries where you all are working and have been impacted by this pandemic as well. I'll start and see if Ms. Hollinger has anything that she wants to say about Director Musali.
Thank you. Yes, Chairman McDuffie, I will say that as we work with cities and states across the country who are in food service, really, we have not seen anyone rise to the level that Director Musali has in terms of thinking outside the box. He was somewhat of a first responder in collaboration with you and your leadership, with Director Townsend, to help us think about ways in which we can really support our industry in ways that we were so hesitant to as a city years and years ago. And to know that so much of that now is being considered on a permanent level as we have evolved so much and consumer behavior has changed so much is truly phenomenal. So we feel very lucky to have him in place and support our industry, but we absolutely plan to continue to support him throughout the years to come.
Thank you for that. Anybody else briefly on Director Musali?
I would just say that in terms of streamlining government processes during this horrific time for businesses, he got it. And I know that he worked with your office and also was instrumental in pushing other agencies to see that we could get quick approvals for streeteries and other things that were so important to keeping these businesses viable to the extent that they are.
Thank you for that. Let me turn to another aspect of the reopen bill, Bill 24-44, with my remaining time. I imagine we have some wholesalers on the list today. I believe we do, but if they were on this panel, that they would probably push back on self-distribution and talk about how it would not support their businesses during the pandemic. In fact, could pose additional challenges for them. While it might help some, it won't help them. How would you respond to criticism about, whether the city in seeking to support brew pubs and others during this pandemic and beyond, quite frankly, just how we innovate around that space. While we seek to do that, we shouldn't seek to harm others in the process. How would you all respond to that? Anybody? Don't be bashful. I know some of you all.
Yes, I just respond that we're really, we're asking for a cap of 4,000 barrels of self-distribution. It's a drop in the bucket for the amount of beer that's actually sold by wholesalers in the district. And frankly, that small brew pubs are so focused on on-premise sales and now some retail off-premise sales that this would just be for excess production. It's not something that would even approach, I think, the levels that the manufacturers are doing, who also have the right to self-distribute currently. So we're just asking for parity, and frankly, on a much smaller scale than what we're seeing from current manufacturing brewers in the city.
Okay. All right. For my question, I wanted to ask about the commercial lifestyle center license. And I'll have a series of questions by the time we get close to the end of this hearing, where I'm speaking with the government witness, Director Musali specifically. But I want to get your thoughts on this. So, I think some people will see it as another way to really innovate and bring something new to support businesses throughout this pandemic. Perhaps there'll be some that might be concerned, though, about this sort of new license. And I want to get some specific thoughts. And I wish I had the context and had Mr. Musali testify first, but I think there's some who might worry about people, walking around with alcoholic beverages. I know it's been done in other places, but give me some thoughts from you all specifically about how it would help, and any thoughts you might have that might mitigate concerns of the public, of people who live in these neighborhoods who might be impacted, who live adjacent to some of these places where this would be something new, cool, and just an opportunity to support further some of our businesses.
We're really doing it already. I mean, if you think about it, and this came up in a conversation that I recently had with Director Musali and one of our members, in that if you look at Union Market and you look at some of these other food halls, it's exactly the commercial lifestyle license, except it's indoors. There's common space. What this would do was make it more straightforward legal, and it would also put some management responsibility on the owner of the property to manage these common areas. And we just think it's a much more direct approach. So, I mean, I think we're already doing it, and this would codify it and provide some other opportunities.
Another question that I have for Director Musali, but I'd love to ask you all just practically about how this would work. And maybe I'll ask you, Mr. Klein, given your legal background, the license would go to an entity that sort of manages these areas, but then practically speaking, they wouldn't be the same folks who would offer the alcohol or sell the alcohol, right? So how would enforcement work in that respect if there's a violation by the business that sells the alcohol?
So if it's a violation by the business that sells the alcohol, then they would continue to be responsible. What we have now is this gray area where several businesses share, for example, a common seating area. And I know that I have clients that are concerned about being involved in that. If someone were to hand beverages off to someone underage, who's responsible? Whereas under this law, then the operator of the lifestyle center would have licensed managers who would police those areas, and they have a license, so they can also be disciplined by the board.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just this idea that you've got multiple retail establishments that would sell, and you've got people who would be walking around with alcohol from multiple different retail establishments. And ultimately, if there's a violation, you got to be able to attribute it to someone or someone's, and that concerns me. And so my time is up for this round. And if anybody else has any further thoughts before I transition, well, I'll come back. Maybe I have another round, but I'll turn to Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, and thank all of you for your leadership throughout this whole year. I know it's been overwhelmingly persistent, and you've all been real leaders. So I'll just pick up where Chairman McDuffie left off around the enforcement. So, Mr. Klein, if a patron leaves a restaurant with a drink and then leaves the commercial lifestyle center, who then becomes liable for that enforcement? Is it the property managers going to be responsible for making sure no one leaves the premises? How will that work?
Yes, under those circumstances, if they're in the common area of the lifestyle center, yes, then we presume it would be the management. Keep in mind that the violation is knowingly allowing someone to leave with alcohol from an on-premise establishment. And you know, we've fought hard for the knowingly to be in there, because I mean, we can't station people at every exit to make sure people aren't leaving with alcohol. But I mean, if there's an issue, obviously it needs to be addressed, and it would seem the common area would be managed by the lifestyle center manager.
Okay, but in the worst case scenario, if something happened after that person left with the drink, does the liability of the operator who sold the beverage cut off at the time that the patron leaves?
No. For example, if they sold to someone who was intoxicated, then that liability, the offense was committed when they made the sale. And if they sold to someone underage, the same thing, that's when the offense was committed. I mean, it really depends upon the nature of the offense in terms of who's liable, but they don't escape liability simply because the person left their premises if they committed an act which is an offense while that person was on the premises.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then just continuing about the idea you had around the affirmative defenses for minors, I think it's a really interesting idea and seems very similar to how we treat workplace harassment. And I guess just wanted to give you a moment to elaborate on that a little bit more. Is that a suggestion, I assume, for all operators moving forward, not just as it relates to these new commercial lifestyle centers?
Yeah, this would be across the board. I mean, as I tried to point out, we think that good operators who train and police their employees or innocent victims in sale to underage. I try to not say sale to minors because most of these people are adults, they're 18 or older. But of the three actors, they're the least culpable. And it just fair that they have some way, other than somehow guaranteeing that this will never happen, to meet a standard where they wouldn't have liability.
Thank you. And then Cameron,
Yes.
if we could talk a little bit more about the cross ownership challenges, and we can ask this certainly to Director Musali, but why do you think that this limitation was initially contemplated to be included? Are there any benefits to limiting cross ownership?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And just if you could kind of address that and why you think it's important to remove this component.
So I don't know exactly what was included. If you read most of the district code, I think there's just been so many limits on licenses in the district, whether how many licenses you can hold, cross ownership on different types of licenses. So I think it might have been, in my view, possibly just a not thought through and a drafting error because it was following suit to tradition. What we see nationwide, there's third-party licenses in almost every state. And the cross ownership is not limited because it's not viewed as a fourth tier. It's viewed as part of that, retailer's license. So whether on-premise restaurant type retailer or off-premise retailer. And the benefits of having it is just that freedom of being able to deliver. First, you already have when you have cross ownership, even if it's kind of a third party independent company that you own, no matter how you legally set it up, the liability there is still very much on the retailer. So there's definitely benefits, in the sense from the city perspective of that cross ownership actually occurring. And then again, just from an economic standpoint, allowing businesses, be it on premise or off premise, to have that ability to set it up and do the delivery as they see fit, and what makes the most financial sense to them. And it's not anything against third-party delivery companies. I've used them personally for things. They definitely have a service and a benefit to the retailers on and off premise. However, the businesses should make that financial decision versus being forced to use a third-party company. So, and I just think there's just the liability benefit there's too for the city to have that ownership. And we've been doing it for a while in the city, and there hasn't been a problem.
Well, thank you so much. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think in your testimony, you talked about raising the cap from 1 to 3. What was your thinking around having 3 be the limit as opposed to not having a limit?
So we mostly just because we know that's a big step for the city. It's been a while. I mean, and again, we focus on the type of license we have. We're not against other increases for the regular, A and B licenses, but we thought it was a little disingenuous for us to ask for something we don't have. But we obviously are completely supportive of that at the same time. Generally, it's just, this has been there since the Prohibition era, the limits on licenses. And we thought that might just be a leap the city wasn't ready for. So to be honest, that's why we kept it as something 3, which we thought it's a bigger number and reasonable for the size of the city. Obviously, we're not against an unlimited number.
Okay, thank you. And the last minute here, Kathy and Mark, what do you think about having a standardized cup that we use for patrons who are leaving an establishment, so that it makes enforcement easier for the property managers, the commercial lifestyle centers, and make sure that we're using environmentally safe options?
So I'm gonna let Mark probably answer that in more detail, but I'll just give the overarching. We absolutely love how creative this thinking is, but anything that's going to add an additional requirement or burden or policing, we just always have to be mindful of that. They're already, during COVID, they're policing quite a bit already, but I don't see any issue with that. I do want to think about if it's a certain type and the requirement is that the establishment versus the property owner is providing it. We just have to think about cost and additional oversight responsibility that would fall on the small business.
I certainly concur with that. Council member, I believe there's a provision in the commercial lifestyle center licensing that branded cups are required from specific venues. There's no requirement as to their environmental status, but I believe, and Director Musali can speak to this during his testimony, I believe that the cups are required to be branded.
Right, with their relative establishment. As opposed, I'm talking about the idea of having one standardized cup for all, but I hear those concerns around cost and oversight. Okay, I'm out of time this round, but thank you all so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I appreciate it, Councilmember Prince. I do want to ask, though, just along those lines, part of the bill says that partially consumed bottle or other container of wine or spirits that is to be removed from the premises shall be securely resealed by the licensee or its employee before removal from the premises. It goes on to say the partially consumed bottle or other container shall be placed in a bag or other closed container that is secured in such a manner that is visibly apparent if the closed container has been subsequently opened or that a person has tampered with the closed container. It's a lot, but it's in the bill. Is that already being done, or would that be something new that establishments would have to comply with?
That's already being done with respect to wine. That was the whole wine doggy bag provision that our AMW pushed for a number of years ago, and the council passed, and has worked quite well in that it discourages overconsumption when there's alcohol left in the bottle, be it wine or spirits in this case, and as a consumer and business friendly provision, we think.
Okay, and then it also says that the licensee or its employee shall provide a dated receipt for the bottle or other container of wine or spirits which shall be attached to the closed container. Is that something that's already being done? Or
Yeah,
that's already being done.
This
Okay.
mimics the wine doggy bag. Yes.
Let me ask a more open-ended question. In terms of the provisions that are in this bill, it's a 40-page bill. Are there any specific new provisions that are not currently being done by licensed establishments, or that creates a new license category that you all think need to be refined, or specific questions we should focus on as a committee for the director to try to hash out on this hearing?
So Andrew, I'm gonna, tee this off to you a little bit, but outside of the lifestyle piece of it, there are requirements or considerations around training, which we would love the director to be able to either address or talk about afterwards to better understand why there's the mandatory need, which I spoke to in my testimony. But with lifestyle in particular, my understanding, Andrew, is that everything was built upon what was already put in place with wine. I think Andrew's probably better equipped to answer that, but I do have concerns around mandatory requirements that are in here outside of the lifestyle licensee.
Mr. Klein, anything you want to?
Yeah, I mean, we think that, I think Kathy said it, but we think that training, we went through this years ago on alcohol awareness, and actually the trainers, the companies that train, said that they believe that the carrot is more effective than the stick because you get better buy-in and participation from those that are being trained. And as Kathy said in her testimony, we've seen that successfully employed in Montgomery County. So we would, we support more training, but we question whether it should be mandatory. In terms of other requirements, we think this is a great bill. It provides a lot of opportunity as we move into recovery. So, we almost overwhelmingly support it with a couple of nits, as I think we pointed out.
Okay. Anybody else? Anything specific beyond what you've already testified to that's in the bill that we should take note of and be sure to cover when the director comes up later in the hearing?
Councilmember, you'll notice in our file testimony and regarding the question you just asked about the doggy bag for a wine and now extended to spirits, that is limited in the legislation to CRs, like restaurant licensees. And we operate under the philosophy that the distinction between license classes has increasingly blurred over time as restaurants are bars, bars are restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. So we had a legislative briefing with Chairman Musali and his leadership team. And we believe that the ABC board may be willing to support extending that to CTs as well, that opportunity. But we also point out in our testimony that we believe it should be extended also to CNs that operate restaurant facilities, just like we have several of our members and affiliates are participating in the carry out and delivery program throughout the pandemic, and that we see it more about food service, the doggy bag provision, not related to the vagaries of license classes. But we discussed that in our file testimony, and would invite you to review that if you would.
Yep, we have it. I appreciate that. And let me ask about enforcement. Any concerns about enforcement thus far over the pandemic from ABRA, from any of you all? Concerns or compliments. I just want to get a sense of how, as we look to continue to reopen and recover, and we continue to push for higher capacity, more opportunities to do business and rehire workers. Are there any concerns around enforcement?
Actually, I would make the point, if I may, that while the enforcement has been rational and educational in many cases to help, especially in the early days, to help to assist licensees. I think the real thing to point out about compliance is that there have been so few violations, that this industry has been consistent and deliberate about creating and maintaining safe and appropriate environments throughout the pandemic. And so, yes, ABRA deserves praise for the way that they've approached that. But I want to just give a shout out to the industry and to operators and venues and staff as a whole for being utterly exemplary and compliance and maintaining safe environments for patrons and staff.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, please.
Sorry, I was just going to add that interestingly, through enforcement, ABRA enforcement, we've actually heard from operators who have said that they were incredibly instructive, unlike other agencies that would show up and try to enforce on something that wasn't even allowed at the time during COVID anyway. So, that is a shout out to the director, because his agency was actually very helpful while they were coming out to enforce, to actually instruct and help them get through another issue that was not even within their agency. So that was incredibly helpful during a fragile time.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you all's testimony about reopening and the need to do so. I will note, there's an article that came out today about, and maybe this is directed at Mark Lee as coordinator of DC Nightlife Council. I saw an article about DC entertainment venues requesting that the executive list capacity limits, I think by July 1. And I asked about enforcement, and it just made me think about, concerns that people might have that, reopening too fast could bring about this sort of parade of horribles. How might you respond to folks who think that moving too fast could be endanger the public and the safety? And I've always said the guiding principle should be to keep people safe. But in doing that, we can also move more quickly to lay out a plan, a step-by-step guide for what these industries should be planning for, how they're going to rehire workers, and what capacity increases are going to look like over a certain period of time. That article says July 1. I wanted to give you an opportunity to see if you wanted to share any thoughts about doing that, and any criticism that might come from folks who thinks that's ambitious.
I think that you got it exactly right in the letter that you and Councilmember Pinto wrote to the mayor. What is needed most, it's not so much the date, it's just we need a roadmap. We need a pathway. We need to know, as Kathy has often said, we can't turn around on a dime. It takes a while to ramp up, to hire staff, to bring in goods for services, food stuffs, alcohol, and just to prepare to do it. So what is most important, and you got it entirely right, which is we just need a roadmap. We need to know what we're planning for. The metrics are all going in an incredibly positive way, and there's no reason to believe that there will be a reversal there. So we're at a point where we have the opportunity and the luxury of being able to give people a sense of what that time frame is, what that roadmap is, and how we can prepare and move forward to reopening in a fuller way, which is critical for businesses. Many businesses are literally hanging off the edge of a financial cliff by their fingernails at this point, and I'm not sure that everybody appreciates that. And so we need to move forward. We need to be real, and we need to have a roadmap and a timetable. And thank you for making that point in your letter to the mayor.
Okay, all right. And to be clear, I mean, are artists and folks in that industry going to other places? Are they going to Maryland, Virginia? Are they performing at venues that have reopened?
A lot of our entertainment and nightlife establishments, bars and nightclubs, are very concerned about how many people are going to, particularly Northern Virginia, to spend their dollars and to seek in their nights out and their entertainment and to socialize with their friends. And the fact that we're so far behind in terms of safe reopening protocols that they worry about the longevity of that change of habit. And for people in Northern Virginia who would have come typically into the district, whether that habit will be broken because now they're better acquainted with venues closer to their home, and what impact that will have on the economic contribution that our industry can continue to make moving forward.
All right, I'm well over my time. Any final thoughts before I move to the next panel? I know
Sorry, I have one final thought, Chairman.
Sure.
Just slightly different because, of course, I feel for nightlife so much. But I think one thing that is always forgotten is that in the restaurant industry, we never closed fully. And, there has to be some faith and confidence, recognizing that very, very early on, we had to create the protocol and create safe spaces and think about how we were going to take care of our guests, employees, and ownership. But that somewhat is lost in translation as we're in this position to reopen. So I do commend you and Councilmember Pinto for separately and collectively pushing this message forward, because that is something we had to do in March as we were pivoting. We were thinking about safety and our employees and our guests, and we are in a position to do this safely in a much more aggressive way.
So thank you to each of you. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Pinto for a final round before we move to the next panel of public witnesses. Thank you each. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. That's okay. I know we have a lot of public witnesses today, so I'm happy to move on, but want to echo your thanks and gratitude for all of you for your leadership and partnership.
I believe we may have been joined by Councilmember Gray. I see a Councilmember label on my screen, and I know that he's always been really active in the committee's hearings. And so if you have something you want to add before I transition, maybe not. Okay. I'm going to ask staff to transition to the next panel of public witnesses. Thank you again for each of your testimony here this morning. I really appreciate your input.
Thank you.
I have next, according to my list, is actually, you know what? I'm just going to let staff take care of that. I think they do a much better job when I'm not calling names necessarily, since you all know who's already available and ready to testify. See John Guggenmoos. Keith Schimmel. Morgan Williams. Paul Androne. Kristen Barton. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3. Joe Sternlieb is present, 2, 4. Let me explain a little bit more. We'll begin just shortly. Okay. All right. Good morning to each of you. I appreciate you all's patience in being here with the committee today. We're going to begin with John Guggenmoos, who's our owner of Number 9 and Trade.
Thank you, Committee Chairman McDuffie and Councilmember Pinto and staff for letting me talk to you today, the committee. I moved to the district almost 32 years ago, and I've been fortunate enough to hold a dozen liquor licenses over the 31 years in all classes: restaurants, tavern, nightclub. My third term as the vice chair of Logan Circle ANC 2F, the chair of the Logan Circle Small Business Recovery Committee, and the board chair of the DC Nightlife Council. And although my testimony doesn't represent the ANC 2F, it does represent my 32 years of industry experience, the 16 restaurants, bars, taverns in my SMD, and essentially would be the same testimony for the 4 that have already closed. And while I've never been able to fit my testimony into the time allowed when I've testified in front of council, let me get straight to the point. The streeteries and expanded outdoor areas need to be permanent beyond 2021. And it needs to exist without limitations. We look forward to providing our suggestions to the committee and to Councilmember Pinto, but ending or hampering the streeteries would damage one of the 2 biggest lifelines the city gave us. expanding the outdoor areas, and the bridge grant. Receiving the funds from the bridge grant was humbling, but as I've been told, there's little appetite for a targeted sales tax holiday and reduction or an annual capital allotment grant. So making streeteries permanent would be a low-cost way for the city to enhance not only the city's revenue, the operators, and the industry that feeds those venues. It also moves the district closer to that vibrant cafe culture, and as crime has gone up, we know that our presence at night is a deterrent. And if you're lucky enough to receive one of the restaurant, and I'll say if you're lucky enough, that only recapitalizes. It does cover the February indoor closures and the on-capacity 5%. Financially sustainable business model for a small independence is elusive at best.
We are losing your signal.
Forecast.
I'm not sure if anybody
still
else.
in dire condition.
John,
However, we remain steadfast.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I
Yes.
was having trouble hearing you. I think your signal was coming in and out. I want to make sure you've submitted your written testimony, just because I want to make sure we capture everything. So if you can just confirm that you've already submitted written testimony.
Yes, I have.
How about you try turning your screen off for the remainder of your testimony? We paused your clock, so you've got about 43 seconds left, but
Okay.
I just want to make sure we can hear the rest of your testimony. So you can go ahead and start with the rest of your testimony.
Sure. I'm so sorry.
No worries. You've got about 43 more seconds left.
It's never been easy to make money in the nightlife or restaurant industry. Just about to go out of business or be the headline, even in the best of times. But an independent operator sees only 4% profit. And so if everything goes well, there are no blizzards, no heavy rain, there's no spike in citrus prices, that means we see 4 cents on a dollar. So even paying back the loans and the economic disaster loans are going to be just decades to come. Nine has participated in one of the government surveys. We're contacted, we're mandated, and this was the Small Business Pulse survey conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau. And they state that this is high frequency, detailed information on the challenges of small businesses that include operationals, finances, requests for receipts, vaccines, capital expenditures, etc. And the district has never scored above the national average. And in fact, this past week, we're 41.1% versus the national average of 26.8% of overall negative effect. The recovery isn't over. It won't stop with herd immunity. And we look forward to working with the proposed legislation and any regulation that would reduce our costs, make alcohol takeout permanent, put us on a level playing field with Virginia and Maryland, including liability reform and making streeteries permanent. And Councilman, if you just indulge me for 1 second.
I'll give you about another 20 seconds given the technical difficulties, but if you can make it brief though.
Oh, absolutely. This is really off topic, but really we don't get a chance in a public way to thank you for what you've done, for the way of just being there for us. And in 50 years, when they write the history of all of COVID for the district, I mean, when they get to recovery, you and Councilmember Pinto are going to have a big chapter. It wasn't always both of you, but I mean, it wasn't only you, but it's always been you. And we just don't have a chance to thank you. Usually it's just the bad that gets forwarded onto your office. So I just wanted to take that moment to personally thank you.
Okay, let me know if you need any more time. I'm just joking. No, I appreciate it. Sincerely appreciate it. And, I'm sure Councilmember Pinto does as well. Let me turn next to, let me see who we got. We got Morgan Williams is next on the list. And thank you for being present this morning. You can begin your testimony. Actually.
Just want to confirm audio.
Yep, we can hear you. Thanks,
Okay.
Appreciate it.
My name is Morgan Williams. I'm one of the owners of Georgetown Piano Bar, live music venue I opened in Georgetown in 2014, offering sing-along and dueling piano from local musicians nightly. Aside from my stake in Georgetown Piano Bar, I serve on the board of directors of the Georgetown BID, and I'm, through my business, a member of the Citizens Association of Georgetown. I want to address up front my testimony here today is only as an owner of Georgetown Piano Bar. I appreciate the hard work of the BID, the CAG, their staff, and volunteers these past few weeks, along with the ANC 2E, to discuss the reopened Washington, D.C. alcoholic beverage regulation amendment. And I just am going to refer to that as reopened D.C. bill from here on out. I generally support the reopened D.C. bill, but have two recommendations that I'd like the committee to consider. First, with regards to the removal of the cap tavern licenses in Georgetown, I've used one of the 6 Georgetown tavern licenses at Georgetown Piano Bar for almost 10 years now. Up until COVID, business was all right, but surviving COVID pandemic has been quite a challenge. You know, yes, there are grants available, but they've all been available piecemeal, leaving many gap weeks, coming with many strings, and some grants can only be used for inventory, others for payroll, but not benefits. And there are many weeks during 2020 that the end simply didn't meet. Pause and say Georgetown Piano Bar offers healthcare, dental, and retirement to all our full-time staff and their families. We use DC HealthLink Exchange and continued to provide these benefits while staff was furloughed last summer. The only reason we survived as a business and have been able to retain our staff is basically because of this tavern license that we've collateralized. It's one asset that's allowed us to keep the bank and landlord at bay during this health emergency and to maintain health coverage throughout the entire time. To suddenly devalue the asset completely by eliminating the cap would cripple us financially, and we would be instantly underwater. I know you have a lot to consider, but live entertainment venues like ours have been the hardest hit. Everybody agrees businesses like ours will the first close and are going to be the last to open. To make the change that suddenly, that hurts the businesses that were hardest hit to begin with, right as we're getting a vaccine and seeing the end of the light, it's really, I don't think, the intent of the bill. So would the committee please consider amending the bill to allow the 6 current Georgetown tavern licenses to pay reduced or no sales and use tax for up to 36 months post-approval of the bill, with a total cap of the 36 months sum total paid in tax pre the pandemic, so March 2020 back. Normally this might seem offensive, but these are not normal times. So we employ local musicians and provide steady jobs and benefits to them and their families. So, you know, what's the cost of the district when we all go bankrupt and then there's nobody giving musicians steady jobs in the district? Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Paul Androne. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. Good morning, Washington, D.C. My name is Paul Andron. I'm a 12-year resident of the district, and over the past decade, I've witnessed the incredible renaissance of our city and watched it become one of the world's greatest. A couple years ago, my family and I were visiting Paris. We took a walk along the banks of the Seine, where we passed groups of people, families, and friends relaxing at picnic tables in the summer sun with baguettes, cheese, and yes, in public, open bottles of wine. Returning to the district after that trip, we were inspired by that walk along the Seine and planned our own picnic in the park. So we grabbed some cheese and crackers, emptied a bottle of fine wine into a plastic Nalgene bottle, grabbed a couple of red plastic Solo cups and hid everything in a paper bag. Then we headed down to the Yards Park, spread out our picnic blanket, looked around to see if there were any police in the area, and surreptitiously poured the wine into the plastic cups to enjoy our picnic. I'm kidding, of course. We didn't do any of that because it would have been illegal under our current puritanical laws, and I'm a law-abiding citizen. The impact of the global pandemic has been terrible for so many reasons, but there have been some silver linings that have opened our eyes to alternative approaches to food and drink. I love the streeteries and off-premises sales. They're great creative solutions to help the restaurant and bar owners. What I'd like to propose today is an amendment to the bill that addresses the other half of the equation, the consumers. My concept is very simple. Think of it as like Park Mobile for open alcoholic beverages. Residents over 21 would register their DC driver's license in an app on their mobile device. Then they would purchase a permit for $1 or $2 to consume alcoholic beverages in public in certain designated areas or zones. Just like parking, these zones could be identified by number and be scalable from as small as a single picnic table in Georgetown to an entire area like the yards, the waterfront, U, H, or 14th Street. The time of day or night could also be easily adjusted based on the particular circumstances of that zone or event. Such a system would be both safe and controlled method of giving adults freedom to abide in public without hiding their drinks in a paper bag like they currently do, and at the same time generate a huge amount of revenue for the city. Finally, I could buy a can of beer at a bar, open it, and walk out the door and down the street with my friends without fear of reprisal. I could even plan a picnic in a park with a bottle of wine poured into real wine glasses. Under this construct, the onus would be on me, the consumer, rather than the restaurant, bar, or distributor to hold an active permit and remain within the appropriate zone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions you have and work with you on details of the proposal.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn next to Kristen Barden, Executive Director of Adams Morgan Partnership BID. And good morning to you. Good to see you in your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Kristen Barden. I'm the Executive Director of the Adams Morgan Partnership BID. Adams Morgan Partnership I'll use in my testimony today. I've been in this position since November 2009, and I'd like to thank Chairman McDuffie for holding this hearing. I'm here today to testify in support of Bill 240044, the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021, with some suggestions to make the proposals more equitable. I would like to thank Mayor Bowser for transmitting this legislation to the council. As the district continues to reopen, the Reopen DC bill is critical to providing flexibility to businesses that have struggled through the pandemic. The Reopen DC bill's innovative approach to alcohol regulation should play an important role in the district's rebuilding its economy. The Reopen DC bill seeks to extend the successful outdoor streetery dining program by continuing the program for the remainder of calendar year 2021, as well as 22 and 23. The Adams Morgan Partnership has hosted a streetery permit for businesses in the 2300 and 2400 blocks of 18th Street Northwest since June 2020. And we have assisted a dozen other restaurants to get parklit streetery permits since then. The outdoor extension of dining has been critical to our businesses during the pandemic. It has allowed them to keep their doors open and keep staff members employed. This creative use of public space is essential to restoring and keeping our commercial corridors vibrancy, and we are 100% supportive of its continuance. For calendar year 2021, the Reopen DC bill proposes to continue the outdoor streetery program for the entire calendar year at no cost to licensed alcohol establishments, which we support 100%. For calendar years 22 and 23, the Reopen DC bill proposes to allow outdoor streeteries to occur between May 1st and October 25th for these 2 years with a registration fee of $100. These dates should be expanded to year-round and let the businesses decide when they want to open and close, since the DC area gets warm days through November and certainly in March and April. The district's current alcohol laws allow licensees to apply to utilize outdoor space on a permanent basis throughout the year. So this makes sense that the streeteries would follow the same laws. The registration fee should be waived for another 2 years to allow businesses to fully recover from the impacts of the pandemic. The Reopen DC bill proposes the creation of a commercial lifestyle license that would allow patrons to walk around and consume alcohol on private space purchased from on-premise retailers within predefined boundaries under certain conditions. The commercial lifestyle license is proposed to be held by a commercial owners association who would be responsible for providing adequate security and signage at areas of ingress and egress to reinforce public consumption laws. Limiting this license class to only private space is unequitable and creates winners and losers by only allowing some neighborhoods to have this across DC and others not. This license class should be expanded to public space that is similarly managed by a business improvement district or other ownership groups with similar abilities to hire security, buy insurance, install signage, and keep the area clean. The cleaning capacity should be an important factor in determining license eligibility. The Reopen DC bill seeks to encourage creative and flexible business models by allowing restaurants and taverns through additional licensing to sell alcoholic beverages.
Wanted to let you know that your time has expired. I'll give you a little bit more time when I start my round to get the rest of those thoughts out. If you want to summarize really quickly.
Yeah, sure. So, I was just going to say that the off-premise distribution has been an important tool to our business survival and should become permanent law. Thank you.
And thank you for that. I appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Joe Sternlieb, your colleague at the Georgetown bid. It's good to see you. You can your testimony whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Council Member. I just lost my, let me just pull up the right one here. Good morning, Council Member McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm Joe Sternlieb, the CEO of the Georgetown Business Improvement District. I'm testifying this morning on the proposed removal of the statutory tavern license cap in Georgetown. In response to the proposed legislation, the Georgetown BID, ANC 2E, and the Citizens Association of Georgetown organized a community working group to try to reach consensus on the question of tavern licenses in Georgetown. This process served our community well in 2015 when our organizations negotiated a community consensus position to eliminate the CR license cap. I am pleased to report that we have agreed on a recommendation for amending tavern license regulations in Georgetown. All of us appreciate the mayor's effort to creatively change the way we have traditionally done things in the district to assist with the economic recovery. We also appreciate your leadership, Councilmember McDuffie, along with your colleagues, to look at issues like the ones before you today to help us all bounce back quickly while still protecting community interests. Finally, the BID very much wants to make sure that Georgetown is treated the same way as other neighborhoods around the city. Georgetown has had a statutory cap on tavern licenses for 27 years and is the only neighborhood in the district with a statutory cap on a class of liquor license. All other caps are imposed by the ABC board in rulemakings and have periodically been reviewed by the board. This is one of the reasons why the mayor suggested removing the Georgetown tavern cap so that regulatory oversight would align with how it is handled everywhere else in the District of Columbia. Over the last 27 years, the conditions in Georgetown that gave rise to the statutory cap have changed, and the district's hospitality industry has grown and expanded throughout the city. During this time, because the cap is statutory, there's been no opportunity for the community to revisit the cap and evaluate whether it should be changed in any sense. We support the proposal to eliminate the statutory cap on tavern licenses in Georgetown under the condition that the ABC board should regulate Georgetown tavern licenses through a new cap and moratorium that increases the number from 6 to 12 and remains in place for a period of 3 years. At the end of the 3 years, the ABC board, hopefully with extensive community input, can decide whether to extend, amend, or end the moratorium. I've been advised this morning that it is legal for the council to sunset legislation contingent on a specific trigger. So we request that your committee amend the Georgetown Tavern provision in the bill before you to make the removal of the Georgetown Tavern license cap effective upon adoption by the ABC board of a rulemaking to increase the cap to 12 tavern licenses for a period of 3 years. Our 3 organizations are in the process of formally petitioning the ABC board to pass this rulemaking and hope that it will move expeditiously to do so after receiving our petition. We would be happy to work with council staff to craft the language to achieve the consensus goal of our community. This structure will allow for additional economic activity in Georgetown and reduce barriers to entry, while also ensuring that additional tavern licenses do not have negative impacts on the residential community. Further, a regulatory moratorium will allow for a regular review period that allows the community to evaluate the impacts of change and revise the moratorium if and when necessary. On a separate issue, we encourage the committee to consider giving the mayor greater flexibility on the seasonal dates of streeteries in public space in 2022 and 2023. We suggest that you craft the language to allow streeteries to begin as early as April 1st instead of May 1st and end as late as mid-November at the mayor's discretion. We believe these dates are sufficiently outside the snow season and that the weather can be comfortable for outdoor dining and pedestrian activity during this longer period. Finally, we fully support the reappointment of Fred Musali We've worked with Fred over his tenure and found him to be extremely
Mr.
professional.
Stern, I just want to encourage you to summarize.
Sure.
Have your time.
I'm on my last phrase. Just found him to be professional, responsive, and creative in all the issues and questions we've had for the board over the years. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you. I appreciate it. We have a few more folks on this panel. If we could have, I think we got, we've been joined by a couple of NCs and Civic Association leadership. So I'm going to turn next to Tara Sagrada. Yeah, I think I pronounced that. President, Citizens Association of Georgetown. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie, and hi to Councilmember Pinto. It's great to see you this morning. My name is Tara Secreta Parker. I am the president of the Citizens Association of CAG, or Georgetown, which is also known as CAG. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We're actually the oldest citizens association in the country. We're 143 years old. And CAG represents over 800 residential households in the Georgetown neighborhood and is growing rapidly. I am aware of the 3-minute time frame that I have, so we have submitted written testimony for your consideration. But I have 2 main points that I want to focus on today. The first being the Georgetown Tavern license cap should not be eliminated but amended from 6 to 12 tavern licenses. And the second point is that unregulated expansion into outdoor space, specifically into summer gardens and sidewalk cafes, should not be permitted. First, the Georgetown Tavern license cap would eliminate the long-standing limit on the number of tavern licenses available in the Georgetown Historic District, an issue uniquely applicable to Georgetown. As Joe just mentioned, in March, CAG, the ANC2E, and the BID formed a task force, and we held 2 public listening sessions to carefully consider the adoption of B2444. This task force was able to reach a consensus. We want to request that the ABC board impose a moratorium that would limit the number of tavern licenses in Georgetown to 12. If the moratorium is not available, then we request a legislative amendment from 6 to 12 licenses. We're all in agreement on that. Second, I'd like to talk about the expansion into outdoor space. The bill allows for the unregulated expansion of outdoor operations of pop-ups and streeteries into summer gardens and sidewalk cafes near residences without giving the neighbors, CAG, or ANCs an opportunity to be heard. For 2.5 years, until December 2023, the bill would allow licensees in commercial or mixed-use zones to sell, serve, and permit the consumption of alcoholic beverages on new or expanded temporary ground floor or street-level outdoor public or private space not listed on its existing license. This expansion into outdoor space specifically includes summer gardens and sidewalk cafes adjacent to residential properties. Licensees would simply register with the ABC board and/or DDOT, pay $100, and immediately begin operating in this new or expanded outdoor space from 6 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. There is currently a system in place that provides a path to compromise through mediation and negotiation. The system allows licensees successfully to operate while balancing residential considerations. However, if this bill passes as written, the residents, CAG, and ANCs will have no notice or opportunity for input about the new use or expansion. There will be no chance to review the licensee's operating history or compliance with prior settlement agreements or ABRA regulations. In short, residents will have no opportunity or avenue to be heard to shield themselves from environmental impacts such as noise and congestion. I know I'm out of time, and I'll wrap up quickly by saying that a proper balance must be struck between economic development and the quality of residential life. Therefore, CAG respectfully requests amending the bill so it achieves the proper balance between economics and livability. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Rick Murphy, Chair ANC2E. Good morning, and you can proceed with your testimony. You're still muted.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Pinto, and members of your staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am the chair of ANC 2E, Georgetown. The commercial core of Georgetown has long been home to a wide variety of dining and entertainment establishments. Over the course of the last 15 months, those establishments have suffered mightily. That being the case, we generally support the adoption of B24-044, the bill, but we believe at least two elements of the proposed legislation merit more careful consideration. One of those elements, provisions that would expedite licensee expansion into public or private space adjacent to residences, has implications for neighborhoods all over the District of Columbia. The other, which would eliminate the long-standing limit on the number of tavern licenses available in the Georgetown Historic District, is uniquely applicable to Georgetown. With respect to the licensee expansion, ANC 2E applauds what we understand to be the goal of the bill. That is to support the district's recovery and provide innovative approaches to help rebuild the district's economy. Maintaining and enhancing the quality of life in all neighborhoods is, however, an equally important economic goal that should not be sacrificed in the process of bringing our city back. ANC 2E is concerned that the provisions of the bill designed to encourage the proliferation of pop-ups and streeteries, a term that includes both summer gardens and sidewalk cafes, could have the unintended consequence of making residential neighborhoods citywide less livable. Finding the proper balance will be a challenge, but it can be achieved. The bill extends programs first implemented on an emergency basis that allows licensees to expand onto unused space in close proximity to residents, even immediately adjacent, without giving neighbors or the community's representatives an opportunity to object and negotiate for safeguards that would protect the quality of life in the community. While there may have been a need to move quickly at the onset of the pandemic, there is no demonstrated need to extend what could fairly be described as a suspension of the rights of nearby residents for at least 2.5 more years. If the bill is enacted as written, the holder of an ABRA license will need do nothing more than register and pay $100 to begin operating a streetery or a pop-up on heretofore unoccupied property immediately adjacent to residents at any time between now and December 21, 2023. The residents and the organizations that represent them would be denied any opportunity to negotiate for safeguards to protect their homes from the noise and disruption. The system that's now in place may be cumbersome, but it works, and we wind up with settlement agreements that protect both the residents and the businesses who can thrive under that system. We ask the council to reconsider this aspect and find maybe a more expeditious way, but a fair way to deal with expansion. With respect to the Georgetown license cap, I reiterate that we have come together as a community to propose a solution to the concerns we all have about lifting the cap completely without providing some sort of interim step to see how things work. We agree, we ask the council to amend the cap to move it up to 12, but to remove the cap entirely if a way can be worked out to shift responsibility for the cap to the ABRA board.
Commissioner, I want to just let you know you're about 50 seconds over if you want to just.
I'm finished, Chairman McDuffie. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think we have one more commissioner. I thought maybe I got that wrong. Oh. Okay.
Good, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I thought we had one more person, but I don't see the person. So I'm going to stop right there. And I appreciate the testimonies. There's a lot of good stuff that was presented by this panel, and it's quite a bit to unpack. I'm actually going to turn, because of some of the testimony I heard from the stakeholders in Georgetown. Councilmember Prince, I'm going to turn and let you get your round first on this one. And then I'll follow up with a round of questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman. And thank you all very much for your testimony. Great to see you all here. So starting with the streeteries issue, and Commissioner Guggenmoos, I know you spoke at the beginning about how these have really been a lifeline, and one of the dates contemplated now is that streeteries will be opened for the late spring and summer months. From your perspective, as well as Mr. Sternly, were the streeteries seeing a lot of patrons throughout the winter months as well? Do you think that it's necessary to limit the availability of streeteries to the warmer months, given our climate in DC is hopefully, knock on wood, we don't have usually too brisk of winters?
I thank you for the question. And, you know, there were people that were sitting out on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon in February. We have, you know, we routinely can get into the 80s. I've been here when it's been 95 in March. March has been some of our best months, period, for a number of the industries here, because people are just starting to get out, you know, from the winter. We have the cherry blossoms in April. And then you get into the fundamental things of what are we going to do? Break down the planters, move hundreds of pounds of dirt, move everything into storage to then reassemble it. You know, there is a balance we can strike with the residents, but economically, it really doesn't make much sense to do that, even from a cost perspective, and sales are happening.
My sense is that this isn't a demand issue, Councilmember, but it's a management issue from the city's perspective. I haven't spoken specifically to the folks who crafted this provision, but one of the things that we had to negotiate with the city over the streeteries in Georgetown, and especially the deck extensions that are being installed now, has to do with the snow removal. There's a real fear that the city doesn't have the ability to remove snow if there are streeteries in place, because a snowplow clipping the end of a streetery deck or the concrete just do enormous damage to everything going on. There's no place to put the snow. And that was the big concern that the city had about our program. And I'm going to assume that that has a lot to do with why they picked the dates that they did. So that it was outside. We suggested coming back about a month into April and going, you know, into mid or late November. But if it could be worked out that snow removal could be engineered in such a way that you could leave the streeteries, there will be demand all winter long.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you. And I wonder if, from the perspective of the restaurants, if the onus of removing their own snow would be less burdensome than having to break down and figure out storage space, which of course not all restaurants have. So, okay, thank you for that. And then Ms. Parker and Commissioner Murphy, well, nice to see you both. If you can speak a little bit more, I'm assuming, and it sounds like some of the concerns around streeteries are less around which months they're allowed and more about the processes by which approvals are going to be made. If you can elaborate a little bit more on what types of concerns you're hearing from residents. Is it mostly a parking issue? Is it a noise issue? What's the most kind of prevalent concern you've been hearing?
Well, I'll go first on that. First off, one of the problems we have here is one of nomenclature. The term streeteries has become sort of an all-encompassing term for expansion into the outdoors. But it encompasses not only expanding restaurant service into streets, and streeteries, but also expanding service into sidewalk cafes, which is on public space, and summer gardens in private space. And thereby hangs the problem. I can think of at least 7 locations in my single member district where if this bill becomes law, we'll have for the next 2.5 years a circumstance where a restaurateur could open up into space not previously allowed that abuts, literally abuts, residential housing. So without any opportunity to negotiate or even discuss operating hours, noise control, the various sorts of things that appear in settlement agreements under the current ABRA process. My constituents could have fine dining or, just drinking and music going on right under their bedroom windows. It's one of those things where sometimes the solution could be worse than the disease. And I hope the council will take a hard look at this. Perhaps there are ways to expedite the system of licensing so that it doesn't take as long as it does under the current system, but the neighbors and their representatives should not be shut out in this way.
Yeah, and I would just concur with Rick's comments and just say, CAG has no interest in a protracted proceeding or cumbersome bureaucracy. I mean, we simply want a proceeding that is both expeditious and that affords an opportunity for citizen engagement. We do have a process now. It is cumbersome, but it does work and it allows for the citizens, to voice their concerns. And so we want to retain that right.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll just note about the tavern cap raise, how appreciative I am as the Ward 2 council member and also a member of this committee for the fact that you all have worked together on this and negotiated something that makes sense to each of your constituencies with the BID and ANC2E and CAG and others. So thank you for that work. In the last couple of moments here, I want to give anybody an opportunity to comment on, I think we've lost the gentleman who spoke about the idea of allowing individual residents without restaurant to use public spaces to consume alcohol, and see if anybody has thoughts, if they support that idea and expansion, or if there are other concerns you'd like to highlight for the record.
Yeah, this is Kristen Barden. I would say that was an interesting idea about having a, like a park mobile model. I guess I would like to hear sort of more of that idea fleshed out. But I do want to go back to the issue of the dates of the streetery. I do think there is demand year round for them. We had patrons sitting out in our streeteries throughout the winter. And they only really closed when it got below freezing. So I do think those dates should be expanded.
Thank you very much. I think I'm out of time. So thank you all, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and to the witnesses. I think you touched on some of the questions I would have otherwise touched on here. I think, having worked on the streetery legislation and the extension with Councilmember Pinto and speaking extensively with Director Musali and ABRA, I think it's important to point out, I mean, the whole purpose when the mayor proposed it, I think it's part of just an array of programs that the government, through the council and the executive, have put in place, which are designed to really help restaurants and other businesses recoup from the loss during the pandemic. And I think that's important. But I also think that it shouldn't foreclose the idea about doing it beyond the date that we have in the legislation. But I think this dialogue is extraordinarily important to make sure we're hearing from all sides of this issue, both from the perspective of the bids and the other leadership in the business community, workers, and as well as the community, residents, ANC, civic association, and people who are impacted by the decisions that we make in this respect. And so I do appreciate that you all have provided this testimony, and we plan to stay engaged with you all. Since this is a permanent bill, we've got some time to continue to try to refine it to the extent that is necessary, we see fit to do so. So I appreciate you all adding your voices to this issue. I don't have any questions for the panel. I do have written testimony, I think, from everybody on this panel, but if for some reason you all have not or would like to add something in addition to what you've already provided, I would encourage you to do so. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to turn next to the next panel. And I don't think we ever got a couple of ANCs. I think Lisa Palmer, Vice Chair of ANC 2E, and Salim Adolfo, Chair ANC 8C. So check to see if either have arrived. If they're here, we'll go ahead and add them. If not, we're going to keep moving forward. Zach Hoffman, who is a Ward 5 ANC, but it looks like he's here in his capacity as Executive Vice President of DC Bar and Restaurant Workers Alliance. Good to see you, Commissioner. We're going to turn next to Brian Vandenover, I think, who's with Red Bear Brewing Company. Let's see who else the committee. I see Leah Chesson. I also see Jared Fackrell, who's owner of Capital Cider House. Okay, it looks like the commissioner may have sent a note to staff, so and that her testimony was incorporated into the comments from ANC Chair of 2E, Rick Murphy. So thank you for the note to update us, Commissioner Palmer. All right, I'm just going to call some names. It looks like the staff has brought a number of folks in for this panel, and it is good to see you all. We're going to begin with Zach Hoffman. Good morning. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Absolutely. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, council members and committee staff, for allowing me to speak with you today. This morning, I'm speaking on behalf of the DC Bar and Restaurant Workers Alliance. We are an inclusive, worker-driven platform providing protection, empowerment, advocacy, and tangible services to the bar and restaurant workforce. I serve as Executive Vice President of our organization, and my testimony today will reflect the opinions of my organization and its members. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, bars and restaurants have suffered greatly, and in turn, so has the workforce. Multiple times, the DC Council has passed incredibly helpful pieces of emergency legislation that dramatically changed the way our operations could pivot during this difficult time. Many of these changes were thought as pipe dreams or simply too cumbersome to pass into law. And we now know that these changes were not only feasible, but also contributed to a more viable and resilient hospitality industry that could better serve our communities while providing avenues for many to remain employed during a crisis. Streeteries have been by far the biggest economic impact by increasing available seating. Finally, it feels like Washington, D.C. is entering an era where our streets, alleys, parks, and sidewalks are spaces for everyone. Allowing access to outdoor seating options, especially in areas where space is limited, has opened new doors for many operations and allowed safe experiences across the district. As we become more vaccinated and more resilient, we have the opportunity to continue this amazing program and allow for true healing. Workers will have more opportunities to serve their guests, operators will have more hope in a full recovery, and residents will have a better access to the amenities and service that they cherish. I strongly support the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021 and all of its provisions. The recovery from COVID will not be seen instantly, nor will any sense of normalcy for some time. This bill allows for the flexibility that is required on all levels for our industry and the ability to rebuild and heal. It should also be said that as we move forward from this moment in time, it is advantageous for the district to examine many ways regulations, laws, and traditions can be adapted or changed to better serve the interest of the community and allow for innovation. Prohibition can still be felt across this country and the remnants of regulations it has left. It is time for us to examine how we can be safe and responsible stewards of hospitality while remaining free from unnecessary restrictions that dampen the cultural and social exchanges our industry is known to create. Many testifying today, I'm sure, will offer excellent examples of how we can achieve these goals, and it's important that this committee takes the time to listen and act, and this bill is a fantastic first step in our collective recovery, and I look forward to seeing more common sense measures presented by the council in the near future. I appreciate your time today, and I'm available for any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Very welcome.
Next is Brian Vandenover.
Chairman McDuffie and distinguished members of the DC Council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brian Vandenover. I am the owner of Red Bear Brewing Company, DC's only 100% LGBTQ and majority veteran-owned brew pub here in the district. Also a member of the DC Brewers Guild. I'm here to express our views for B2444, Reopen Washington DC Alcohol Beverage Regulation Amendment Act 2021, and self-distribution for brew pubs. Overall, we support the act. This act will allow our battered industry to recover and rebuild after a devastating 14 months and counting during this global pandemic, which hit our sector particularly hard. We urge the committee to consider and pass this act quickly without delay. We mirror the efforts of the DC Brewers Guild suggestion and amendment addition. We also share the concerns with the creation of the commercial lifestyle centers and third-party alcohol delivery licenses. More urgently, we support the DC Brewers Guild amendment addition to this act and echo their statements about the presented facts. I'm also here to speak about how this amendment would impact my small independent brew pub. We lost a staggering 60% of our sales virtually overnight in March 2020. And we have a long road of recovery ahead of us. As a brew pub, we operate closely as a restaurant model, relying heavily on foot traffic to our tap room with a distribution apparatus to supplement our sales. About 10% of our on-site brewed product becomes sold to wholesalers for resale to retailers. For our brew pub, this is a significant amount of quantity of brewed product. However, the amount of beer we produce for resale is a tiny amount for the wholesaler. The wholesaler relies on efficiency and strict transportation schedules when moving large quantities of product to retailers. There is no appetite for the wholesalers to effectively market our product to retailers at the small amounts that we can produce. In one recent instance, our brew pub found a new client eager to support our brand and message. It took our distributor 3 months to fulfill that order. This client could not handle large quantities of beer and could only take our product in a container called a sixth of a barrel, a common container used throughout the industry. Our distributor kept telling our client, we do not offer that product in that format, an inaccurate statement. In those 3 months, we lost revenue with no method to facilitate the request from this client, relying solely on the wholesaler to meet their needs. To the wholesaler, these 3 months meant very little. To us, it meant a lot. In addition, our unique connection to the LGBTQ community makes us a desirable brand for one-time events and whatnot. Basically, there are opportunities out there that is burdensome for organizers and for retail purchasers for one-time events. And we are losing out on that type of opportunity. Thank you for your time. It looks like I'm out of time for this opportunity to represent my small brew pub.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is Leah Cheston.
Thank you. Chairman McDuffie and distinguished members of DC Council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Leah Cheston. I serve as president of the board of directors for the DC Brewers Guild. The DC Brewers Guild represents 7 licensed production breweries and brew pubs in the District of Columbia, as well as allied business members and business enthusiasts in our community. I'm here today to express our views on B2444, the Reopen Washington DC Act. First and foremost, we support the act overall and believe it's an important step in our industry's recovery. Thus, we urge committee for quick consideration and passage. There are a few components of the bill we'd like to highlight, as well as a few amendments we would like to suggest. We applaud the extension of streeteries, as this has been a crucial allowance for our members to survive over the past year. We also appreciate the ability for on-premise license holders to hold an off-premise license. These are examples of flexibility that will aid in our industry recovery. We support the creation of commercial lifestyle centers. However, we are concerned the requirement that these must be on privately owned property puts establishments located within public space at an economic disadvantage. We encourage consideration for the allowance of license holders in public space to work together to meet the security requirements needed to create a commercial lifestyle center, should they choose to do so. We understand the need to create a third-party alcohol delivery license. However, we do not understand the prohibition of on-premise retailers, off-premise retailers, and manufacturers from holding an interest in a third-party delivery license. Notably, wholesalers are not included in this prohibition. It's important that small and local independent operators are allowed to offer alternatives to large corporations that generally dominate the third-party delivery service market, particularly since these license holders are already trained in direct-to-consumer deliveries. Finally, we would like to propose additional language in the bill that would further aid our members' recovery. We have discussed this proposal with the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development and are pleased to have their support. Our brew pubs have been our hardest hit members, facing 40 to 60% of sales declines in 2020. Some had to close entirely and are still hoping to reopen. Providing brew pubs with the ability to self-distribute their products would allow for a new revenue stream to help with recovery of these small independent businesses. Current law allows manufacturer licensees brewing beer to sell their products to wholesalers or to on-premise and off-premise retailers directly. However, current law prohibits brew pubs from selling their products brewed on site directly to retailers. They are required to sell through a wholesaler. The challenge with this is that due to the small amount of the product that brew pubs can produce and the involving nature of their brands, wholesalers are generally not equipped to handle the marketing, promoting, selling, and delivery of these limited production products. You may hear today from wholesalers and their allies that this change will threaten the three-tier system and valuable jobs. However, data shows us this is simply not the case. 36 states allow for self-distribution. Analysis of federal government data by the BA shows that states with self-distribution get more economic contribution from craft breweries than states that don't, and states with self-distribution actually have somewhat greater per capita employment by beer wholesalers in states without. Furthermore, we are proposing a cap in the amount that our brew pubs would be able to self-distribute of 4,000 barrels, which is in parity with Maryland. If a brew pub licensee in DC were to self-distribute, this annual maximum would equate to just 0.9% of wholesalers' annual volume. So it's a nominal amount for wholesalers, but a large beneficial impact for brew pubs, allowing us to hire more people for the production and selling of these products. And it would also be beneficial to our districts, restaurants, bars, and bottle shops, allowing them options to buy locally, and allowing for collaboration beers, dinner, special events and dinners, limited releases. I know I'm out of time. We'll provide you with the exact amendments to the code we are suggesting, as well as a letter of support from several local retail licensees. Thanks for the opportunity today and look forward to your questions.
And thank you for testifying, and definitely would appreciate that additional information that you just referenced. Next on my list, we have Jared Fackrell, who's owner of Capital Cider House. Yes.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Pinto, and all others in attendance.
Your video's not on. I don't know if you plan to turn it on. Just wanted to let you know.
My computer's having a bit of a challenge with the video lately.
Oh, so. No worries, no worries. I just wanted you, if that was your plan. Okay, you can begin your testimony. Thank you, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Yes, all good. So my name is Jared Fackrell, and I'm the owner and founder of Capital Cider House. We're located in the heart of Petworth, and we'll be turning 3 this year. We focus on creating craft hard cider with modern flavors and 0 sugar, and source everything from within 200 miles of the Capitol building for apples and other fruits that we use. We not only support the passage of B-2444, the reopened Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021, but also support the amendment as laid out by Leah from Right Proper, Brian at Red Bear, and Greg at Blue Jacket of affording self-distribution to all pub endorsement holders, not just brew pub, but also wine pubs like ourselves, as well as distillery pubs, so that we can enjoy the same self-distribution rights as those held by other makers of alcohol in the district. The pandemic forced our small brick and mortar business, like all small businesses, to rapidly evolve in an effort to survive the most challenging business environment in several generations. And a large part of that survival for us involved manufacturing more hard cider. Right now, we're able to self-distribute across the entire state of Maryland, but we can't self-distribute in DC with our wine pub endorsement. Yet out-of-state producers can freely self-distribute in the district through an average solicitor's license, regardless of their state level permit type. The city is penalizing DC manufacturers, particularly smaller ones like us. Let's change that. As the city reopens its decimated hospitality sector and looks to remove unnecessary regulatory burdens, let's level the playing field for small manufacturers like us, like Right Proper, like Red Bear, and Blue Jacket. Thank you so much for the time this morning and your enduring support to small businesses across the district. I'll follow this up with submitting written testimony in the interest of time.
All right, you bet. Appreciate it. Next is Sam Fitz, president of Ancho Cider. If you could, I think you have to increase your volume a bit.
Sorry, I apologize. Give me just 1 second.
No, I can hear you now. So whatever you did, perfect.
Thank you so much. I will be submitting testimony today about something that has not yet been mentioned, but I wanted to start by lending support to those that have gone before me. My name is Sam Fitz. I'm the co-founder and owner of Ancho Cider in Washington, D.C. Collectively, I have 3 wine pub permits, which I believe that I have half in the city. And along with Jared and Supreme Core, I make the rest of the cider that is made in the district. My company is currently the largest producer in the US of cider made only from apples. We are larger than any company made in any other city in this entire country for products made only out of apples. And we make all of our cider here in the district. We have wholesalers in 20 US states. We export to Canada and the United Kingdom. And we're one of the fastest growing brands in the cider category nationally, making cider that is manufactured on Kennedy Street in Brightwood Park in Washington, DC. I am not allowed to warehouse outside of the district due to a item that is included in the pub licensing. And this makes it impossible for me to satisfy the national demand of cider made in the nation's capital. I am not able to warehouse outside of the district. And I have looked extensively for warehouse space within the district. And I simply cannot afford to compete with my competitors that operate out of places like rural Pennsylvania, who can afford warehousing. I ask, please, for the council to remove the provision in the wine pub permit that prohibits wine pubs from warehousing outside of the district, because without that being removed, it is asking me to open my business elsewhere where I can warehouse. I would greatly like to make my cider in the district, and allowing me to warehouse it out of the district will allow me to grow within the district. Beyond that, I just wanted to lend support to the initiatives that Leah Cheston put out. As the holder of 3 of the 6 wine pub licenses in the city, I do have a great wholesaler that I work through, but being prohibited from self-distributing from the get-go was extremely prohibitive, and it continues to impede the growth of wine pubs, brew pubs, and others who can happily work with wholesalers when they choose to, or at least they should. And that would be a healthy outcome for all parties. I greatly appreciate your time, Councilman. I'm still a proud business owner in Ward 5, even though we are making all of our cider up in Ward 4. Thank you so much.
We don't mind sharing that distinction with our friends in Ward 4, but we do appreciate having you as a business in Ward 5. And I appreciate you all testifying. I think we have one more person to testify on this panel, which is Brian Leventhal with District Winery.
Hi, how are you?
Well, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee, council staff. And my name is Brian Leventhal. I'm the principal of District Winery, a winery and event space located in Yards Park in Southeast. Our company also owns Brooklyn Winery in Brooklyn, New York. I'm here today to talk about an issue faced by our business that we hope you will consider addressing as this comprehensive ABC bill is considered. The issue is where we are allowed to warehouse wine produced at our DC winery. Currently, Section 754 of Title 25 of the DC Code requires that we store the wine in the district, as Sam mentioned. We are a unique business model in that we are a restaurant and event facility but we also operate full wine manufacturing facilities where we complete every step of the winemaking process except grow the grapes. We are wrapped in substantial hospitality, focusing on large-scale events, wine bars, food service, and various wine tasting components. Over the last 3 years, we've had over 500 special events at District Winery, including weddings, birthday parties, corporate events, you can name it, we've hosted it here. And the winery backdrop is really wonderful for events, seeing all the winery equipment and barrels and so forth. One of the main requirements of our winemaking business is to store substantial amounts of wine off-site for long periods of time. Wine requires specific temperature control and needs to be done at a federal and state approved facility. There is not enough physical space on our business premises in the heart of Washington to store aging wine. Wine takes a long time to produce and mature. White wines being on the shorter end of the spectrum has approximately 9 months, whereas red wines require a minimum of 3 years before they are suitable for consumption and released to the public. When we initially explored options to store our wine within Washington, D.C. at a storage facility close to our location, as it would be ideal to have our product stored close to where it is purchased at retail and consumed. We contacted literally any business in DC touting that they were wine storage solution. And the only options we found in the district are geared towards private wine collectors or very small commercial collections. Those solutions deal with literally just a handful of cases stored in locked cubbies for individual customers, and they're generally unloaded by hand at these facilities and stacked onto shelves. Given our production output, we require a commercial solution where full truckloads of wine can be received, stacked, and stored by the pallet. And just so everyone understands, a pallet holds 60 cases of wine. We then contacted every wine distributor that operates in the district, and we hit a dead end quickly, as the majority of them do not store wine in DC, and those that did were not interested in working with us or had any extra capacity for storage. Next up, we contacted every wine store to see if any happened to have ample unused storage that we could rent. We initially had some promising conversations with Schneider's on Capitol Hill, but it turned out when they really realized what our needs were, our space needs far exceeded any storage they could offer. After this, we looked into operating our own off-site warehousing facility in the district. We checked out numerous sites such as space near Union Market, but all required a full infrastructure build out, as there were no spaces that had proper facilities to store wine at our scale. The extensive capital investment required to build our own warehouse, along with the burden and cost of taking on an additional lease while we were still in startup phase, was not.
So you know what? I think you've extended beyond your time quite a bit. So I'm going to go to the next person on this panel. We've got Chris LaFawn, who's an attorney with Veritas Law.
Good morning. My name's Chris LaFawn. I'm an attorney for the Veritas Law Firm here in Washington, D.C. And I'm here today to provide a brief explanation regarding the legal issues concerning Section 754 of Title 25 of the D.C. Code, which requires holders of retail licenses, including producers, to store all alcohol in the district. I'm here to answer any questions you may have regarding the legal analysis that's been previously provided through a legal memorandum. There are two aspects to the Constitution that the storage involves: the Commerce Clause and the 21st Amendment. The Commerce Clause denies the states the power to unjustifiably discriminate against or burden the interstate flow of commerce, and the 21st Amendment gives states discretion to calibrate alcohol regulations to local preferences. All the cases that have considered the storage requirement determined that the law violates the Commerce Clause because it per se discriminates as to the states where the storage can take place. In a 1996 case, a federal appellate court case involving Milton S. Kroheim found the storage requirement was constitutional. However, In that case, the court prioritized the 21st Amendment over violation of the Commerce Clause. That's key because two major Supreme Court cases since that time has said that the two parts of the Constitution, the 21st Amendment and the Commerce Clause, have to be read consistently and together and without supremacy of one over the other. In a 2005 case involving laws that permitted delivery of wine made in state but prohibited wine made elsewhere, the Supreme Court found that was unconstitutional because the laws didn't advance a legitimate local purpose with issues that could adequately be served by reasonable non-discriminatory alternatives. In 2019, an even stronger opinion, the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional a state law requiring 2 years of residency before applying for a retail license. The court considered whether the requirement could be justified, quote unquote, for public health or safety measures or using other legitimate non-protectionist grounds, requiring concrete evidence showing that the requirement actually promoted health and safety. Here, despite the presence of the Storage Act, the district already issues importation licenses, revealing the lack of any safety concern in the retail sale of alcohol that was not stored in the time prior in the district. The district also permits wholesalers to deliver to retailers alcohol that's come to rest in a district for only 4 hours, revealing a existing non-discriminatory method already in place to protect citizens. So under the current Supreme Court jurisprudence, if considering it, a court likely would find that the Storage Act requirement unconstitutional. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions on the legal issues of this topic.
And thank you for your testimony. One more person on this panel is Justin Cox, who's the founder and CEO of Atlas Brew. And good morning to you. You can give your testimony.
Morning. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and Councilmember Pinto. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. First, I just want to say that I support the nomination of Director Musali. I think he has been absolutely wonderful in his position, especially in responding with nimbleness and trying new ideas and concepts out in our industry throughout the pandemic, which has been instrumental to helping our industry survive this terrible time. And also, in general, I would support the Reopen DC Act. I think there's a lot of great provisions in there. The streeteries are of particular importance to us and to our customers. I support the commercial lifestyle zone legislation as well. Rather than be repetitive with what a lot of my colleagues have already testified to in terms of brewpub self-distribution in DC, just be repetitive on a couple of notes of that. First, I think Chairman McDuffie, you asked in the very first panel of, how wholesalers would respond to this requested change. And I think it's important to note some of the data that Leah put out, that, the analysis of Bureau of Labor Statistics data actually shows that in states with self-distribution, that wholesalers actually have higher employment than in states that don't. And the context of this, the context of the volume limit we propose is also very important. So we've suggested 4,000 barrels, which is in parity with what allowed for brew pubs within Maryland. And DC wholesalers overall sell about 436,000 barrels of beer in the district a year. 4,000 barrels is 0.9%, so less than 1% of that total sales volume. Any distributor, any wholesaler that has, say, a 50% market share, then that volume would represent 0.045% of their volume. I think that context is hugely important as local independent district-based businesses. Revenue streams for us are particularly important while we're trying to come out of this COVID hole, which is still not over yet. And so it's a very meaningful number for us as brew pubs, but not necessarily impactful to wholesalers. A 0.9% drop in business should not affect employment at all, and I think any claims to the contrary are disingenuous. And quickly on I'm sure the three-tier system will be brought up too. It's our favorite subject. I'm providing with my written testimony an analysis of the history of the three-tier system in the United States by Mark Serini, who was previously of McDermott, Will, and Emery, and is now the general counsel for the Brewers Association, to provide some context to the history. It's commonly thought that the three-tier system arose out of Prohibition, which is actually not the case. The first of this started happening in the post-World War II era, when a lot of the regional brewers were being consolidated into large brewers. and the wholesalers wanted protection from the larger brewers, as well as while they lost the brewers who had been self-distributing, lost sort of grassroots support as they were consolidated into larger entities. And I see my time is up, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
I do wish we had a little bit more time for that history. I think it's pretty fascinating. And I know Director Musali and I have had some conversations over the years about the three-tier system and just sort of its roots. And I'm sure he's appreciates that testimony as well. Be sure that the attachments that you had added in your testimony that you mentioned, Mr. Cox, are going to be added to the record. I do want to kind of hone in and maybe even give Ms. Cheston an opportunity to, I know you had some further testimony that you wanted to add, and then I limited it because of time, but I think there's a theme here with a number of you all who've testified, who are part of the sort of brewery, cidery, wineries, if cidery is the word, that are on this panel. And so if there's something that you left off or maybe didn't have as much time as you wanted to really go into, or any points of emphasis from your testimony, I want to give you an opportunity right now to provide that. Ms. Cheston.
Thank you very much. I did hit most of our points, but I did just want to reiterate that we do have the support on this with several local restaurants and retailers. We have talked to them, and we're a local, very collaborative industry, and that has a lot of local pride. And so this would allow us to collaborate more on special events, dinners, one-offs, things like that. So we'll provide a list of that support, but we do have several restaurants and retailers that support us. And then also, I did mention in my testimony, but I also just wanted to note that the DC Brewers Guild does support PR 24-132, the reappointment of Fred Musali, very much so.
I appreciate you mentioning that as well. Let me see who else. I cut a number of you pretty short. I think you all had a similar theme to your testimony, which I obviously got, and the committee will take note of. And I know we have written testimony, I think, for all of you. If anyone hasn't provided a written testimony, I would encourage them to do so. I think Chris LaFawn, you touched on some legal points, and I'm curious to make sure. Do we have your written testimony?
You do, sir. Yes.
Okay, and is there any other point you'd like to make? It sounds like, so are you making a case that existing laws in the District of Columbia are on some constitutional basis illegal, or are you suggesting that certain provisions of this reopen bill before the committee today contains language that, if challenged, could be deemed unconstitutional in the courts?
It's regarding the existing law regarding the requirement for licensees to store inside the district, not regarding the law being discussed today.
Okay, and you're stating that the existing law is what specifically? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure. The way the Supreme Court has ruled since the Storage Act came into place in 1986 has been treating the Commerce Clause and the 21st Amendment more in unison and consistent with each other. And there are a couple prior cases addressing this Storage Act, but looking at the Supreme Court precedent over the last 20 years, it's apparent that if a case would be brought, that the act likely will be declared unconstitutional because all the courts say it violates the Commerce Clause because it favors district over interstate commerce. And it appears that there's just not a valid public and safety concern that can't be otherwise served by non-discriminatory means to allow this to basically pass the muster of a constitutional challenge.
What jurisdiction did the case that you're citing stem from?
The original case, the first case that was brought was in DC federal court. DC federal appellate court upheld that, but in a non-published opinion. That was right after the act was passed. There was a 96 case that made up to the federal DC Circuit Appellate Court. There, it held that the act was constitutional. Then the Supreme Court of the US, since that time, has issued two major opinions that affected, I would say, directly on point with the DC Appellate Court's decision that aren't consistent with that. I think if the DC Appellate Court would review it under current Supreme Court precedent, it would be clear that because you have to look at the 21st Amendment together, it wouldn't be found constitutional.
Which the Supreme Court, the latest Supreme Court case that you just cited, what circuit did that court or which district court, what jurisdictions did that court stem from? That
Sure.
case.
Two. One was involving New York and Michigan laws. That was a 2005 case involving making a difference between in-state and out-of-state wine production, distribution. And then the other was out of Tennessee that involved retailer license requirements and required those applicants to be residents for 2 years. So that was out of Tennessee, neither out of the district.
Okay. But you're saying that those Supreme Court cases are directly on point and similar to prior DC Circuit Court decisions, which are inconsistent with the more recent Supreme Court case.
Correct. The trend over time has been basically changing the supremacy of the 21st Amendment in the analysis now to hold it. You have to look at the Commerce Clause consistent with that. And those cases have tended to find laws unconstitutional that are basically protectionist in nature, that don't hone into a specific public or health safety issue.
So what standard of review was applied to the case that you mentioned, the Supreme Court case?
It was, the standard review is strict scrutiny. So a court looks at the law with strict scrutiny because, particularly here, because it's, as courts have found, it per se violates the Commerce Clause just because it's so discriminatory. So that requires strict scrutiny to see if it passes muster under the Constitution.
And is that the same standard that was applied to the earlier circuit court case, DC Circuit Court case that you referenced?
In that case, the court stated it was applying strict scrutiny, but it used a formation that was different from other cases, saying whether this law basically influenced or related to some core function of the 21st Amendment. And that core function, quote unquote, was given priority over a violation of the Commerce Clause. And since that time, Supreme Court's held strict scrutiny requires looking at whether there's non-discriminatory measures to deal with public and safety measures that the laws are supposedly affecting.
And then just one more question, or maybe two, on this. The DC Circuit Court case, what's the date of the holding in that case?
1996.
And what's the date of the holding of the Supreme Court case or cases that you're referencing?
The two big ones are 2005 and 2019.
Okay, and have you brought your concerns to any agency within the District of Columbia government with respect to the potential constitutional issues with our current law? Did you bring it to ABRA or the Attorney General's office or any agency?
Not yet.
Okay, all right, and you've submitted all these cases that you referenced in your testimony are in the materials that you submitted previously to the committee?
Correct. Well, I've addressed them and cited to them in a legal memo that was much longer than the testimony I gave today. But yes, all that's been provided.
Got it. Okay. All right. We'll ask Director Musali about it when he comes up to testify later. And I want to thank everybody on this panel for providing your testimony. We're going to transition now to the next panel. And I'll give staff the opportunity to actually make that transition.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you. I'll let you know when we're going to be ready to begin and who we'll begin with.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I jumped the gun.
Nope, no worries. We'll begin shortly. I'm just giving staff an opportunity to transition witnesses over as a participant.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got a good number of people transitioned over, so we will actually begin with you. And good morning to each of you. I thank you for being here. Lisa Harrell, who's president of the District of Columbia Association of Beverage Alcohol Wholesalers. We will begin with you.
Okay, well, my name's Risa Hira, president of DCABAW. Our members, warehouse workers, and drivers serve critical roles in DC's alcoholic beverage system. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Bill 24-44. Curbside pickup privileges for wholesalers must be removed from the bill. It is not compatible with true DC wholesale operations. It reduces oversight and safety, adds unnecessary risks to warehouse workers, and increases liability exposure to wholesalers. Moving on to the third-party delivery license, we support direct, local, and licensed alcohol delivery from eligible licensees located in DC to consumers. We recommend the following for this new license: mandatory ID checks and processes at the time of order and delivery. Seller maintaining controls over the transaction. This includes inventory availability, pricing, and payment processing to show the merchant of record. 3, this license cannot be used for storage purposes. The seller must store its alcohol in DC, so there are no gaps in the chain of custody of alcohol, and this is to ensure consumer safety. We also highly recommend training, liability apportionment, and insurance coverage. Safeguards also to prevent off-site deliveries from a suspended retailer, whether if it's from ABRA or OTR. We support the bill's current language to prevent cross-tier interest in this new license. This will prevent undue influence and promote a fair and competitive marketplace. This license is not an extension of retail operations. It's an independent license. Therefore, there should be proper oversight over it. Due to limitations of time, I refer the committee to our comments on technical recommendations on the commercial lifestyle center license. Also, for our support for the unqualified repeal of miniature sales restrictions on Class A retailers. These restrictions are reasonable since other licensees already have this privilege. Some industry members may use this opportunity for deregulation. There is a danger to adopt measures such as a brew pub, self-distribution, or storage laws when there is a failure to take into the account the entire alcohol beverage regulatory system. Is it wise to extend new privileges to a retail pub when they are not bound by trade practice laws or tied in purchase laws, setting the stage to obligate the retailer to promote the brew pub's product in order to get preferential treatment to the exclusion of other products, or even worse, to the exclusion of other retailers? Proposed privileges must be scrutinized, especially in light of our lightly regulated retailer to retailer sales channel. DC's regulatory system aids in the enforcement of alcohol laws and accurate tax collection. This system provides protections for consumers and those who don't drink. It keeps products safe to consume and keeps tainted alcohol out of DC. It balances interest and prevents market domination at the expense of others. A robust discussion is necessary to include industry members, as well as community members, and even members from the public health and public safety sector. 3 minutes of discussion is not enough to address these important issues for a successful alcohol regulatory system. In closing, this bill is a great step in the right direction to rebuild, but it's not the platform to deregulate. And rethinking regulatory latitude should not be at the expense of public safety and health and weakening DC's oversight of alcohol and tax collection. And I'm available for questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to go
One
to.
more, I forgot.
We'll circle back. I'll give you some more time on
Sure.
when I go to my round of questions. So we go
Sure,
next to Keith Schmier, who's a Vice President of Capital Eagle.
Good afternoon. My name is Keith Schimmer, and I'm the Vice President of Capital Eagle, a longtime DC licensed wholesaler. We support our local leaders' recovery efforts. Bill 24-0044 is a much needed pathway toward that recovery. As with most businesses, Capital Eagle suffered dramatic sales and revenue losses during the pandemic crisis. While this hearing should be focused on proposed recovery elements in the bill, our company is compelled to address recently disclosed efforts by some members in the industry to deregulate DC's alcoholic beverage system through an amendment. One of those proposals would allow on-premise retailers that manufacture beer to self-distribute. As with the manufacturer satellite tavern bill several years ago, we consider this a threat to DC's oversight and regulatory system of alcohol. Allowing brew pubs the privilege of self-distribution would create a disorderly marketplace that allows privileged licensees to offer special pricing to select accounts and to discriminate against some retailers by selling exclusive products to some to the disfavor of others, and allows for trade and credit law violations. The advocates for undoing the three-tier system disregard the nature of alcoholic beverages, which are not like many other consumer products. The 21st Amendment refers to alcoholic beverages as intoxicating and requires specific laws and regulation. What other consumer products are specifically identified in our Constitution? As a wholesaler, Capital Eagle shares the same positions as other wholesaler association members as to benefits that wholesalers provide to the system. Those benefits include consumer choice and safety, auditable record of alcohol sales from supplier to retailer. More importantly, we serve as the tax collector for the district. Wholesalers are subject to trade practice and credit laws to deter undue influence on market participants. Our logistics and operations are prepared to recall products from DC's many retailers. Our staff that sells alcohol to accounts are required to be licensed solicitors in the district. We provide market entry to smaller, new to market, less capitalized manufacturers. Self-distribution by brew pubs, similar to the manufacturer's satellite tavern measure, will disrupt the ability for the district to have effective oversight of alcohol and provide a gateway for potential market dominance among a few. With auditable chain of custody of product to the consumer and with regulatory oversight over all licenses that handle alcohol, DC regulators and enforcement can prevent underage consumption, exclude tainted, dangerous products, which is unfortunately commonplace in foreign unregulated markets, implement efficient tax collection, and promote diversity of choice. In conclusion, during this pandemic, we have committed to providing the necessary support to our workers and customers. This is not the time to provide special privileges to a few that will disrupt the marketplace and weaken DC oversight on alcohol. This bill should not be used as a vehicle for deregulation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
And thank you for being here to provide your testimony. Next is Courtney Fisher, Acting Delivery Manager, Premium Distributors. Thank you for being here. You can begin your testimony. You're muted right now, so if you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Council Member McDuffie, members of the committee, my name is Courtney Fisher. I'm a resident of Southwest DC, and I have the privilege to work as the Acting Delivery Manager at Premium of Washington, DC. In my role at Premium, I manage nearly 30 drivers who deliver beer to 1,000 restaurants, shops, hotels, and other licensees throughout the city. I have worked at Premium for 5 years, and it truly is my second family. I love my job, and I love the people I work with. I'd like to start by thanking our Premium DC team and my fellow wholesalers. As essential workers, our people showed up every day, delivered products safely and efficiently, and helped keep hundreds of businesses around the city open. With a sharp focus on safety and a commitment to professional excellence, the beer, wine, and spirits distributors ensured that thousands of other workers could stay on their job. I am testifying today in support of Bill 23-0044, the reopened Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021. Just like many other industries, the alcohol beverage and hospitality industries have faced massive challenges during the COVID-19 public health emergency. This legislation can help this important part of the district's economy get back on its feet. Today, I'd like to testify also about why the work that my colleagues and I do is so important to our city. Simply put, it is one of the very few industries where hardworking people, regardless of their education or background, can earn a very good living, support a family, and build a real career for themselves. Employees at Premium and our fellow wholesalers make great wages and excellent benefits. Drivers can make six-figure salaries without a college degree. Jobs like that are hard to find in the district. They are well-trained, they receive constant professional development and training. They are responsible and safety focused, safely navigating DC streets in our fleet of trucks. And they are on the front lines of ensuring compliance with the alcohol beverage regulation system, making sure products are safe, authentic, and received by duly licensed retailers. But their jobs, like countless others in the industry, depend on the fair playing field. We've learned that there are calls for deregulation of our industry through creating special rights and distribution privileges. I urge you to oppose any effort to include such deregulation schemes in this bill. Deregulating the beverage alcohol industry would mean jobs like those at Premium would go away. It would mean that our team of professional drivers trained for years to safely distribute alcohol would be replaced by low cost and no benefit jobs that have little or no training. That's not how you build a middle class. That's not how you close the income opportunity gap. That's not how you treat your workers. Our industry has faced massive challenges in the last year. I had a team of drivers 50 strong pre-COVID. That number went down to 24 at the bottom. Thankfully, as things begin to reopen, we are ticking back up to 31 drivers, but we are not out of the woods yet. The road to recovery for our industry shouldn't be through special carve-outs and pitting the success of one business against another. We should ensure that all boats rise together. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. We have Carolina Bucciago, who's Director of Columbia Heights, Mount Pleasant, Main Street at District Bridges.
Yes, hello. Can everybody see me, hear me?
Barely see you, but we can definitely hear you. I think your light is low off, but that's better. There you go.
I apologize. Yes,
No
it's just
worries.
the lighting here.
I always struggle with that too, so no worries.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Carolina Buitrago, and I'm the Neighborhood Director of District Bridges Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant Main Street program. I'm here in support of reopened Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021, which proposes to keep the streeteries open past the public health emergency. Since the outdoor dining program started in May of 2020, I work closely with DDOT and other agencies to understand the permit process for each outdoor dining permit option in order to communicate the businesses that I support what their options were. From operating a sidewalk cafe, expanding it, or taking over to the parking lane through a parklet or streetery, depending on their sidewalk space. I have applied for over 30 outdoor permits, which have benefited at least 20 businesses in the Columbia Heights Mount Pleasant corridor, and have supported other organizations with the application process to obtain 10 outdoor permits benefiting over 15 businesses throughout the city. Throughout the pandemic, these businesses have highly benefited from being able to have outdoor dining. They have been able to have table service and stay open and hire some of their employees back. District Bridges manages 6 of DC's Main Street programs, and at one point, we had obtained over 40% of the outdoor permits in the city. Logan Circle Main Street has successfully applied for 19 streeteries, benefiting 26 businesses. In addition, we have 13 streeteries on U Street and 6 on Lower Georgia Avenue, benefiting at least 20 food establishments on both corridors. I believe the streetery program is extremely beneficial to our businesses and that they should stay for as long as possible. Customers still feel more comfortable dining outdoors, and with the limited indoor capacity, streeteries have given restaurants additional seating and are able to generate employment, which will help our businesses get back on their feet. We have only heard positive feedback from customers and neighbors about having the option for outdoor dining. Keeping the streeteries open will allow businesses to recover from the pandemic. In addition, the streeteries are bringing foot traffic to our corridors, which is also benefiting retailers and other types of businesses in the corridors. These Businesses have invested in outdoor furniture, heaters, tents, planters, barriers, ADA ramps, and even some pretty expensive structures, and we hope that they're able to take advantage of their investment. I'm also in favor of the commercial lifestyle license, which allows customers to sip and stroll. This is essential to restoring and keeping our commercial corridors vibrant in DC as a tourist destination in the future. Thank you for your support and time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
And I appreciate very much your testimony and the testimony of others. Ms. Harrell, I know that I stopped you short and you wanted to get something else on, and I want to make sure you have the opportunity to do that. Thank you. Go ahead. You're muted, so if you want to unmute. Still can't hear you.
I'm an
Okay,
old
we
lady.
can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing, in my rush to squeeze everything in 3 minutes, I wanted to also include our support for Director Musali's reappointment as director for ABRA. During COVID, he's been an incredible link for our industry as the fast and quickly moving requirements and just changes in protocol with respect to the public health emergency phase compliance. Just where do we go from here as an alcohol licensee? He and his team have been incredibly helpful for especially our members to understand requirements and to remain compliant and to communicate that information onto retailers, restaurants, and bars. This was definitely an all hands on deck effort, and we credit Director Musali for keeping the industry, just moving forward during such a difficult time. And I know that many of us have endured personal tragedy and just with the business environment as it is, it's been extremely hard on everyone. But it's nice to see that someone like Director Musali has helped us get through day by day, and we are looking forward to a successful reopening. So I'm sorry I forgot to add that, but
that's
I
fine.
really
I wanna make
mean
sure
it
you
from
have-
our heart. He has been
No.
a great source of support.
Sure. No, I appreciate you you adding that, and I want to ask you a question, and anyone else can jump into maybe Jim or some of the other folks who testified. But the whole 3-tier system can sometimes be a little confusing to people, and I think you heard in the prior panel a theme from some of the folks who are producing beer, wine, cider. Say that they need to be able to self-distribute, and it's contrasted to what we're hearing primarily from the witnesses here, that this is going to prove to be a problem. And I know that I've got a good number of the wholesalers who are in my ward, in Ward 5, and I know that I've heard in the past some of the ways that the city makes it challenging to be able to do business in the District of Columbia. And so I want to make sure that you all have ample time to respond to some of the concerns that were raised in the prior panel and their desire to be able to provide their products. And I know I heard that one of the issues is the amount that they will be providing and the challenges with having wholesalers be able to respond. I think a person testified that they had a potential client for months waiting because I think the wholesaler said that if I recall the testimony, I know it's provided in writing, and we have the video recording, maybe you all heard it, but they said that they couldn't provide it, I think, in the form, in the container that the potential client desired, and the person testified that that was incorrect. Were you all present? Did you all hear that? And how would you respond if you heard it?
I think we would need to get more information than a general, I guess, description of what happened. There are times when manufacturers directly contact an account, and that's a retailer, and that potential sales information is sometimes relayed to the wholesaler. This could be an instance where that information was communicated to the wholesaler where they didn't have sufficient information to act on it. So there could be an instance of miscommunication. And I doubt that, especially during a time of COVID, where the wholesalers are out there in force trying to assist and support their accounts, there would be an instance like this. It would be, in my opinion, an issue that could be easily resolved between the account, this particular brew pub, as well as the wholesaler. I like to jump in though, because I've been hearing a lot of conflating of the word maker, the word manufacturer. I want to make it clear that brew pubs are an on-premise license. They are a retailer that happens to have production privileges on site. They are not a manufacturing class. And there are very distinct differences between those two. A manufacturer can have a single location. A manufacturer is bound by trade practice laws as well as credit laws. Let's take a look at the brew pub, which is an on-premise license, maybe a restaurant, a bar, a tavern, a hotel. They're not bound by credit laws or trade practices. And this is actually quite dangerous because if you have a brew pub that makes, certain number of barrels of beer and they want to sell it to a restaurant or another account, what's going to control their conduct in the marketplace to make sure that they don't have undue influence or engage in illegal commercial bribery? There's nothing to hold them accountable for that. And with respect to the comparison that a brew pub, the brew pub self-distribution laws must be on par with Maryland. The Maryland laws are for manufacturers. Brew pubs are manufacturers in Maryland. And again, there is a big distinction between on-premise and manufacturers. Manufacturers are bound by gift laws and trade practices so that they don't strong arm the retailer or maybe a restaurant to purchase their product. There are no guardrails to govern this kind of conduct for the brew pubs and by extension, wine pubs and distillery pubs. So I'd like to get that very clear. There's a lot of conflating as far as, we're the same, we're united. But from a regulatory standpoint, alcohol is not like cheese. It's not like mayonnaise or jam. It's a regulated product that's referenced in the Constitution, probably I would say the only consumer product that's referenced in the Constitution for
Are you
regulation.
familiar? Let me jump in. Are you familiar with the cases? And I'm not sure that I actually asked the name of the case.
It's probably the Tennessee retailers case, but you know what? I will say that with respect to storage and with respect to other efforts to materially dismantle the three-tier system and the way alcohol is being distributed right now, I think we need to take a pause, because if we're going to go down that road, a 3-minute soundbite is not enough for all stakeholders in this industry, the community, especially enforcement and public safety advocates, to come out and weigh in. This is a complicated road with many interlinking parts that need to be looked at comprehensively. So if you would like for me to deep dive into what I think the gentleman from Veritas was analyzing regarding storage laws, or with respect to the brew pub members, may I add on-premise retailers, that they are demanding self-distribution. Let's take a pause a bit and look at, on the macro view, how this interrelates to the entire way alcohol is regulated in DC. And I'd like to also point out to the proposal that the Guild has been pitching. I think there was a cap that they were quoting saying that that's fair. Well, let's talk about what's fair then. You know, if everyone in this for this product is supposed to pay their taxes, they're supposed to be compliant according to the I believe it's the Beverage Association. The total amount of production for beer, and I'm just going to focus on beer, is 28,000 barrels. This is very different though, because when I look at OTR's excise numbers, I know what my association members produce. So if you subtract OTR's excise tax numbers from our association numbers, that number is considerably lower than the 28,000 barrels. In fact, it's 8,000 barrels. So if someone's going to ask for the privilege of self-distribution and to say that they want a quota that's going to be auditable, let's talk about this underpayment of tax that I'm seeing here.
So I appreciate the testimony and frankly, all of your testimony. I think what it shows me is that there's still some serious concerns that we have to be able to address. And I know and also appreciate that Director Musali is tuned in and he's hearing from either side of this particular issue. And I'll make sure that we cover this in our portion for the government witness when he comes up a little later. And so I know there's a lot more that you probably could talk to if you had more time and
sure, I appreciate
and obviously our constraints
Mm-hmm.
with the hearing process, but go ahead. I'll give you one opportunity, but hold on one second. Let me finish the thought. This is not something that has to, this isn't something that necessarily ends with this hearing today. I think I've interacted with many of you who are on this panel in the past and have interacted with others who are on the prior panel. And I know that more than me, members of my committee have interacted with you all and you interact pretty regularly with ABRA. And so I expect fully that we'll hear from Director Musali when he comes up to testify, and that we'll spend some time between now and perhaps a markup of this bill in committee, trying to iron out some of the existing concerns that are raised from either side of this. And I think, Mr. Chimmel, you wanted to make a
Yes,
comment?
yes, sir. I know Risa's speaking on behalf of the association, but I just feel an obligation here because with 33 years of experience as a wholesaler working into District of Columbia, when I hear somebody that's waiting 2 months for a 6-barrel beer, sort of rubs me the wrong way. We don't let that happen. We value each and every one of our accounts. You know, do we have delivery hiccups? Yes, so everybody does. But the delivery, the quality of our products, our people, it's in our DNA. So I just wanted to clarify from the wholesaler side of it, you know, that's not an ongoing everyday occurrence. There could be a miscommunication. There could be a lot of things that have caused that. And I will find out, you know, more details down the road. But I just wanted to let you hear from a wholesaler side of things. Thank you.
Sure, no, I appreciate it. I want to hear from as many sides as possible. I'm just really think it's important that the government is thoughtful about how we approach these issues. We recognize the impact that the pandemic has had on everybody, some more than others. But we also know that we want everybody to come out stronger and that you know, where we are today is a long way from where we were, 14 months ago. But we just need to be careful about how we approach these things. And so I do appreciate each of you providing testimony this afternoon. All right, I'm gonna give staff an opportunity to transition to what I think will be our final panel.
So, hi, Erica here. I was brought into this, but I didn't get a chance to speak. So I don't know if I'm supposed to wait or.
That's actually probably on me because my staff had already brought you all in, I think, when I started the last panel, but.
Okay, I just
anybody
didn't want to get exited.
No, we're definitely not going to do that. I think this actually might be the last panel, and that staff, as usual, is just on their jobs and already had brought you all in. So I appreciate it. Thank you, staff. I'm going to go next to you, and I think we also have three people on the last panel. And I think we're going to move next after you three to Director Musali. So we hadn't got about you. We're going to start off with you right now, and good afternoon to you.
There we go. Unmuted again. Thank you very much for having me, Chairman McDuffie, council members and council staff, and for putting this together and giving us the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Erica Gadrick. I am the owner of Craft Beer Cellar DC, located at 301 H Street Northeast, Class A retailer license. I am here today to speak in support of the proposal to allow brew pubs to self-distribute. As DC alcoholic beverage laws currently stand, those with the manufacturer's license brewing beer can sell their products to wholesalers or directly to retail licensees through self-distribution. Those classified as brew pubs, however, are forced to use a wholesaler. I am in support of modifying the law to allow brew pubs to have the same choice as breweries to work with a wholesaler or to self-distribute. Brew pubs are typically selling most of their beer for on-site consumption, but on occasion for special events or collaborations, they should be able to get it out to bars, restaurants, and stores to share with a wider audience. One example of this is the solidarity beer that local breweries and brew pubs get together to make for DC Beer Week. If the host location, that is where the beer is brewed, is a brew pub, we'd still like to be able to get a couple of cases to share with our customers. Another example, during COVID, we could no longer use our tasting endorsement for in-store tastings, so we transitioned to doing virtual tastings. Many of these were Meet the Brewer events or beer dinners to go, partnering with local restaurants. During these events, we were able to give access to chefs, brewers, and owners that we wouldn't have been able to normally do. In some instances, we were able to offer a special release to guests that could only be obtained by at the brewery otherwise. But with our DC brew pubs, we had to use core offerings, or in the case of Right Proper, use beers made from their manufacturing location in Brookland while using cheese from the brew pub. For the small amount of beer that would be released by a brew pub, it doesn't make economic sense to sign a distribution agreement with a wholesaler. Also from the retailer side, there's minimums that wholesalers enforce that wouldn't necessarily be for the small amount of beer that we're trying to get from brew pubs, wouldn't be applied. Please take this opportunity to bring some parity to breweries and brew pubs and allow brew pubs to self-distribute if they choose. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
And thank you for your testimony and your patience. We're going to go next to Kirk Erickson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for having us. You have our written testimony. So my name is Kurt Erickson. I head up the nonprofit Washington Regional Alcohol Program, which is a 39-year-old nonprofit fighting drunk driving and underage drinking. I just wanted to register a couple of questions that we have that are in our written testimony as well. This is specifically relative to the B2444, the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act. And it's relative to the uniform application of both the DC's Code Title 25 and Municipal Regulations Title 23 as they specifically pertain to the prevention of underage drinking. We appreciate both the District of Columbia's Mayor's Office and ABRA putting forth legislation to regulate the delivery of alcohol in the city via third parties by creating a third-party alcohol delivery license. And said proposed regulations that have focused very clearly on preventing access to alcohol by those under 21, specifically disallowing such and disallowing delivery to any address on a university or college campus. There appears to be a number of significant gaps between what district law and code requires of a manager of a current licensee able to sell alcohol in the city and what limitedly is being required for third-party licensees. As an example, while a current licensee allowed to sell alcohol in DC is required to complete an alcohol training and education certification program, including being recertified for such training every 3 years. There appears not to be such a similar requirements for third-party licensees in B2444. In addition, while DC code specifically regulates the minimum ages of persons allowed to serve as either a bartender, which is age 21, or to deliver alcohol, which is age 18, there appears to be no such requirements for third-party licensees in the bill we're discussing today. Similarly, while DC code is explicit to how the ABRA can ensure compliance with brick and mortar licensees, it's not exactly clear how said same enforcement can be uniformly applied to third-party licensees under this bill. In addition, and should there be cause for concern that alcohol has been unlawfully delivered to persons underage in the district, a third-party licensee, there should be some sort of traceability indicia should be required to further ensure compliance. Lastly, while the bill expressly requires proposed third-party licensees to check valid government-issued pictured IDs confirming a recipient is 21 years of age or older, it doesn't take into account the benefit of employing recommended technology here to further ensure compliance, as is proposed by DC's own published Best Practices for Nightlife Establishments, which is currently hosted on ABRA's website, when it specifically calls for the use of ID scanning, not only for patrons, but also for employees to identify all employees on the premise. In closing, again, we praise both Mayor Bowser and ABRA for their efforts to regulate any new party selling or delivering alcohol in the city. Our interests here are in the uniform installation of regulations and laws governing such, and the equal uniformity of the application and enforcement of said public safety and public health policies, again, to prevent underage drinking. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our final public witness is going to be Genevieve Villamora, who's the co-owner of Bad Saint. And good afternoon to you. You bring your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie, committee members, and committee staff. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Genevieve Villamora. I am co-owner and operator of Bad Saint, a small Filipino restaurant in Ward 1. I'm a resident of Ward 4 and a 27-year resident of the District of Columbia. I'm the daughter of immigrants, and I'm here to register my support for the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcohol Act. After closing at the start of the pandemic, we reopened with half of the staff we used to have. All of our current employees are residents of the District of Columbia, and over half of our employees have been either born or raised in the DMV. Almost all of us can walk to the restaurant from our homes, so we're really a local restaurant in many senses of the word. Operating in a pandemic has been an exercise in reinvention, resilience, and creativity. We have implemented more new business ideas during the 14 months of the pandemic than we had in our entire previous 5 years of operation. I would not be here today without the local and federal support we have received, support in both the form of financial aid and in the form of creative new measures like the streeteries and off-premises alcohol sales, which have enabled us to stay afloat in the face of significantly reduced capacity. We see these measures as vital and necessary for helping us generate sufficient revenue to keep our staff employed and stay open as a small woman and minority-owned business. Though case numbers and COVID deaths are on the decline, we are still in a pandemic. Who knows what the next 6 to 12 months will bring? It will be a long time before we return to anything we recognize as quote unquote normal. Measures like the streeteries and off-premises alcohol sales have given us the flexibility to operate safely in this ever-evolving pandemic landscape. We've been very proud to be a part of Washington, D.C.'s diverse and dynamic restaurant scene, which has garnered accolades in both national and international recognition. We love our community in Columbia Heights and our city, and we hope to continue operating in the district for many years to come. I just want to quickly use some of my time to give a shout out to Carolina Buitrago and District Bridges, who just recently testified a few minutes ago. It was with Carolina's help that we were able to get the permit for our streetery, and District Bridges has been an incredible advocate for small local businesses and immigrant-owned businesses in DC neighborhoods. I also just wanted to make a note today and a note of how few voices of color we have heard during the testimony today, in particular, voices from the Black community and from the immigrant community. I realize that the committee and the council will make decisions based on what is part of the record in this hearing, but I also just wanted to say that there are many voices that have not been represented, voices from important stakeholders who would be affected by this legislation. So I just wanted to make a note of that because I think with the different challenges with regard to the scheduling and the technical aspects of the hearing, it probably made it harder for some others to participate who would have liked to add their voice to the conversation. In summary, I just want to say that we see the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcohol Act as both a bridge and a lifeline to small businesses. And thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. Thank each of the final three witnesses for their testimony. Ms. Villamora, just in terms of like the representation, I think the point you made, just the last point about perhaps not having as many people, voices represented who might wish to otherwise be present or to provide testimony. Being here today is important, and I appreciate you all taking time out of your schedules to be present. But I would encourage anybody who is not able to make it today, but who has an opportunity, still, please let them know that they can provide written testimony as well, because the record is still open, and we'll be sure to include that into the record for this hearing. So I wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
Sure. Chairman
you
McDuffie,
accepting written
how much longer do people have to submit
The
written?
record is going to close on Friday.
Friday, great. Thank you so much for letting me know that.
You bet. And please share that with any. I'm trying to put my earbuds in because I'm sharing this space with other members of my family. Make sure you all don't hear the background noise. But yeah, it closes on Friday, and I would just encourage you and anybody else who's listening to let folks know that they still have the rest of the week to provide testimony on these very important measures, particularly the reopen bill. I know there's been a lot of attention within the industries that are impacted, and so we want to make sure there's as many voices as possible from as many people across the city. So thank you for pointing that out. And just speaking of that, all three of you had a chance to provide your testimony in writing as well? Okay, perfect. All right, I don't have any specific questions. Is there any other point you all want to add to the record before I transition to Director Musali? Okay, again, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate you taking the time this afternoon to provide it.
Thank you.
And okay, my staff is pretty fast. I'm going to shut it down and move to the director after this. I'm told there's one more witness. And I assume that, okay. Mr. Cha is present, who's a local business owner, and he would like to get his voice on the record. So we're going to allow that before we move on to Director Musali. Mr. Cha, if you could, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself, and you can begin your testimony.
Mute. Okay, there it goes.
Yeah, we can hear and see you. Good to see you,
Okay,
and
great.
you begin your testimony. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I am testifying from Seattle, Washington. This is important enough to a little, even with a time difference, try to make the time there. And thank you for everyone else. My name is Gary Cha, the owner of Yes Organic Market, who's been in business since 1970 from our first store in Georgetown. And I'm testifying to voice my support for the bill 23-0041, Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcohol Beverage Regulation Amendment of Act 2021. We're grateful there are elected leaders like yourself, efforts on supporting businesses like our grocery store and other independent businesses that had to endure the difficult times of pandemic. But at the same time, I'm asking you to stand firm on our effort to maintain a solid alcoholic beverage regulation that has allowed businesses to compete fairly and not giving unfair advantages to special groups or sectors for many decades. It has come to my attention that it is heading in some directions that is no longer clear that what the certain type of business, such as on-premise businesses or off-premises stores or manufacturer, should be doing. They seem like they are all being blended or going that direction. And when a manufacturer is allowed to sell and serve, is it a restaurant or bar or is it a manufacturer? I know that because of the pandemic, there's a lot of things have been opened up to give these businesses a chance to survive. But I want to make sure that the officials understand those would be a temporary and such thing as if they are allowed to distribute and manufacture and distribute what they brew or distill. Is it a manufacturer, a wholesaler, retailer, or restaurant? When a group of brew pubs or distill pubs or wine pubs allowed to expand their business practices to manufacture, serve, and sell while being allowed to distribute, that would clearly be an unfair advantage for those people who are just doing the business the traditional way. So I wanted to make sure that we are, as retailers, are very concerned and that this does not happen. And all we have to do is look back at the history of a prohibition in 1920 to 1933. This is exactly what has happened, such as big manufacturers like Anheuser-Busch, Schlitz, Pabst, Strauss. They all took ownership of saloons to control their market share. And by funding the saloons, providing free equipments and credits and build outs and free goods and everything, so that small business owner had no chance to survive, but they all went out of business. So I'm asking you, Mr. Chairman, to stay the course as we have done for many decades, to keep license and their businesses rolled clearly as a manufacturer, wholesaler, on premises, and off premises. Blending them, we are going into a territory where it would create severe unfair advantage. And there's a lot of other colleagues that probably didn't take the time or were not able to testify about, like the stores that I have listed, like University Liquor, Pearson's, Stop and Shop, Sammy's, and all those people. They are my friends and colleagues I have known for decades, and they would be affected. They would share my same view, although they were not able to testify. And again, thank you for letting me allowed to testify, even though I couldn't get on there earlier. But appreciate it. Thank you. And also good to see you there, Chairman.
And great to see you. I'm glad you're able to testify thousands of miles away, and I really appreciate that. So, Mr. Chai, I've always appreciated you're being in the community. You have a store in Ward 5 as well, and I know that it's a lot of support from folks in and around that area, and so your views are vitally important to our work here at the council. And so I won't hold you, but I don't have any questions, but I want to make sure that we had an opportunity to include you and your voice in this extraordinarily important conversation on this bill. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a wonderful day.
Take care. You do the same. Thank you. We're going to transition to our government witness. If we could have Director Musali, who has been present since the very beginning of this hearing this morning. We got going a little after 9, and I know you were present before that. So thank you for that. I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'll just remind people who are just tuning in or who didn't catch the top of the hearing that there were 4 measures. There are 4 measures that we had before us today. And they are PR 24-132, the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration, Frederick P. Musali Confirmation Resolution of 2021, PR 24-190, the ABRA Technical Amendment Approval Resolution of 2021, PR 24-196, the License and Permit Categories Approval Resolution of 2021, and B 24-44, the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021. You're going to speak to each of those measures. And so the clock says 10. You can disregard the clock. I know I sort of gave you some information at the beginning that we would consolidate. So take as much time as you need to get through these. And then I'll have some questions for you when you conclude your testimony. And good afternoon to you, Director Musali.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and your staff. Thank you for an excellent hearing. I appreciate the outstanding feedback we got today. I'm going to start with my confirmation testimony, and then I'll go into the Reopen DC testimony. As I think you indicated before, I had separated that testimony based on indicating going twice. So good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members, committee staff, and members of the public. My name is Fred Musali. I'm happy to hear before the committee today to seek your confirmation for the position of Director of the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration for another 4-year term. I've had the privilege of serving as ABRA's director in this great city since July of 2009. I would like to thank the members of the ABC board for their decision to reappoint me for an additional 4-year term. I appreciate the support and testimony from Chairperson Donovan Anderson that was provided on behalf of the board earlier today. I would also like to thank Mayor Muriel Bowser and her staff for my nomination to the council for consideration. Before I start, I would like to thank Chairperson McDuffie and his staff for their support during the COVID-19 pandemic. With the committee's help, our agency was able to implement several innovative programs to help struggling businesses. While there is much work to be done to rebuild the district in a manner that is equitable and beneficial to district residents in all 8 wards, I am grateful for the efforts of you and your staff in working with our agency to make the necessary legislative changes to implement these important programs. Today, I would like to discuss with the committee, first, several of the agency's significant accomplishments since the pandemic, and 2, 3 of my priorities should my nomination be confirmed for an additional 4-year term. First, the 3 areas I would like to highlight regarding the agency's accomplishments are 1, enforcement, 2, the transition of the medical cannabis program from the District Department of Health to ABRA, and 3, community outreach. First, with regard to ABRA's enforcement accomplishments, the pandemic resulted in ABRA's enforcement division successfully adjusting to being responsible for enforcing various social distancing and public health emergency violations during the district's various phases of reopening. I'm proud of my team, which I believe had played a key role in helping the public understand the importance of wearing masks when not actively eating or drinking, and helping establishments comply with rules like keeping music at levels where people are not tempted to shout and potentially transmit the virus. We are proud to be part of the district's laudable efforts to reduce the spread of this deadly disease. I believe that we help many restaurants, taverns, and other alcohol establishments survive by helping otherwise closed taverns serve food, helping establishments convert to carry out and delivery service early in the pandemic, and helping such establishments with wholly new services like the ability to operate outdoor streeteries or provide alcohols on a to-go basis. My team had to be nimble, as did our licensees, as metrics improved or worsened, and as restrictions loosened or tightened. We played an important educational role with our licensees, and ABRA's enforcement division conducted an impressive 17,231 regulatory inspections and investigations in FY20. Notwithstanding the pandemic, ABRA was able to successfully conduct 926 compliance checks for underage drinking in FY20, which exceeded the agency's goal. Second, during the pandemic, our agency was able to successfully transition the district's medical cannabis program on October 1, 2020, from the district's Department of Health to ABRA. This included the agency successfully renewing all medical cannabis business registrations in December 2020, in addition to medical cannabis qualifying patient and caregiver registrations. As part of the response to the pandemic, we launched new services for registered patients and regulated dispensaries, such as expanding the home delivery program and allowing curbside pickup. Our agency has heard from qualifying patients regarding the importance of receiving physical patient cards, which will be made available to all new and renewal medical cannabis patient registrations starting on Monday, May 17th. I was pleased to work with the mayor on her bills to establish a safe, regulated sales market for cannabis and to make improvements to the district's medical cannabis program. I was grateful that your committee agreed with some of the proposed changes and that your now enacted legislation is already making some of those improvements a reality. I look forward to working with the committee on pending legislation that would rename our agency, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, to reflect this new regulatory responsibility currently being handled by our agency. I am committed to working with the committee on even more improvements in this fast-changing industry, especially as we boost employment and entrepreneurship and bring safety standards to the market. Third, with regard to the community outreach, ABRA was productive during the pandemic with offering virtual community outreach and education trainings and presentations at no cost to provide accurate and timely information to the public. ABRA was able to train 245 members of the public in FY20. This included ABRA offering information sessions on such topics as Phase 2 guidance for ABC licensees and reimagining outdoor space. ABRA also offered a training session covering the top alcohol violations encountered by licensees and how to avoid them. Finally, in FY21, ABRA conducted 3 training courses in February 2021 for newly elected and existing ANC commissioners on the agency's existing licensing enforcement processes for both alcohol and medical cannabis. Second, I would like to now discuss 3 of my priorities should my nomination be confirmed for an additional 4-year term. First, 2-year medical cannabis patient cards. The success of the district's medical cannabis program during the pandemic has highlighted the importance and need for statutorily changing the period of time that a medical cannabis qualifying patient card is valid from 1 year to 2 years. Of note, the number of qualifying patients participating in the district's medical cannabis program has increased in large part due to patient cards with an expiration date after February 28, 2020, being extended by Mayor's Order 2020-063 and still valid as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Legislation that would statutorily make medical cannabis qualifying patient registration cards valid for 2 years is currently pending with the council. I look forward to working with the committee on this important issue. Second, robust testing. As our agency continues to build upon its efforts to have a nationally recognized medical cannabis program, it is imperative for the district to have robust medical cannabis testing at a laboratory located in Washington, D.C. As the committee knows, there are not currently any operational testing laboratories located in the district. The agency is currently accepting letter of intent forms for 2 testing laboratory registrations until noon on Friday, May 21. I am committed to ensuring that we have robust medical cannabis testing taking place in the district, which will benefit the public health and safety of qualifying patients. Patients should be able to reliably know that the CBD and THC content of the products that they consume, and they should, in a legal cannabis market, be confident that the products they smoke and ingest are not tainted by molds, pesticides, or other impurities. And third, expanding the diversity of ownership in medical cannabis businesses. As the committee is aware, while several dispensaries are women or minority owned or both, only one of the district's existing 8 medical cannabis cultivation centers are minority or women owned businesses. The recently enacted Medical Cannabis Emergency Amendment Act of 2021 represents an important step in allowing many returning citizens, including those with previous cannabis convictions, to become owners of medical cannabis businesses. I look forward to working with the committee as it considers pending medical cannabis legislation to increase the diversity of ownership in medical cannabis businesses on a permanent basis, including by social equity applicants. And this is includes my prepared remarks as it relates to my confirmation testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Council member, would you like me to go into my second testimony?
Yeah, you can dive right in and I'll ask questions about everything.
Sure. Additionally, I'd like to testify regarding and testify in support of Bill 24-0044, the Reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act of 2021, proposed resolution 24-0196, the License and Permit Categories Approval Resolution of 2021, and proposed resolution 24-0192, the ABRA Technical Amendment Approval Resolution of 2021. First, I would like to thank the mayor for transmitting these 3 pieces of legislation to the council. As the district continues to reopen, the Reopen DC bill in particular is critical to the district's effort to assist and provide flexibility to businesses that have been struggling during the pandemic. The Reopen DC Bill's innovative approach to alcohol regulation is intended to play an important role as the district seeks to rebuild its economy post-pandemic. Today, I would like to highlight 5 important changes contained in the Mayor's Reopen DC Bill. I will also briefly discuss both the ABRA Technical Amendment Approval Resolution of 2021 and the License and Permit Categories Approval Resolution of 2021. First, the Reopen DC Bill seeks to extend the successful outdoor streetery dining program by continuing the program for the remainder of calendar year 2021, as well as 2022 and 2023. For calendar year 2021, the Reopen DC Bill proposes to continue the outdoor streetery program for the entire calendar year at no cost to licensed alcohol establishments. For calendar year 2022 and 2023, the Reopen DC Bill proposes to allow outdoor streeteries to occur between May 1 and October 25 for these 2 years with a registration fee of $100. The district's current alcohol laws allow licensees to apply to use outdoor space on a permanent basis throughout the year. Second, the Reopen DC Bill proposes the creation of a commercial lifestyle center license that would allow patrons to walk around and consume on private space alcoholic beverages purchased from on-premise retailers within predefined boundaries under certain conditions. The commercial lifestyle center license would be held by a commercial owners association who would be responsible for providing adequate security and signage at areas of ingress and egress to reinforce public consumption laws. This liquor license category currently exists in Virginia. As a result of COVID-19, other states have passed similar legislation as a public health measure to allow patrons to remain outdoors instead of eating and drinking indoors. Third, the Reopen DC Bill seeks to attract new full-service grocery stores towards 7 and 8 in an effort to address the inequity that exists in these 2 wards as it relates to access to healthy food. To accomplish this, the Reopen DC Bill creates a new 25% full-service grocery store Class A alcohol license. Applicants interested in applying for and opening a Class A grocery store in wards 1 through 6 would first be required to open and operate a Class A grocery store in wards 7 or 8 for a minimum of 6 months. This new license category would be limited to new grocery stores with a certificate of occupancy issued after January 1, 2021. Fourth, the Reopen DC Bill would create a new third-party delivery license to regulate the delivery of alcohol by delivery companies on behalf of restaurants, taverns, and other on-premise retailers and manufacturers. Presently, these entities are delivering alcoholic beverages without any specific statutory requirements in place. The creation of this license category will help to ensure that these companies are not delivering alcoholic beverages to minors. Finally, the Reopen DC Bill seeks to encourage and create flexible business models by allowing restaurants and taverns through additional licensing to sell alcoholic beverages for both on-premise and off-premise consumption. Specifically, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of the district encouraging flexible business models. Of note, hotel service grocery stores are already permitted to operate in the district with both on-premise and off-premise retailers licenses. Many states, including Virginia, already permit restaurants and other businesses to operate with both on-premise and off-premise liquor licenses. Next, I would like to discuss proposed resolution 24-196, the License and Permit Categories Approval Resolution of 2021. This proposed resolution relates to changes made to Chapter 2 of Title 23 of the District of Columbia Municipal Regulations. Chapter 2 has not been comprehensively updated since it was promulgated in 2004. However, the council has made numerous statutory changes which relate to Chapter 2, including the revisions of pub permits, storage facility requirements, and the length of ABC manager and pub crawl licenses. The board received written comments on Chapter 2 rulemaking from the District of Columbia Association of Beverage Alcohol Sellers and revised the rulemaking to incorporate several of their comments. Finally, I'd like to discuss proposed resolution 24-192, the ABRA Technical Amendment Approval Resolution of 2021. The proposed resolution is necessary to make conforming changes to various chapters of Title 23 of the DCMR as a result of 4 council bills that took effect on February 21, 2020. The board received 1 written comment related to this technical rulemaking from the DC Wholesalers Association and revised this rulemaking to address the written comment that was received. Thank you, council member, for allowing me to speak on these important pieces of legislation. I'm available to answer any of the committee's questions. Thank you.
And thank you, Director Musal. I've got lots of questions, and I'm going to start though with some basic standard questions that you have heard and answered, no doubt, several times before. But to make sure the record is complete, we're going to start with those. The first, are you a district resident? And if confirmed, do you intend to reside in the district for the entirety of your appointment?
Yes, Chairperson McDuffie, I am currently a DC resident and have no plans to move, and if confirmed, would live in the district for the entirety of my term.
Okay. Have you been or are you a member of any district government board or commission?
No, I am not a member of any District of Columbia Board or Commission.
Are you an attorney? And if so, are you a member of any state bar?
Yes, I am an attorney, and I am a member of the DC Bar and the Maryland Bar.
Okay. And are you in good standing in both?
I am in good standing of both, yes.
Do you or any member of your immediate family have any interest, financial or otherwise, that may directly or indirectly pose a conflict of interest for you in the performance of your duties?
No, I do not have any conflicts that would prevent me from doing any of the duties of the position, neither myself or my family.
Okay. Do you have any outstanding liability for taxes, fees, or other payments to the district, federal, state, or other local government, either contested or uncontested?
No, I do not have any outstanding liability to the district, either contested or uncontested.
The district, any federal, state, or other local government, either?
No, I don't have any outstanding liabilities, period.
Okay.
Relates to district, federal, you name it. I don't have outstanding liabilities.
Okay. All right. Also, like to ask you about your educational background. You received your Bachelor's of Science degree in Political Science and History from James Madison University, your Juris Doctor, from Columbus School of Law at Catholic University, located in Ward 5. Your education background is relevant, but given your extensive experience, I'll give you a chance to talk about both. In terms of what's prepared you for this role. And you've been in ABRA for so long. I really like you to talk a little bit more about the cannabis component of you all's work. I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Anderson earlier. He was the first witness in this hearing. And I asked about just the experience of some of the board members and what, if anything, that they're doing to educate themselves in that aspects of the board's work. So tell me about what you've done and how perhaps your experience or the aspect of your education has helped to prepare you.
Thank you, Council Member. Sure. Well, I mean, I think in a background, like you stated, I went to undergrad at James Madison University, political science, history, law school at Catholic University at Ward 5. Obviously, I think being an attorney has, some background as it relates to interpreting and implementing laws and regulations. So I think that's helpful. And then obviously served as the general counsel for 7 years for this agency and have been a director since 2009. Been working on medical cannabis issues, preparing for taking over the program. I'm obviously working with the board in drafting emergency medical cannabis rules, working on cannabis issues, obviously, for a long time, working collaboratively with DC Health. I think one thing for the board I did want to highlight that I don't think came up. We're members of the Cannabis Regulators Association. We meet every other week. That's been invaluable in terms of learning about testing and what other jurisdictions do, both from best practices, what works, what doesn't work. We had all the board members and myself and many staff. They had a webinar a few weeks ago about social equity in cannabis. So hearing how LA, Chicago, other jurisdictions have implemented social equity in terms of what's worked, what hasn't worked. If they were able to do it over again, what would they do? It is invaluable. And being able to go to regulators in other states with medical cannabis and adult cannabis programs, that's been really good. So I think whether it's training sessions, conferences, webinars, I'll tell you one other thing that's been really important is just listening. So if you want to know how the program can improve, you listen to stakeholders, right? And so stakeholders, having quarterly meetings with stakeholders, but just hearing what they have to say, that's allowed the program to improve, and also hearing from qualifying patients, right? We understood that, for dispensaries and patients, they needed medical cannabis delivered during the pandemic, right? We increased the number of vehicles from one vehicle to 5 vehicles to make sure they could have cannabis delivered. We obviously now have curbside delivery. We also heard about the importance of people getting back to work. And so we had one of the holdups was the criminal background check, right? So we allowed people to get a temporary employment license while they undergo a criminal background check, which has allowed people to work right away. From a qualifying patient, people need their medicine. They need to be able to get their card. And so we've been able to, from a customer service perspective, work really hard to get people a quick turnaround and getting their cards, right? So I think that's really important. And I mentioned in terms of stakeholders, we've heard time and time again the need for a 2-year card versus a 1-year card, which is why I think you heard me mention that. And then obviously, as I mentioned in my testimony, we have to get testing labs up and running. As you know, we have a letter of intent period going on. We've gotten letter of intent so far from 8 testing laboratory applications. So, we're excited about that. We're going to do what we can on that. And then obviously appreciate your 50-point preference as we look to get more diversity in cultivation center ownership, knowing over the course of the year, we're going to also have to talk about technical assistance and financial assistance as we try to get more social equity applicants in this space.
Yeah, and just the last minute I have in my round, and I'll note that we've been joined by Ward 7, Councilmember Vincent Gray. I do want to just sort of pick up where you just left off about the social equity applicants and give you an opportunity for the last couple of seconds to speak, in your role as director about something that I've championed, and I know this council cares deeply about, which is racial equity, and how, talking about social equity, how might we do more with the bills that are pending in the committee, 3 committees of the council actually, to address the cause of social equity and social justice as we contemplate both the medical side as well as the other 2 bills in recreational that we have before the council.
Sure. I think we have an outstanding opportunity as we look at adult cannabis. Obviously, I only have so much control over the rider, but assuming the rider gets lifted, and obviously, as you know, the GAO has indicated that a hearing can be held by the council. So if you look at the various cannabis provisions, we have a tremendous opportunity on several levels to help with it with regard to social equity. One, we have the opportunity to determine where the tax dollars go, right? So from a social equity, in terms of helping neighborhoods that have been impacted by the war on drugs, we have a tremendous opportunity as it relates to where the tax dollars go. And then second, in terms of helping social equity applicants get into the business, whether that's through financial or technical assistance or setting aside licenses for social equity applicants, we have a fantastic opportunity there. And also, I know we've talked about, which is in the mayor's bill, we've talked about creating a social equity delivery license to allow social equity applicants to start up delivery companies. Clearly, there's going to be a tremendous need for delivery of adult cannabis sales if that were to happen. And that's as an opportunity to create jobs and small business opportunities for folks. So I think as you're starting to talk about a new industry in terms of adult cannabis sales, we have to deal with the issue of social equity up front. I think if you look at lessons learned from other jurisdictions, if you try to do social equity a couple of years later, they've found that it's hard, right? It's by that point, everybody else has had a head start and you're putting social equity applicants at a disadvantage. And so we're going to have to look at social equity at the beginning rather than waiting a couple of years to look at the issue. So I'm happy to work with you in the committee on it. I think we have a lot of great ideas of how to implement social equity. I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done. I think as we talk about the medical cannabis bill and look at potential preference points, whether it be for returning citizens or other categories, obviously the preference points that you have in your bill that's currently law. We appreciate, and I think there's an opportunity to build on that.
Thank you for that. And I'll ask probably just a couple more questions around cannabis when I go for a second round. I do want to just take a quick opportunity. My staff communicated with me in between the transition from public to government witnesses that in her press conference earlier today, the mayor announced that she's going to be increasing capacity for restaurants and bars and other areas. And I wanted to just acknowledge and thank the mayor and her team for doing that. As you know, and my colleagues know, I sent a letter to the mayor last Sunday, actually 2 Sundays ago, about the need to reopen and increase capacity, and so that our businesses, particularly restaurants, hotels, and others, can really plan to rehire and get workers back to work and off unemployment rolls. We've heard from so many workers over the last several months about the need to see a roadmap so that they understand what their future looks like. Councilmember Pinto and I actually sent a letter, and I want to thank her for drafting that later in the week because we continue to hear these concerns. And so I think this is welcome news that we heard today, but I think it still is important that we see a clear roadmap, a step-by-step guide that goes a little further and also speaks to the financial support that is needed from the industries, particularly from our hotels, if we hope to get those workers back to work, and making sure that those finances that might otherwise be provided to businesses like hotels go down to the workers. We've heard a lot of concerns from Local 25 and others who have really been advocating for their members, and I appreciate that. So I wanted to just take the opportunity to mention that as I turn next to my colleague from Ward 2, Brooke Pinto, and I'll follow Councilmember Pinto with Ward 7 Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie, and I want to echo your enthusiasm to see the mayor's announcement that many of these restrictions will be lifted. I think this is really exciting for so many in our community, for residents and businesses. And as we return to more in-person activity, it's still very important that we engage in safe behavior and wear our masks and engage in social distancing when we can, and encourage all of our neighbors to get vaccinated as soon as they can. But it's really wonderful news, and I'm thrilled to see those restrictions lifted. Director Musali, I'd like to pick up around the cannabis licensing. So one of the pieces of feedback we've received since the introduction of the council's version of the bill is a concern for barriers to entry and a request to have more license options available to more people at a cheaper rate. And I wanted to just give you an opportunity to respond to that idea and highlight any potential challenges that more licenses at a lower cost could provide, or if you are supportive of that, it'll give you an opportunity to elaborate.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I appreciate that question. So there's two different aspects to the question. So first, in terms of barrier to entry, obviously, we work with the council on the medical cannabis, and hopefully we look at adult cannabis, allowing returning citizens to be owners of cannabis businesses. That's really important, right? So we've taken the position, we're going to allow returning citizens, people with criminal records, people with prior cannabis convictions to be owners, right? And then we're just, from an enforcement perspective, we're going to look at what your any issues you have after you've been licensed. So obviously from in terms of licenses, I think we're clearly open to social equity applicants paying us a lower fee. So as long as we can make sure that the program can support itself financially, I think it's clear that if you're going to get social equity applicants involved, they're going to have to pay potentially lower fee or receive some type of financial assistance. So Just looking at from a cultivation center could cost $1 million to get up and running. And so if you're truly going to allow social equity applicants, you're going to have to, in addition to technical assistance, there's going to have to be financial assistance at some level provided. Dispensaries is a little easier to get up and running, but if you're talking about a cultivation center or testing lab or potentially a manufacturer, there's going to have to be some level of financial assistance. And so we'd be open to some type of lower fee structure.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. And I think, there are some people who may want to get involved in the marketplace who might not be social equity applicants, but don't necessarily have access to capital and the ability to start a huge business, but want the ability to engage in home grows and sell some cannabis similar to fermenting your own alcohol. So I just want to put a bug in your ear about that request as we develop the legislation further and think about its regulation.
Absolutely. And real quick, just in some of the versions of the legislation, I think as it relates to like manufacturing, that's one of the thought processes that we have staggered different license classes based upon the number of plants you're making or cultivating. And the reason is you don't necessarily want to have, everybody being, corporation coming in. We want to allow for smaller businesses and smaller opportunities. And so the fee could be less depending on how many plants you plan on cultivating.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So for the banking issue, with so many of our currently medical cannabis businesses still dealing in an unbanked environment, given the federal restrictions, what is ABRA's and ABCA's thinking on simultaneously advocating for a legalized adult use marketplace while also making sure that these businesses will be able to have their resources banked?
Great question. The banking issue is a real issue. Hopefully the federal government would pass legislation that honestly that would make it the easiest. Otherwise, we've kind of looked at DSB. I think in working with DSB, and if you look at some of the adult cannabis bills, I think they contemplate whether it's being able to bank with a district bank, DC bank of some sort creation. Continue to work with DSB for ways around that. I have some other creative ideas, but ultimately the best thing that could happen would be federal legislation by Congress to allow federal banking. That really would be the best situation.
Mm-hmm. I agree, and we would love Congress to act. We have been disappointed with how slow they have been on this issue, but for all of those watching, we need to make sure that federal government does act both to lift the rider so that the district can have an adult use marketplace and so that our businesses can engage in safe banked behavior with these businesses. So moving on to the reopening, let's see how much time I have left. So we can get in here. So for the reopen Washington, D.C. Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Amendment Act, I don't know if you heard the public witnesses earlier talking about their concerns with the limitations for cross ownership for licenses for on-premise and off-premises licenses. It does seem to make sense to me to allow cross ownership to happen. What is your thinking from the current language as to why that may have been important, and are you open to those changes to allow for those different types of ownership structures?
Thanks, Councilmember Pinto. Yeah, I was able to listen to all the testimony today. I think a couple things. I think one, we're open to the suggestion that ABC licensees or other types of businesses being able to own the delivery license. I think we heard that, that prohibition that you can't be an ABC licensee and a third-party delivery licensee. I think we're open to changing that. I think that's probably the most common comment we've gotten. So I think we're open to working with the council to change that. I think that was just kind of looking at other jurisdictions with similar legislation, they had that. But I think, I don't think we're that concerned about one ABC licensee dominating the market. I think just given, the other companies that currently exist that are in the market, I don't think that's a concern. So we're open to working with you to change that. I think we heard a comment about being able to hold multiple internet delivery licenses. We're open to that. One of the issues that we've been working with the council on, and obviously council, it's important to Councilmember Gray and Councilmember McDuffie, is this issue of food equity. And so if we have an opportunity for a fulfillment center to get food delivered to residents in Ward 7 and 8, I know in GoPuff's testimony, they talked about putting a fulfillment center in Ward 8. So they have the opportunity to get food delivered more quickly to Ward 7 and 8 residents. We're all for that in terms of healthy food choices. So that's something we don't have a problem with. So I think there's some room for some possible changes there.
Okay, well, that is wonderful to hear. I am certainly supportive of that as well, and look forward to working with you on some of those changes in the coming weeks. And so thank you very much, Director. I'm out of time this round, but I will see you next round. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Gray. And good afternoon to you. You're muted right now.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman.
No worries at all. Good to see you and you're around.
I appreciate that very much. I appreciate the hearing that you called today, and we've had lots of witnesses, public witnesses, and your testimony has been really right on point. So I appreciate you for calling this hearing, and I've been delighted to listen to the many public witnesses that we've had here today. So thank you again for calling us, and also thank you for joining with Councilmember Pinto on the letter that the two of you sent forward to the mayor about the importance of reopening our city. I'm working assiduously to make that happen. And with her announcement today, it looks like it's moving in the right direction. So I appreciate your work. I appreciate the work of Councilmember Pinto. And I too, another one who heartily supports being able to get to a better place than we've been at, and better and more effectively reopen our city. Just to one, congratulate you, Councilmember, the two council members, and then to also thank Mr. Musali for the work he's done. He's done, in my opinion, he's done a terrific job. And he worked for me when I was mayor, and I'm so glad he's still there because he's done such an excellent job, and people are so thankful for the work that you've done, Fred, for the work you're doing at ABRA. So thanks, and I hope you'll be there for however many more years you want to be there. So keep up the great work. I want to focus on an area that is hugely important to the people of Ward 7, and that is food deserts. We have just a huge number of food deserts that exist, especially in Ward 7 and then in Ward 8 as well, which has the two of them put together have only 2 full-service grocery stores. In Ward 7, we got the new Skyland Town Center, which is being constructed. It's well on its way and now to being completed. We got Parkside, we got Fletcher Johnson, which is the former school site that's now being developed as an opportunity for additional amenities to be brought to the people of Ward 7. So I'm excited about, and I thank you for your innovation to try to help move us in the right direction with respect to the needs that exist there. And I want to ask you some questions about it, and I'm going to give you a chance to clarify, what it is that's going to happen should the bill be passed. I guess essentially what would happen is we'd be using a carrot to create Class A liquor license opportunities. You alluded to it in your testimony, and I appreciate that. It would have an opening opportunity, for new 25% full service grocery stores be a Class A liquor license, I guess, that people would have available to them as a result of this. As I understand it, and I want you to clarify this, the new liquor license category would be limited to new grocery stores with a certificate of occupancy issued after this past January 1st. What was the genesis of the idea? What created the impetus for this idea, Brad, if you don't mind speaking to that?
Sure. Good to see you, council member. Thank you for the comments. And so the impetus of the idea was, as we try to come out of the pandemic in a better place, focusing on the issue of social equity and equity, looking at the issue of food deserts. We got this food desert issue in 7 and 8. And so I think there were a couple of things that were staggering. So I think you mentioned the fact that there's only a small handful of grocery stores in Ward 7 and 8. So how do you deal with that issue? And then, when we were looking at the issue of outdoor dining and streeteries, you only have 2 places in Ward 7 and 8 for outdoor dining, right? So you only have Solitai with outdoor dining in Ward 7, and you have Busboys Poets in Ward 8. And so we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, right? We have about almost 600 ABC licensees that are doing the streetery program. And out of the almost 600, only 2 of them are in Ward 7 and 8. And so looking at outdoor dining issues, right, in 7 and 8, and then you're looking at the limited access to healthy food as it relates to the grocery stores. What can we do coming out of the pandemic to improve the situation? Then you look at the fact that we have, as you mentioned, development opportunities in 7, where during conversations, there's opportunity for anchor tenants. That could be grocery stores. And then what happens when you add an anchor grocery store tenant, right? You're adding jobs, you're adding restaurants, you're adding banks, right? Look at what Costco's done to Ward 5. And obviously Councilmember McDuffie would know that better than anybody, but I mean, look at what Costco did, right, for Ward 5. So I think, and it just, you can't put a price on that. And then we looked in terms of impact. Well, getting people in the grocery stores, right, access to healthy foods, right? Instead of eating snack food, you're going to a grocery store, you're getting healthy food, you're getting healthy food choices, you're creating jobs. You're not forcing people to go to either one of the other 6 wards or leaving the District of Columbia and going to Maryland. So when you look at how to build a more equitable District of Columbia post-pandemic, it has to include access to healthy food.
Well, I applaud your creativity and your thoughtfulness about addressing something like this. Is desperately needed, in my opinion. Can you tell me, my time is starting to run short on this round, and I'll have others on the next round, but can you tell me what the reaction has been, to the extent you know, on the part of people in Ward 7 who at least know about this idea and know the possibility of it coming? Can you tell me what has been their reaction heretofore up to today?
Sure. Obviously, I have 2 Ward 7 residents on my board who are absolutely supportive of it and love it.
Yeah.
So they absolutely love it. We've done a lot of community outreach, talked to various district food committees. All the support we've got so far is positive. I know I haven't heard anything negative. I'm sure there are residents that may have a different approach, but all the feedback we've gotten has been positive. As we talk about innovation, I don't know if you've seen this, but the Prince George's County Council for PG County has actually stolen our idea and is actually doing the same thing to attract food to Prince George's County by letting their grocery stores sell wine and beer, right? So they're now proposing using alcohol to deal with their food desert issue in Prince George's County. So that was funny. They've kind of taken our idea and used it, but overwhelming, it's been positive. I obviously can't speak for all residents, but the Ward 7 residents that we've heard from, it's been positive. Like I said, my 2 board members that are Ward 7 residents are 2 of the biggest advocates for it, obviously.
Well, and I'm excited about that as well. My time is up on this round, but I just want to mention to you, or like to know how you're collecting data. You can answer that now or in the next round if you wish, but how are you collecting data on the responsiveness or lack thereof on the part of people in Ward 7 about this idea.
Yeah, you can answer it, please, and then we'll transition after that.
Yeah, I don't have an exact count, council member. If we need to put that back or do more community outreach on this, I'm happy to work with you to do that. You know, in terms of talking to all the various ANCs, we've had extensive outreach efforts on this. We've talked to a number of communities. So I don't have the exact data. If there's something you'd like us to do or work with you in terms of outreach to the ANCs, I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Fantastic. And my time is up on this round, so we'll come back to that on the next round, Fred. Thank you so much.
And since the councilman is going to pick up on that on his next round, I won't jump right into it, but I think that's actually a really solid suggestion by Councilmember Gray. I think it's going to be important to track the feedback and any positive feedback, any concerns raised by our residents about that aspect of this bill. You know, we had a number of people testify today, but we didn't have anyone testify specifically around that component of the bill. And I know that when it was first announced, that was one component where I got some initial feedback from members of the community. So I think it's going to be important to be able to document that. And Director Musali, for the record, so we can determine whether or not it needs to remain a part of the bill. It sounds like Councilman Gray is in support, and that there are lots of others who are. And so we want to make sure there's an adequate record for that. In terms of going back to cannabis, with respect to medical cannabis, you know, the growth potential, we talked about social equity, we talked about returning citizens. You know that the committee is looking at the return of citizens component. What do you see the growth potential for the industry being, Mr. Musali? And do you have concerns with the idea of a return in citizens set aside? Do you support, does ABRA, the executive, support it? And I know there's something that's in the bill that the mayor proposed, but talk a little bit about that if you could before I move to some other areas of this bill.
Sure. Clearly, we support preference points for returning citizens. I think that's clearly 100% what we support. I think to the extent, from a social equity point of view, we can have a more diverse program. We support that. Set asides, I think that's, you know, I think there's some concerns there. Obviously, you know, that's probably something we'd want to talk to OEG about the legality of, in terms of specific set asides, what criteria would be permitted, what wouldn't. We thought the preference points made sense, and follow that up with technical assistance and financial assistance. So, I mean, I think, you know, the concern is obviously, for us, if you're going to do set asides, it's got to be prospective. Our number one issue of concern is we don't want any retroactive set asides. So if we're going to have set asides, it have of some sort, it have to be prospective applications, not retroactive.
Okay. And then let's talk about reopening. The mayor's announcement about increased capacity, again, welcome news to me and I imagine any number of my colleagues, not to mention all the businesses and workers who've been really seeking this sort of news. As we continue to move slowly towards reopening and increasing things like indoor dining, what plans do you propose to provide additional support for ABRA establishments so they can remain open?
Sure. So obviously with the news today, I think you talked about the need of government agencies such as ourselves to be nimble. So the mayor announced changes that take effect May 21, and I think the other date is June 11th. And so we'll obviously make sure to vote by the 19th, if not sooner, to make these changes to our emergency rules that are currently in effect to help businesses, right? So there's a number of changes that'll have to be made to our rulemakings to match the mayor's guidance. So we'll do that to allow the changes for May 21 and June 11th. What we'll do is we'll hold information sessions before they take effect. So that way, before the May 21 date, licensees know what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do. So I think that's key. Obviously, we'll work with the committee here in terms of hopefully continuing the streetery program in some sort. That's something that we need to look at, as it relates to that. I think that's one of the key things this year is we look at, as you may recall, the council provided us guidance to keep the program in place till the end of the year. So if that's going to change, obviously we'd want to know that. But I think the key thing now is making sure that everyone's clear in terms of what they can do. I think you mentioned the May 21 as relates to changes in capacity. So we need to get out the message of what changes take effect May 21 and which changes take effect June 11th.
To sort of go a little step further in terms of like reopening, as we think about the vaccine and how it becomes more readily available, more people are being vaccinated, individuals 16 and up. What types of things is ABRA doing specifically to engage sister agencies, as well as just workers and businesses, particularly those in the hospitality industry, to ensure that people are being vaccinated? Do you all have a role in that? I know obviously DOH has been sort of running point, but are you all at the table? I know you all have been a part of the process throughout this pandemic. Can you speak to the types of things that you all might be doing to support the overall efforts to make sure that people are being vaccinated so that we can reopen safely?
Sure. Yeah, we've been coordinating with a number of district agencies. Sean Townsend does a great job with the director of nightlife and culture. I don't know if they just had a program, take a shot, get a shot, where you get a free beer. Obviously, there's programs like that going on that we're aware of and coordinate with. Obviously, there's been an effort made to help get the word out in terms of vaccinating individuals, both government and non-government. Obviously, that's one of the things we push every day here, is pushing government staff, district government staff in terms of getting vaccinated, letting them know what the options are in terms of centers, days going on. And then obviously, as it relates to businesses and the public, obviously trying to promote, whether it's on social media or other aspects, the importance of getting vaccinated. So we've been trying to do what we can to help get the word out on that. I think you're on mute, council member.
I keep muting myself after I ask a question, just so you don't hear any background noise, but thank you for that answer. How would you assess the rate at which the district is reopening, given some of the things that you're seeing around the country? I know you follow what's happening in your industry pretty closely, and you really keep up to date on the sort of trends and ways that the city might be able to do innovative things to support ABRA licensed entities. How would you assess the rate at which the city is reopening at this point, relative to what's happening in Maryland, Virginia, and other places around the country?
Yeah, I think the mayor's announcement today of the changes May 21 is great, right? So the mayor's announcement today puts us, I think, looking at what Maryland and Virginia are doing, I think that the mayor's announcement here is great. I think going to 100% occupancy for restaurants, and then putting the letting the licensees stay open later hours. I think that's all welcome. One of the things before that we had done, which I think was helpful, we're in terms of entertainment, promoting ways for licensees to have entertainment. I think you saw trivia is making a big comeback, and so the trivia nights are popping up everywhere. And now with the live music coming back, the other types of entertainment, I think has been critical. But in terms of the importance of the industry, what we've heard in terms of capacity, in later hours. I mean, the mayor's announcement today, I think is a huge help, and I think is a positive one. We appreciate her doing that.
So I imagine you got a preview, if you could, just to really quickly run down what the mayor did announce. I've been at the hearing, you've been at the hearing, but I imagine as an instrumental government official in these types of announcements, given the role that ABRA plays, what are the new rules related to ABRA licensed establishments? Do you have that information yet? Or am I putting you on the spot?
Hey, can you hear me, council member?
I can hear you now.
Sure. On May 21, restrictions on public and commercial activity, including capacity limits, types of activities, and time restrictions will be lifted. There's an exception for bars and nightclubs and large sports and entertainment venues. So establishments such as restaurants, the capacity limit is lifted. The types of activities, we talked about, like bands and trivia and what have you, lifted. And then time restrictions are lifted. And then on June 11th, capacity limits and restrictions will be lifted on those venues that cannot fully reopen on May 21. So if you don't meet the requirements necessary to reopen on May 21, you'd be able to open on June 11th. And so some examples here, May 21 for restaurants, there's no capacity restrictions. Weddings, which we've heard a lot about, no capacity restrictions. Bars and nightclubs on May 21 would be 50% capacity. On June 11th, there would be no capacity limitations on bars and nightclubs here. So I think this is obviously important news that we're glad we're able to get out today, and will make a big difference for a lot of businesses.
All right, thanks for that. I'm going to turn next when I come back for a round to the grocery store special exception, and that's only if Councilmember Gray doesn't cover it in his next round. So I'm going to turn to Councilmember Pinto for a round.
Thank you, Chairman. So Director Musali, I think you may have heard earlier with some of the public witnesses were talking about the tavern restrictions in Georgetown, and the Georgetown BID, Citizens Association of Georgetown, as well as ANC2E have negotiated a compromise for something they can all be comfortable with. And that includes raising the tavern limit to 12 and then having the council give up the statute in favor of an ABC rulemaking that can then be periodically reviewed. Is that a compromise that you support?
Well, first off, I'm glad that the citizen associations in Georgetown, the ANC and the Georgetown BID work together on a compromise. I think that's great. Anytime a neighborhood comes together and works that out. So I have not had the opportunity to talk to my board about that, kind of just learning about the compromise here in the last day or two. So I'll need to talk to my board about that. I do appreciate them coming together. The law allows a rulemaking to be filed at any time with the board, given the fact that it's been more than a year since we had one. So clearly that's an avenue where we could have a rulemaking, have a moratorium, some sort of what's being suggested. Obviously, I don't have what they want in writing, just kind of listening to the testimony today. I do appreciate the fact that one of the concerns we had with the statutory rulemaking is that it's been in effect with 27 years without being reviewed. So I do think one of the advantages of a board rulemaking is that it can be tweaked, once every 3 years, 5 years, what have you. So definitely open to what the community has to say, and definitely open to working with the council on it. I think it's definitely something I'll take back to my board, and then once I hear from them, I can report back to the committee. But we're definitely open to working with the committee on the issue. I think anytime you can have the neighborhood come up with their own solution, that's beneficial.
Well, thank you so much. I agree. It's wonderful that they were able to work together and come up with a compromise. And so I would love to coordinate with you on that as we move forward and with the committee. So what was the thought process behind requiring businesses to store their alcohol in warehouses in DC, as opposed to also permitting them to store it outside of the city?
Sure. And obviously this predates me and has been in the books a long time, but it's the policy reason is from an enforcement perspective. If you're going to enforce alcohol, inspect alcohol, it's got to be in the District of Columbia. The district's parameters in terms of inspection are within its boundaries. Obviously, you can't audit or inspect and make sure laws and regulations are being followed if the alcohol is not in the District of Columbia, right? So when this came up previously, the rationale for it and why it was upheld by the federal court was that the district has a local responsibility and core function of inspecting and auditing alcoholic beverages.
And is that consistent across other jurisdictions as well, that their storage requirements are always within their own state boundaries?
A number of states do have that. This obviously is not part of the bill and kind of just came to a head today. So
Okay.
I haven't looked at every jurisdiction. So there's two issues. One is in terms of the issue of, the policy reasons and legally, and then second is whether it should be changed, right? So, this is an issue we're happy to discuss with the committee further and look at this issue. But the general nexus of it is we need to be able to inspect and audit alcoholic beverages that are coming into the district.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the streeteries, for all of those who have already applied for and expanded their service offerings, and for those who may be interested, what are the types of things that will make a restaurant eligible for a streetery? And if all businesses apply for that license who are eligible, do they all receive it? Do they all receive approval?
Sure. So I think as we heard today, streeters really bring up two different concepts. And so you have outdoor private space and outdoor public space. So for outdoor private space, which is a little easier, the main issue, it's got to be on the first floor. You can't be adding a deck or anything right away, right? Because there's safety and issues in terms of inspection. So it's got to be ground floor outdoor private space. And you could register that and you'd be eligible to pretty much operate right away. From the outdoor public space, which is basically either going to be your sidewalk cafe or what are kind of known as like your parklets, you can register to open and operate right away with our agency in DDOT, but then there's a process and a review by DDOT, which we help to enforce as it relates to them going out the space and making sure it's safe, doesn't block pedestrian traffic. There's a number of other issues they look at. And so you actually, through that, you'd have to apply for a public space permit on a permanent basis and potentially go through their process, right? So using outdoor private space is a lot easier to get up and running and maintain the outdoor public space. You can get up and running, but you're going to have to go through the DDOT process and get in order to continue to use the space on a permanent basis.
Okay. And have we learned any best practices around the commercial lifestyle centers from other jurisdictions, like the village of Shirlington, that have adopted similar measures so that we can best prepare for keeping everybody safe and the enforcement components in particular?
Absolutely. So, the commercial lifestyle license, as you stated, has the same exact title in Virginia, right? They have their SIP at Shirlington. They have Ballston. They have one at Pentagon Row. They got another one going, I guess, to Crystal City going. So when we looked at the laws, the rules, and then some other states like Michigan have done some similar things, we clearly looked at best practices. And so really some of the key components we're looking at, right? We want to make sure we have security. We don't want whatever the designated outdoor premises are. We don't want people leaving the premises. We want to make sure from a litter perspective that litter is being picked up. We're not doing things that would potentially attract rats, right? So that's a critical component too, the litter and the security aspect. And then having trash receptacles, depending on the environment, restrooms could be an issue. that we need to look at. We had limited hours, 11 during the week and midnight on weekends. This isn't, we don't want people outside, just drinking at 2 a.m. I mean, obviously we're sensitive to, resident concerns and noise concerns. And that's why it's kind of cut off at 11 during the week and midnight. There's best practices. There's signs posted, you can't leave beyond this point with alcoholic beverages, because we want people to know that. If you look at like SIP at Sterlington and some of the others, they actually have color-coded maps, so you know exactly where the area is, and you know not to leave that. And so I know you brought up the cup issue, which we're happy to work with you on. What we kind of got from best practices, is you don't want glass, right? You don't want to let people use glass containers. So it's either got to be non-glass or plastic containers. I know we clearly want to use something that's environmentally friendly. We don't want anything that's, that's not environmentally friendly and opening in the river. But we want some type of logo or label so we know what establishment it came from. So we want to know, hey, we got this from establishment A or B. Especially because you're going to have common seating. Otherwise, how are you going to know what establishment it's from? And so if we're going to come up with a standard cup, which we're happy to talk about, we'd want to have the label of the establishment on it or some type of logo that could be put on so we know what establishment it comes from.
Okay, no, thank you for that feedback to that idea. That makes a lot of sense. And I think, as you talk about the maps, there's what we've talked earlier this morning about the education component for the businesses and the restaurants to make sure that they're trained and educated, but we also have to be aware of the education component for patrons and customers. And we don't want, residents to read a headline now, commercial lifestyle centers are available and thinking they can be drinking anywhere on the street and then being disappointed when that illegal behavior is enforced. And so look forward to working with you on that. I'll just note, I'll follow up with your team around the warehouse issue. I think for those beverages that are regulated through the larger import system that aren't subject to inspection, it may make particular sense to think about expanding those rules. But happy to follow up with you. I know we're out of time for this round. So thank you very much, Director. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilman Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We talked on the previous round, Fred, about the fact that Prince George's apparently has traded up on our idea of the District of Columbia, in terms of grocery stores. Now, we all work very closely with our friends in Prince George's County on lots of issues, but I'm not interested at this stage in handing off grocery stores that we need in the District of Columbia any more quickly or readily than otherwise would be the case. So I wonder if you know what kind of data they've been gathering in Prince George's County around their adoption of this idea and what those data have shown thus far.
I do not, council member. We'd be more than happy to reach out to them. I mean, I think the idea, obviously they borrowed our idea, but they basically put out the same rationale we did, is that, they need to do what they can to deal with the food desert issue, and that other aspects have been tried, and that, this seemed like an idea that would work. As I think I stated previously, this has clearly generated interest from grocery stores. So there's no doubt that this would help get grocery stores to Ward 7 and 8. As is stated, obviously, we want to make sure we get community input on this issue. Obviously, we didn't get a whole lot today. I'm happy to work with you in the chairperson. If we want to do more outreach of ANCs or other community groups, I'm fine with doing that. But we have the outreach we've done, which has been extensive, but I can't tell you how many of those folks were Ward 7 residents or not.
Of course.
But there has been a huge amount of interest in bringing grocery stores and addressing the food desert issue. This is one component of it. Obviously, some of the other aspects we've gotten is how we can attract smaller grocery stores towards 7 and 8. And that's important too, which this bill does help with that as well. But obviously, the main attraction in the bill is bringing grocery stores that are 8,000 square feet or larger that have a C of O over January 1, 2021. towards 7 and 8. But I'm happy to work with the council on an outreach strategy, whether it be ANCs or community groups or surveys or further outreach. We're happy to do that and work with the committee on that.
I'd appreciate that very much, and I'll be happy to work with Councilmember McDuffie to engage the committee on such opportunities as well. I spent some time visiting the Safeway, the brand new Safeway down in Ward 6. They have a fantastic liquor operation there. Went there and spent a lot of time talking to people who were shopping in the new Safeway, and they are excited about what they have there at this point. In addition to that, you may remember, Fred, that we actually established the Costco when I was the mayor, and I was delighted to be able to do that. And of course, one need only go into Costco and realize how excited people are when they go into Costco and purchase liquor there as well. So I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think that we'll have similar experiences with people when they come towards 7. But I would love to work with you on some kind of objective way to measure people's thoughts on this. And that way, at least when someone asked me in Prince George's County, what the thinking is around the District of Columbia, I'll be happy to be able to reveal that data to them because I think it will be positive. So I would love to work with the chairman, work with you to be able to generate an objective basis for looking at this. I guess one of the issues I have is, do you see any kind of reaction forthcoming, negative reaction forthcoming from liquor stores in response to this?
I think you could potentially get some concern from liquor stores that are located in close proximity. I know that in terms of just input we get, anytime there's a large retailer coming to the city, whether it's Costco or any other establishment like that, obviously, businesses, liquor stores always are concerned about competing, right?
Right.
It really just depends how close they are to the location. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Obviously that's something we weighed, but clearly, we're trying to deal with this food desert issue and providing access to folks and eating healthy foods. So we kind of, erred on that side.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Fred, for the follow-up, and we'll look forward to working with you and the chairman around how we might generate an objective approach to measuring people's thoughts on the implementation of such an effort in the District of Columbia. We alluded in the earlier round about the 25% threshold that and I'm really wondering how you think that compares to other alcohol licenses that grocery stores have under the existing regulations that APRA administers at this point.
Sure. Well, that number comes from a couple of points of view. We used to have what was called a 25% wine and beer store. So that number matches that. Looking at full service grocery stores that do wine and beer, that number was 15. And so, really what we wanted to make sure was that we had 75% of the sales, not the alcohol sales, right? Because if we're going to bring the store to the neighborhood, we want, 75% grocery store sale, grocery item sales, fruits, vegetables, produce, bakery goods, meats. That's what we're shooting for. We don't want the store to be known as a liquor store or just having a lot of alcohol in the neighborhood. And so alcohol should be incidental to the business, not the primary purpose of the business. And so that's why we thought it was, critical to do that. We offered a little flexibility there. There's some grocery stores that may be teetering around that 15%. So there's a little bit more flexibility here. Like I said, we did have a 25% wine and beer license before that seemed to work pretty well. So we wanted to make sure that 75% of what was being offered to the community wasn't alcohol.
Okay, and we'll look forward to hearing more about that as we move forward with this. And like I said, I'd like to work with the chairman and what we can do with ABRA to be able to measure the attitudes of people around having, as you say, incidental, having liquor being sold within our grocery stores, and especially as we can measure as we go forward what the impact is on actually increasing the number of grocery stores that we have in areas where there are food deserts at this point. So we'll look forward to working with you on that, Fred. Mr. Chairman, I'm back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Just on the grocery store special exception, So the thought is that this is a way that the administration thinks that you can attract grocery stores to Ward 7 and 8 because, and I'm just following the logic here, because they've not been able to do so in the past. Is that your understanding?
Sure. So council member, right now we essentially have, there's 3 grocery stores in 7 and 8, right? You look at the options compared to other wards, it's much more limited compared to other wards of the city, right? And I think we talked before, you have limited grocery store options, you have limited healthy food options at restaurants. And so the feedback we've gotten is that this would help generate and bring grocery stores towards 7 and 8. I think the reaction to the bill being introduced, from the industry is that this will clearly bring grocery stores to 7 and 8. And so when you look at an impact from an alcohol perspective, just in terms of research, what have you, you're having people have greater access to healthy food instead of potentially spending more time in convenience stores with snack food, things, potato chips, other types of things. They're being introduced and shopping at healthy food options. Right? So that's what I think we want in dealing with this food desert issue, is greater access to foods, healthy foods.
So I think I heard a mention of smaller footprint stores. I always use the example of Good Food Market in Ward 5 along Rhode Island Avenue. I know there's working on another location in Ward 8 along South Capitol Street. What kind of feedback have you gotten from the community with respect to alternatives to liquor sales in order to attract grocery stores? Was this a proposal that was pitched by ABRA? Did this spawn within your agency, or was it something that came from a different agency as a suggestion?
Sure. I think that this is a combination of something thought by the agency and working with the mayor's office. I think we have 2 Ward 7 board members. And so I think when they looked at this issue, is the importance of what can we do coming out of the pandemic to deal with this food desert issue, right? And then in terms of, I think in conversations, with the mayor's office and looking at this, the carrot of if you open a store in Ward 7 and 8, you have to be open at least 6 months before you can go to Wards 1 through 6. You got another carrot there, where after opening in Ward 7 or 8, you could go to Ward 1 or 6 and file your application after 6 months. The other aspect of this is that all these applications have to go through a public comment period with notice to the ANC. So I do think it's important to mention, it's not just that a grocery store would get this license, right? A grocery store would have to go through a 45-day public comment period with ANCs getting great weight. There'd be an opportunity for neighbors to enter into a settlement agreement, work out terms, of sales in that particular store. So I think that's important. And then I think if you look at other jurisdictions. There are other jurisdictions that do let grocery stores sell liquor, right? So this isn't a concept that's unique to the district. This is allowed in some other states where they do allow grocery stores to sell liquor. But at the end of the day, coming out of the pandemic, what can we do to make a difference in terms of food sales? And then what can we do that's also going to help attract restaurants to 7 and 8? Like I said, we only have one restaurant in Ward 8 that's Busboys and Poets that has outdoor seating. That's an alcohol licensee. That's
Can I cut in real quick, just because I'm,
Yes.
but in terms of, are there any grocery stores that are coming, that are being built, that are constructed, or in the process of being constructed, that will qualify for something like this? Or are you just anticipating it being a means to attract new commitments?
Sure. Well, I mean, obviously, you know, the bill was drafted with the intention to bring new grocery stores towards 7 and 8. Clearly, there's a Lidl. That just doesn't have anything to do with that, but clearly there's a Lidl coming.
Would they be eligible to pursue this?
They would be, yes.
It would be.
Drafted,
Okay, so but they were already coming before this was introduced, and it hasn't been passed yet, true?
Right. So this was not introduced with Lidl in mind, just to be clear. This wasn't introduced
And
Lidl.
and just to follow your logic, then Lidl's commitment was secured before this was in mind or introduced for them.
I would agree with you.
Okay. Does this bill, the way it's drafted, allow existing grocery stores, the 3 you mentioned, would they qualify for this license?
No, not as currently drafted. The intention was to bring new grocery stores to 7 and 8. I think the concern was you wouldn't want a situation where existing grocery stores are able to sell liquor, but you're not attracting new grocery stores to the city.
I think I understand the concern. I wonder if those stores would be concerned, though, that there could be an unfair benefit, notwithstanding their prior commitment to Ward 7 and 8. There'd be an unfair benefit to some new, potentially new store if those stores are different from the ones, the Safeway and the Giants, that are there in Ward 7 and 8.
Yeah, I understand the concern, and happy to work with the committee on that issue. It's just, we just wanted to make sure we were trying to attract new grocery stores. That was.
Have you all heard from any of the existing stores about this?
I have not, no.
What about, and I'm let me not discount the serious concerns that Councilman Gray has already articulated. I'm well aware of, and which is why I've worked with him and my colleague in Ward 8, Trayon White, to go to ICSC every year prior to the pandemic and work in concert to amplify the concerns that they've raised and the desire to have quality, healthy food options in their wards. I am just raising things as chair, though, I think are going to be relevant to the consideration of this measure. So why only newly constructed stores and not existing stores, though? So I think you just answered that. So let me not ask that again. In terms of thinking behind the commercial lifestyle center license, exactly how would ABRA regulate such a private entity that would technically be a licensee, but would not be the entity selling the alcohol? I kind of raised this with some of the witnesses earlier, if you could answer that.
Sure. So a commercial owners association, they would apply to ABRA for a license, and they would be responsible for providing security, trash pickup, rat abatement, making sure individuals are not leaving the premises with alcohol. They'd have to post signs, no alcohol beyond this point, right? And then they'd be responsible for monitoring these common seating areas we heard about. And so that way, our agency, from an enforcement perspective, has somebody we can hold accountable, somebody who could be fined, somebody who'd be suspended. In the event that there was an issue, that license could be taken away. We'd also have an opportunity for a public comment period where the ANC or community groups would have an opportunity to weigh in and enter into discussion.
So, there are multiple restaurants in these areas, and and there are people drinking from various establishments that are licensed, what would be, if any, consequence to the actual commercial lifestyle center licensee if the infractions are how would you be able to hold the entity selling the alcohol accountable without necessarily penalizing the commercial lifestyle center if it's not warranted? Or how would you establish whether or not it's warranted to do some sort of penalty to the commercial lifestyle center licensee?
Sure, great question. So the licensee is still responsible for their licensed premises and things that go on. So if they sold to a minor, sold to an intoxicated patron, it's the restaurant or tavern that would be responsible for that, not the commercial lifestyle licensee, right? The commercial lifestyle licensee is not selling or serving alcohol, okay? So they're not actually serving alcohol. So actions that are violations at the point of sale would be the restaurant or tavern's responsibility. The commercial lifestyle, right? So that's who's responsible there. The commercial lifestyle licensee is responsible for providing security, trash pickup, making sure people aren't leaving with alcohol. They're responsible for monitoring the courtyards, the plazas, the outdoor seating, the concourses. They're responsible for monitoring that.
So who enforces, I'm sorry to jump in, but who enforces violations of those requirements on the commercial lifestyle licensee around security and trash pickup? Let's take them separately. Who enforces any potential violations of the commercial lifestyle licensee if they don't provide adequate security?
We would. Our agency would.
ABRAs would enforce absence of violations around security. What about trash pickup?
Right, all of that would be done by us. So you would file an application with ABRA. There would be certain criteria and requirements as it relates to trash pickup, security, what have you. Those would be, conditions upon getting the license. And so we would enforce that, make sure they're following it.
You all already enforce those types of things anywhere else in the city? Trash pickup or security?
Right. So we currently do trash and security issues either in settlement agreements, which would be similar to what could be happening here, or we have nightclubs and other establishments that have security plans and security plan requirements.
Okay. You said similar to settlement agreements. What would the form, how would you actually enter into these agreements? Would it be the same way that you enter into existing license agreements with current users of ABRA licenses?
Correct. So there'd be a couple of options. We issue, the board has the statutory authority to issue license with conditions. And so if there wasn't an agreement with the neighborhood, the board would have the ability to issue a license with conditions that the commercial lifestyle would agree to operate under. Second, if once this went through the public comment period, they can enter into an agreement with the neighborhood, and our agency would enforce that agreement that they have with the neighborhood. Okay.
And are there currently some areas of the city that you're aware of that would qualify, meet all the criteria to apply for a commercial lifestyle center license?
I can just tell you some of the areas that have been bandied about. I don't want to, without having an application. I don't know about that, but clearly, in Ward 6, there's been a number of locations, whether it's, the Navy Yard or the Wharf. I think St. Elizabeth's has been mentioned, Walter Reed's been mentioned, City Center has been mentioned, but without actually seeing an application, I don't, specifics. I'm just telling you parts of the city. Because keep in mind, you need in order to have this the way it's currently drafted, you got to have private space that's owned by the same, developer or,
right.
association.
Right. Okay. And so a part of this bill also would, in effect, repeal single sale licenses in certain parts of the city? No?
Right. So I think what you're talking about is in Ward 7 and 8. One of the ways to attract grocery stores would be allow the new grocery store or grocery store coming or existing grocery store in 7 and 8 to be able to sell single sales of beer. If you look at the single sale moratoriums that exist in Ward 2 and Ward 6, they both make an exception for grocery stores. So Ward 2 and 6, the single sale moratorium doesn't apply to full service grocery stores, so that would be applicable here. There's other parts of the city that don't have single sale moratoriums at all, obviously. But the single sale moratorium would only get lifted for full service grocery stores only, or these new Class A licenses.
So existing full service grocery stores in Ward 7 and 8, it would be lifted.
Correct.
And new grocery store, full service grocery stores under the new license in this bill would be precluded from that as well.
They'd be correct.
Who would it apply to then still? Who would the single sale ban apply to?
Anybody that's not a full service grocery store. So your liquor stores, other than these new full service grocery stores, it would apply to the new liquor store. I mean, existing liquor stores. It would apply to convenience stores, delis, any wine and beer shop.
So what's the thinking? What's the thinking behind that? Is it still? I don't want to put any words in your mouth. Let me just let you ask a question. What's the thinking behind that? And how would you respond to concerns from some of the folks who testified earlier? Even if they didn't testify to this specific provision, some of the smaller grocers, as well as what about some of the liquor stores who say this puts them at a competitive disadvantage?
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, the policy goal is to deal with the food desert issue and to attract grocery stores towards 7 and 8. And that's what's being proposed here. And if you look at wards 2 and 6, they've clearly, have that same policy goal. And so if you want to look at Ward 2 and 6, they have a lot of grocery stores there, obviously. And so we're trying to deal with this food issue.
So in effect, here's my concern though. It seems like, and this is what people have said to me. It seems like in the proposal of this bill, the government is saying the only way to get healthy food through a full service grocery store in areas of Ward 7 and 8 of the city is to allow for the sale of liquor. And not to oversimplify it, because I want to really amplify the concerns with trying to attract it, right? And folks have been hard at trying to attract full service grocery stores to Ward 7 and 8 for a while now, and those efforts been severely challenged. Lido is planning to come to Ward 7 at Skyland, which is great. They weren't doing it because of this bill. Notwithstanding Lido's decision, is it safe to say that people who have criticized this bill for that reason are incorrect in their criticism? And I'll turn to Councilman Gray next, and I'm over my time.
Yeah, I think so. I think a couple of things. I think one is, we are trying to do what we can to bring grocery stores to 7 and 8. In terms of the alcohol component, obviously the carrot is they'd be able to open a new store in 1 through 6. So you're not just putting all the alcohol spirit sales in Ward 7 and 8. They'd also be able to open a store in 1 through 6.
Are they required to keep the store in Ward 7 and 8 if they open one 6 months later in Ward 6 or 5?
As currently drafted, they would have to keep it open. They couldn't file an application for one of the other 6 wards until 6 months after they were open, right? We didn't want to have a situation where they promised to come to 7 and 8 and never opened, right? That was a concern.
What if they do open in 7 or 8? 6 months later, they file for an application in an existing store in the wards 1 through 6.
Right.
And then subsequently close the store in 7 or 8. What happens then?
Well, it'd take them several months once they file their application. So they'd probably have to be open in 7 or 8, at least 9 months to a year before they got the other one. Happy to work with the committee. If the committee wants to tie them keeping the other license in Ward 1 through 6 to being open in 7 and 8, we can have that conversation.
But the way it's currently drafted, there's nothing that requires them to stay open for any period of time subsequent to getting an additional license, because they've been open for 6 months. They apply for a license in an existing store in one of the wards 1 through 6. It takes however long, let's say, a year to get that. They have it. So theoretically, the stores in Ward 7 and 8 have been open for a year and, maybe 2. But there's nothing to say that they need to open beyond that or stay open, remain open beyond that in Ward 7 or 8.
That's true. That's a fair point, and happy to work with the committee on that. I think the concern we had is we can't obviously prevent somebody from closing a business, but in terms of a carrot as it relates to the other licenses, we could, obviously look at that. 2 points just want to mention that I think are helpful. So one, as you know, the fewest number of liquor store licenses in the city is in Ward 8. Now I understand Ward 8 has the fewest commercial strip maybe compared to other wards, but I do think it's worth mentioning that. Second, when we looked at this, and I'm happy to send the article to the committee, when you look at the impact of alcohol by allowing grocery stores to either sell wine and beer or sell wine, beer, and liquor, this study, which I'm happy to send to the committee in terms of the article, found that it actually had a positive impact and not a negative impact in terms of alcohol in the community.
Say that last point again. I don't know if I caught it.
Sure. There's an article out there, and I think it ran in the Post, but I'm happy to send it to the committee. But they found that allowing grocery stores to sell either wine and beer or wine, beer, and liquor actually had a positive impact as it relates to alcohol in the community, not a negative impact. And I do think it's helpful to mention that by allowing more alcohol sales at grocery stores, it actually had a positive impact on the neighborhood, not a negative impact.
You know which neighborhoods they looked at
Well, it was, this was just a general study. It wasn't specific to the district, but the points being,
okay.
Yeah, it wasn't as specific to the District of Columbia survey.
Okay. All right. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Gray. Thank you for that, Director Musali. Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me make sure I'm unmuted. I often do that. I'm muted and then trying to talk over top of it. So am I unmuted, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to the conversation you were just having with Chairman McDuffie, Fred. Lidl is coming to Skyland. They're building a new grocery store. It'll be the first grocery store built in Ward 7 any time in the recent past that anyone knows of, certainly me anyway. They're building a new one that will presumably be ready in a matter of a few months, not before. Now they will have opened within that time frame of January 1st. So what kind of hopefully not deleterious impact will this have on the ability of Lidl to be able to open the grocery store that hasn't been built yet, but is planned for in Skyland? So can you speak to that, and what would we need to be mindful of as that process unfolds before us?
Sure. Well, the date in the bill is because it's January 1, 2021 that they need to get a C of O. They'd actually, if the bill passed, they'd be eligible to apply. So Lidl would be able to take advantage of this if it passed. If the bill doesn't pass, then they obviously wouldn't be able to sell single beers. They could apply to sell wine and beer with the exception of singles. They wouldn't be able to sell liquor, but they could apply to sell wine and beer except for single beers under current law. But if this bill passed, they would be able to take advantage of it because the store won't get a C of O until obviously after January of 2021.
Yeah, and the construction of the grocery store of Lidl, whichever one wants to call it, will occur well after January 1st. Let's assume, for sake of argument, that it's finished by, what are we in, early May now? Let's say it's finished by September, early September. It will have been issued after January 1st of the current calendar year. So that won't have a negative impact on being able to be issued a license to be able to, a Class A license to be able to sell liquor than in the, in Lidl?
No, they'd be eligible. Since the date in the bill, January 1, 2021 was what, 4 months ago, and they won't get their CBO till after this date, they would be eligible to apply if this bill passes.
Okay, and so again, Fred, the idea is to try to create not just one grocery store, because we got 2 grocery stores now existing in Ward 7. There's 1 grocery store existing in Ward 8. So what if another grocery store comes along, let's say 2-3 months after one is established, Lidl is established, Lidl is established. What if one comes along again 2-3 months after that, which is not unheard of? It's certainly possible, it seems to me to be possible. So what would be the factors that would have to be considered in the course of trying to get a liquor license, then Class A liquor license for a new grocery store that would then be established after Lidl is established, say 3 months from now?
Sure, they would be eligible if this bill passed. They'd obviously have to go through the public comment period with great weight to the ANC. But clearly, if it was, the new store would be built after January 1, 2021, it'd have to be over 8,000 square feet. There would be architectural plans that we review to make sure that they're legitimately carrying, fresh fruits, vegetables, meats, other types of products, bakery, canned goods, dairy. We'd go through all that, make sure it's a legitimate grocery store. Once we do that, it would actually get placarded for the public comment period. The ANC or community groups could enter into an agreement, in terms of what it's important to the community, and then they would be eligible, right? So that's how the process would work. And it'd have to be at least 8,000 square feet or larger.
Yeah, which would readily qualify to be a full service grocery store, it seems to me, just in terms of, what the products are that they are selling at that point. What happens, for example, if which is not unheard of, that Lidl establishes a store in the next few months and they open, and then they come along again in Ward 7 and establish another grocery store somewhere else, which there's a desperate need for, another grocery store in Ward 7, Fred?
So the bill is currently drafted, only allows the same company to get one Class A license in 7 or 8. If that's something the committee wants to look at, we're happy to work with the committee on.
Okay.
Really, we were just, there's no limit on the number of companies that could come to 7 and 8, but we limited each company to 1. If that's something the committee wants to revisit, we're happy to work with them. But, we were trying to, have the carrot of getting 1 in 7 or 8, and then either 1 in wards 1 through 6. So clearly, a second company could come to 7 and 8, but the same company could only open 1 store with a Class A license in 7 or 8. They could open a second store in 7 or 8 and do wine and beer, but they'd only be able to have 1 store in 7 and 8 with liquor.
So there would have to be some provision in the legislation that would waive the prohibition against the second company coming. Is that what you're saying now, based upon the way it's written at this point?
The way it's written, it does not have to be changed to allow a second company in. So if grocery store chain A and grocery store B want to come to Ward 7 or 8, they can. What I'm saying is, let's just take Lidl because you mentioned it.
Yeah.
If Lidl can get a Class A license for 7 or 8, and then they can only get the 1, the second one they get has to be in wards 1 through 6. They can only get 1 in 7 or 8, and then the other has to be in 1 through 6. And that was the issue from an equity point of view. It was trying to spread out these Class A licenses throughout the city. So that was kind of an equity reason for that. If the council wanted to allow them to get multiple licenses in 7 or 8, then the bill would have to be amended. If it was, they wanted the same company to be able to do it. The way it's only different companies can get a license in 7 or 8. Up to 1.
So we would have to get some amendment to the legislation, get it changed before it's passed. Is that what you're saying? I suppose the council can do what it chooses to do, but I'm just trying to understand how we don't limit the possibilities. I mean, it's a good thing. Let me put it that way. But I just want to make sure we aren't limiting the possibilities of additional grocery stores by only opening the door in the near term to one grocery store.
Right. Well, we're happy to work with the committee on that issue. I think from an equity point of view, we just wanted to make sure that we were spreading the spirit sales out through all 8 wards. But if the committee wants to allow a company to get multiple grocery store licenses in 7 and 8, we're open to having that conversation with the committee.
Right. Okay. You know, I do have legislation which is adopted that would expand opportunities for grocery stores to Ward 7 and Ward 8 for the same reasons that you've articulated, that we've talked about, and that is the food deserts that already exist in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And we have sites that have been selected in both Ward 7 and Ward 8 that would benefit from the city making an investment in the construction of grocery stores. Let's put it that way. There are 6 or 7 sites in Ward 7 and another 3 or 4 in Ward 8. The idea being to create more opportunities in those 2 wards. So assuming that legislation, you know, which it has been passed, it had funding that was available to it using PAYGO funding, for one way of putting it. There's PAYGO funding that's available to build stores. There is nothing in that legislation, to the extent you know at this point, but there's nothing you know of in that legislation that would prohibit being able to invest in the new stores being developed in 7 and 8. Because again, the idea would be to have several developed in Ward 7 and then in Ward 8 as well. And what we have now is we have in Ward 7, we have 2 full service grocery stores, and we have 1 full service grocery store in Ward 8. So what I'm trying to understand is that with the legislation that we already have in place, there would be no limitations associated with being able to put the money into constructing those grocery stores that you know of at this stage, or do you know of any?
No, I'm not aware of anything that would prevent that, council member.
Okay. Well, we'll continue to try to work with the committee also to see how we can best make work this idea, which again, not to be redundant, but it's a terrific idea. I just don't want to see us foreclose opportunities for additional grocery stores that would use the legislation that we've now adopted, which could be funded with PAYGO funding at this stage, which is now available again as a result of getting through the pandemic. So I wouldn't want to limit us in any way just because we've got a great idea that's been developed by ABRA and something that otherwise would delimit the factors that would foreclose being able to do this legislation implemented in wards 7 and 8. So, but you don't know of any at this stage.
No, I do not. And I'm happy to work with you, council member, and the committee on this issue. I know it's really important, and I know it's important that we get it right. So whatever we can do with the committee, I'm happy to do that.
Okay. And I'm well with my time, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to turn it back to you at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. Mr. Musali, I'm going to just, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you to keep your answers as brief as possible on the next round, just because we've been going for a while now. But some advocacy groups are arguing for a change in the proposed language to allow manufacturers and restaurants to be allowed to have some interest in the third-party delivery license category. I want to hear your thoughts. Obviously, I know you talked a little bit about this in your testimony, and we heard a number of people testify to this earlier. How would this specifically affect the sort of second tier of that three-tier system, the wholesalers group?
Yeah, so I think on this issue, the third party delivery, we're okay with not having a restriction on delivery because as it relates to the three tiers, all the tiers are already allowed to deliver. So retailers can already deliver directly to consumers, manufacturers can, as well as wholesalers. So I think allowing somebody to hold a third party license to deliver, we're okay with.
Okay, and the ability of all the different tiers to deliver, does that predate the pandemic, or is that a virtue of the pandemic?
They already can currently deliver pre-pandemic.
Everybody could deliver pre-pandemic.
Correct.
Okay, and the third-party delivery business model is sort of developing into its own business enterprise, it seems. You got some larger third-party delivery platforms like Uber Eats or Grubhub are able to enter into lucrative contracts with vendors and offer different contract packages based on their contracts. If the committee proceeds in making sort of compromise where retailers and manufacturers may have an interest in the third-party delivery business, what kind of guardrails are necessary to avoid undue influence on the system?
Yeah, I think if we're going to allow it, I'm happy either by rule or to work with the committee. I think we can look at some other jurisdictions. They have some rules we can get to the committee just to make sure from a fairness perspective, we don't have any conflict of interest. I'm happy to get that information to the committee.
Okay. Would just sort of go a little bit step further though, is it necessary to require that contract terms between parties be restricted to only delivery services? For instance, if a restaurant does have an interest in a third-party delivery platform, the platform may not advertise or market for other restaurants, but only deliver meals or alcohol, for example. I know it's sort of I don't want to convolute this, but do you get where I'm going though?
Yeah, I get where you're going. I think, as you know, there's other legislation dealing with food delivery. And so I want to make that anything we do doesn't mess with that. It needs to be consistent with that.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure you're already aware that not all restaurants where meal orders are placed are allowed to sell or deliver alcohol. I'm certain you know that. Well, I know recognizing that this bill restricts third-party alcohol delivery to off-premises retailers, on-premises retailers, and manufacturers, correct?
Yeah, this is primarily for on-premise retailers.
Okay. I'm thinking about how ABRA would prevent bad actors. How would the agency ensure that third-party drivers or companies are actually delivering alcohol from legitimate businesses licensed to sell alcohol in the district?
Sure. Well, I mean, when we get the application, third-party delivery applicant, clearly we're going to have some understanding of who they're delivering for. We can talk about whether they need to provide a list, but essentially they'd have to have agreements with the licensees that they're delivering for. Mm-hmm. So if you got 50 restaurants you're delivering for, you'd obviously have to have some type of written agreement with them.
Okay, and is there
only be delivering alcohol from those businesses?
Do you all contemplate already some sort of, or does this bill contemplate some sort of enforcement, some means to enforce that, practically speaking?
Well, we've been contemplating it. Yes, I think we're contemplating and putting in the rules. It's not in the statute here. If the committee wants to flesh that out, we can work with you.
No, not necessarily. I think probably most appropriate for the rules. I wanted to hear your thinking though. If there's a list, then there's a list, but then what I'm delivering, and what if the two don't? aren't consistent.
There's got to be some flexibility. So obviously that's why you get comment on the rules. But I mean, I think they could have a list available at site, or they have a written contract. I think the most important thing is that they're only delivering food and alcohol. For restaurants, they have a written contract for. If they don't have a written contract for, they shouldn't be delivering their food and alcohol.
Okay.
The component here for us is making sure they're not delivering to minors, because right now there's no license requirement, so if they're delivering to minors, we have to go after the restaurant instead of the delivery company.
Okay. And, it seems the way that it's drafted, I'd be interested in your thoughts, but it seems like it's a bit open-ended about the boundaries where third-party delivery licensee may deliver alcohol. And it's sort of vague on whether a licensee may deliver alcohol out of the district, or if a retailer manufacturer may use an out-of-state third-party company to deliver their alcohol in the district. Any concerns for leaving boundaries open-ended the way that it seems to be?
Yeah, the intention is just within the District of Columbia. So if we have to make that clarification, we can. I think the other important distinction to note is we're talking about food and alcohol delivery, not shipping, right? We're not talking about shipping through UPS or Federal Express. We're talking about delivery, as in food and alcohol delivery, as you think of carry out and food delivery, not shipping to somebody's home. So I think it's important to make that distinction.
Okay. And just, I know not to put a too fine a point on it, but I think it's worth emphasizing and hearing your response to this question, because unlike food, alcohol is a restricted good. So just talk specifically about the guardrails that the agency is considering to ensure individuals who place orders for alcohol are at least 21 years old, and that delivery drivers actually make deliveries to individuals who are at least 21 years of age.
Yeah, so a couple important points to mention. So unlike other deliveries where you may get an Amazon package, here with the alcohol, you can't leave the alcohol package. Somebody actually has to be home to get the package. The person receiving the package has to be 21 years of age or older. ID has to be checked, right? You actually have to check the ID. When you're actually ordering the alcohol, steps should be taken to verify that the individual is 21 years or older, right? So I think that's the key part there, is when the alcohol is being ordered and when it's being delivered, that somebody's checking, making sure they're 21 or older, and also not just leaving the alcohol. It actually has to be accepted.
Can I jump in terms of enforcement? Have you all had to enforce or on occasion thus far throughout the pandemic enforced any or discovered any violations of that law?
I wouldn't say violations during the pandemic. I think that pre-pandemic, there's actions and steps we've taken in terms of undercover deliveries. And we can continue to take those as we come out of the pandemic, where we're able to do undercover deliveries to make sure that these steps are taking place.
Well, what about observations of deliveries being made? You have no idea about what a person might be going to deliver something, but how would you know if a particular driver who's delivering something is delivering it to someone who's underage?
Right. Well, that's why you run undercover checks.
I'm sorry.
No, that's why you run undercover checks, because then you can have somebody who's under 21 through a government check, see if they're able to order alcohol.
Oh, when you said deliveries, you mean on the receiving end of the delivery. I got you. Okay.
Right. I don't want to give away too many of our secrets, but what you can do is you can have somebody who's underage order alcohol, have it, see if the entity delivers them, and if they deliver them, then obviously it's a violation.
I got it.
We've done that in the past.
Okay.
Kind of similar to our still to minor compliance checks. It's a similar to our still minor compliance check, except it's done via delivery.
I'm going to make this my final question, just in the interest of time. I know, if you could, this came up a number of times, and there's some other questions that we're going to follow up in writing to get your specific answers to that witnesses raise. And so anybody watching, you may have asked something or raised a point, and you might not hear it as right now, but we're definitely have taken note, and I've got staff who are going to follow up in writing. But if you could provide, an explanation on why the bill, reopen bill, amends DC Code Section 25-402 to require applicants for new manufacturers, wholesalers, or retailers licensed to complete a mandatory licensee training.
Sure, and we're happy to work with the committee on this issue. What we really found during the pandemic, particularly relates to the pandemic rules, it was the importance of education, that a lot of licensees did not know the rules or weren't aware of the rules. And so we placed a great emphasis on education with investigators going out to licensees, issuing verbal warnings, written warnings, going over the rules. We did extensive virtual trainings with licensees, which we found really helpful. We found that virtually talking to licensees before they got the license or explaining the rules during the pandemic was helpful in terms of mitigating violations. And so what we're looking for here is, to the extent we can educate licensees ahead of time, it will help to reduce the likelihood of violations down the road. And so if you don't know what the rules are or the laws are, you have a greater risk of, getting a written warning or a fine down the line. So we're obviously trying to prevent that through education and training. So we're open to working with the committee on that, what it would entail, but it's clear to me that the more community outreach, education, and training we can provide, the less likely licensees will be fined out in the future.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councilmember Gray, you need another round?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll finish after this.
All right. Good.
Fred, has anyone raised a concern, to your knowledge, in the legislation about the single sales aspect of the opportunities that may exist as a result of this legislation being adopted? In essence, are there people who would rather not have single sales opportunities being made available to people for whatever their concerns may be?
I haven't gotten any of the concerns, Councilmember Gray, since the bill's been introduced. I mean, obviously, a number of years ago, many years ago, there were concerns, and that's why we had single sale moratoriums put in effect.
Right.
In the various wards. I obviously these moratoriums have been in effect for a little while, but just over time, we've seen efforts made, whether it's lifting single sale moratoriums or exemptions for moratoriums for full service grocery stores by the district, to take steps to attract full service grocery stores. And so that's what this is. Open to, like you said, get additional community feedback. But we know, in other wards, don't want to go into too many details, but we've had other issues with wards where they've had license moratoriums or single sale moratoriums in other wards of the city, and it's precluded and ended up with grocery stores not coming to those wards.
Right.
That's a real situation that's happened. So, but obviously each case is different.
Yeah. Can you tell me, Fred, what's the universe of grocery stores in the district that have Class A licenses at this point? I mean, we got Safeway, which is over there on Capitol Hill, and then we got the store in Ward 5 that we talked about earlier. So I'm just trying to get a sense of what the universe is of Class A licenses, generally speaking, in the District of Columbia.
Sure. So the universe is, in terms of open and operating, is 2, and they're the 2 you mentioned, which is Costco and Safeway.
Yeah.
They're the only 2. In terms of what's been approved, there's 3. The third one that's been approved and actually did not get protested by the community was Wegmans.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin Avenue. Wegmans applied for a Class A license similar to Safeway and Costco. Because Wegmans does not have any other stores in the district, they were able to apply. That actually did not get protested by the community. And so they've been approved for a Class A license, but Wegmans is not, as I'm sure the committee knows, is not currently open.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the
So
only.
we have Costco, we have Safeway, And then we have Wegmans possibly, is that right?
No, Wegmans has one, but they're not open. I don't believe that store is going to open until sometime in 2022.
I see. What just hit one more question and then we'll move on. Do you have any thoughts about applying any kind of employment requirement to the stores that we're talking about that we hope will expand grocery opportunities? I actually had a bill that required, the owner of the store to make sure that 50% of his full-time employees would be district residents. Do you have any thoughts about that in terms of adding the opportunity for a Class A license to a grocery store?
So council member, we met with one of the DC food policy groups. And so some of these things you mentioned may make sense. They brought up obviously requiring the grocery store to accept SNAP and WIC benefits. Other feedback we got was that they should be subject to first source agreements. So I think, from other food groups looking to promote grocery stores in the district, I think there's some other opportunities here. So I'm happy to work with the committee on those. But yeah, there could be other requirements as kind of, getting this carrot.
Mm-hmm. But you don't know of any disqualifiers, for want of a better way of putting it, at this stage, in terms of having such a requirement being imposed on a residency requirement being imposed upon stores that would get these opportunities?
I'm open to working with the committee on it. I know some of the grocery stores that are eligible to funding may be subject to those requirements currently, but that's kind of outside the scope of what ABRA does and what we normally work on. But whether it's through the committee or, working with the mayor's office, there may be other requirements that other grocery stores have that you might, want to look at here.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, I have pretty much exhausted all my time. I may have some additional questions for Mr. Director Musali, but we'll work those through you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. We have some additional ones that we plan to follow up with Mr. Gray. And so, yeah, please have your team reach out to the committee staff and we'll make sure that we get those over to ABRA.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you and thank Councilmember Pinto and all the public witnesses who took the time to testify for the committee today. For those who would still like to submit remarks, the public record for these measures closes at 5 p.m. on Friday, May 14th. This marks the end of today's public hearing. The committee will convene again at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, March 25th to consider Bill 24-236, the Child Wealth Building Act of 2021 and tax proposals to improve wealth equity in the district's post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Members of the public have until 5 p.m. Friday, May 28th to submit remarks for the record there. The time is now 2:53 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.